the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. It's the Good Time Gang getting in, settled for another day here with you on the Rick and Bubba Show. We kick things off for the guys. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from now for the main show, and we look forward to all of you being with us today, and thank you for that. We are internless today, so the Good Time Gang will share duties on screening the phones. That means this hour there'll be unscreened phone calls as well, but that's there for you. Today, live at noon Central, it's the Bible study with Rick, and I know a lot of you have that part of your week. It's kind of weird. Yesterday, Terry and I had a discussion at some point throughout the day. We both thought it was Monday, and we've jumped forward with Memorial Day being on Monday. It's actually Wednesday. So, yes, the Bible study is live today, noon Central. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody good?
Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me yesterday.
Yeah.
And not necessarily think it was Monday, but I certainly did not think today was Wednesday.
Yeah.
I thought it was Saturday.
I got a couple of text messages on things that I'd agreed to last week to do today.
Yeah.
And they hit me with, hey, we still good for tomorrow? And I'm like, wait a minute. That's supposed to be Wednesday or Thursday.
Right.
Oh, it is Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know, my sister and brother-in-law live down in Pensacola, Florida, and Pensacola Beach is, it's a happening little place. She always goes down to the beach and all this kind of stuff. Well, my boys, anytime they have free time during the summer, they'll reach out to Aunt Lynn. And I'm talking about in a second, and plan something, and then all of a sudden tell us, hey, could I go down to Aunt Lynn's? I've already talked to her, and she's going to host us, and blah blah blah. Well, JC and some other guys that all play college ball, different teams. I mean, they go pretty hard. They never have just a few days where they can relax and stuff. JC had talked to me, and he said, hey, I talked to Aunt Lynn, and she said it would be okay if, me and a couple other guys drove down and just hung out with her and went to the beach a little bit for a couple of days. And you move on and forget. You know what I'm saying? And then last night, about 6:30 maybe, Terry says, hey, now don't forget, JC's going down to the beach tomorrow. I'm like, tomorrow? What? And she's like, yeah, tomorrow. We talked about this. I always get scared when my wife says we talked about this, because then I try to realize, I remember, did we really talk about it? I can't remember. I was half listening.
In that category myself.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Today's already Tuesday. Yeah, you're right. I was off a day, and just thought it was Monday. Even though I knew it wasn't because of being here, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
I was just off a day. I was like, no, what? You're right. It's Tuesday, so yeah, they are leaving tomorrow. So anyway, so that's there for you. Yeah, so today is Wednesday, Bible study live today noon Central, and we thank all of you for being here. It's a crazy little day. You wake up and you wonder, well, how crazy is the world today? And it's crazier than ever. We have some funny stories, and then some that just lawlessness all over the country. People just don't care. We got brawls at theme parks. People will fight now.
I mean, fun at a theme park. Why are you brawling?
Yeah, people will fight. I know y'all have gotten upset when driving, right, Greg? You spend most time on the interstate, but you just give them a little birdie, then move on.
I've quit that.
But have you seen?
Have you grown out of it?
I've quit that.
Have you seen road rage incidents to where it's gotten so bad we got people fighting in the middle?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you, and look, I get frustrated. I've never been mad that I want to chase the person down and get out and physically
I agree.
Have a fight. I've just never been that mad driving. I don't think there's anything barring crashing into me on purpose, which is probably not going to happen.
A lot to lose in those situations.
Yeah. I mean, I just
in
don't,
split second.
There's nothing good.
Yeah. I witnessed something yesterday where apparently I came up on it after it had already been going. I don't know how many miles they had been going back and forth. We finally get to a red light. And these two guys are they rolling down the window, and they're verbally letting each other have it.
Yeah.
All right. And it reminded me of a situation that I saw on social media. It's been a couple of weeks where these two guys, they get out. This one guy opens the door. He's behind this other dude at a red light. He opens the door, walks up, That guy jumps out, and they go to throwing fist. Okay,
are you serious?
They're down on the ground. They're punching each other.
So it's happening.
It's bad. And then all of a sudden the light turns green. They both get back in the car and leave.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we're done. It's like I just had to get it out of me, you know. But what I witnessed yesterday, I was like, okay, they're about to get out of the car. This is bad. And part of me was like, I'm ready to just sit back and enjoy this. But nowadays, you don't know what somebody's got on them, man. You know, back we would sometimes just, if we got an argument, we'd fight and then it'd be over with. Now somebody pull out a gun and knife. I mean, it's weird how it goes from we're fighting to escalates to, okay, I'm about to kill you. It's like, what?
Yeah, boy.
How did we get there?
I mean, then that's a whole nother set of issues you got to deal with.
You just pulled out in front of me. I'm mad at you.
Exactly. You cut me off. I'm sorry.
Not worth pulling out a pistol.
For some reason, Facebook video and TikTok thinks I want to see fights.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay.
And a lot of it's road rage
not a bad
fights.
thing.
Yeah.
And
it's bizarre,
but
man.
some of the stuff that I see just in people's yards, getting out of cars, hey, being at a convenience store. Hey, we're just pumping gas, and all of a sudden we get in a fight with somebody. Evidently, they think I want to see that all day, and I will. For some reason, I'm intrigued by it, and I'll stop and watch. But there's a lot of fighting going on out there.
There really is, and it's really. How do we get to that point?
I don't
you know
know.
what I mean? I know it's awkward that maybe you've honked at somebody or you're frustrated, and all of a sudden you find yourself at a red light and they're right beside
Somebody
you.
took you up on that honk.
Right. Yeah, I get that, but I've never gone, all right, let's go at it. Let's go.
I know.
It's time.
Yeah.
Putting this thing in park, and I'm getting out.
Yeah.
Hey, not a good idea. We got some stories that have ended bad on that.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Some people feel threatened and they react.
Oh, yes, they
to
do.
lose.
Yeah,
Lot to lose.
And you have a right to defend yourself. I'm just saying, how do we get to? I'm standing, in a 3 or 4 lane
just
road,
let it go.
Highway / what? Kind of like right out here. You know, how do I get to where I'm standing in the road and we're fighting? How do we get there?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the other thing going on, and this is mainly in big cities too, but you never know. The new thing now is, some people, they like to go sit on their front porch, enjoy, maybe they got some front steps or whatever. They're sitting out in the lawn chair in their front yard. And these guys are dressed up with masks and they ride in neighborhoods. And if they see people sitting out front, they stop the car and jump out and rob them. And make them go in the house and get something and give it to them just because they're sitting out front. In Chicago, we have a story where there was this family and they were sitting on their front porch, and all of a sudden 3 dudes jump out in masks and rob them and make them give them all their stuff and then jump back in the car and leave. I mean, that's the new America in some areas.
Well, I guess you got to sit on a porch with your gun in your lap.
Yeah, well, I mean, well, so you can't. I love sitting outside.
Yeah.
I do too.
Imagine that. You're just sitting there, just hanging out. You
Somebody
got your little.
runs roughshod on it.
I know Mr. Buddy wouldn't let him get in the driveway.
He'd get violent.
Yeah. Now Millie would just watch him though, and I know Coco would get after him though.
Oh yeah. She'll bite you in a minute.
Yeah. Leo would get after him. So they're kind of like my alarm, but that's just kind of weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People aren't afraid.
No.
They're not afraid of repercussions. They're not
it's
afraid
just
of the law.
we're at a weird time.
I mean, we're cutting back on all that.
But the road rage, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I've never really understood how it gets to that.
I thought I was going to have me something yesterday. We'll be right back.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need. From seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar or a s'mores bundle for the kids, HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. So relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies, you simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
We're rolling back. What's up? It's the kickoff hour, and we're live right now. I'm Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. It is the kickoff hour, and Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, right after the top of the hour for the main show. Internless today. We should have some more come back tomorrow, but no interns today. So if you're calling, be patient. The Good Time Gang, once the main show starts, we'll share some duties on that screening up process.
I forgot how to work that phone.
Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick too. We're getting a lot of emails. I just checked them in the break of people seeing road rage incidents. And actually, Helmsy, you got a text of one that I just don't see where we go from I'm mad to I've escalated and we're shooting each other. Now you have a right to protect yourself if someone attacked your car or whatever. I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about like now we're arguing and it's escalated and it's just now we're both parties have taken it to a whole new level.
Yeah.
You know, thought I had me something yesterday at a red light because they were not. Please understand that it wasn't like they were just pointing at each other.
Yeah.
They were letting it happen. I mean, they were like, "Come on, blah blah blah." I was like, "Wow, what we got here?"
Calm down.
I turned the radio down and rolled my windows down. So I got to listen to this. All right, so Helmsy, you said we've got a ton of questions from the audience that we haven't done that in a while.
You talking about
actually.
QFTA?
Yeah.
I love this because I'd never thought about this question, and the answer for me is no. I'd like to know you two, and I think it's going to be the same. But it is funny to see these generational things. Have you ever seen your parents drink an energy drink?
No.
No.
I have not either.
No.
No.
I can't imagine Mac Daddy having a Red Bull.
No.
Not right.
I never.
Yeah.
Never.
No.
So
never. Now,
when did
their
that-
energy drink is coffee?
Yeah,
because that's
yeah.
what they
I don't
But see,
brought up
Dad,
in.
my dad don't even drink coffee.
I don't drink energy drink.
Yeah.
All right,
Energy drink.
So when is that line? Where was that line cut? Like when did people? Because my group did it. My group had a ton of energy drinks, especially back in college and stuff like that.
I don't. We didn't have many.
Is it over 50?
I don't remember any
probably.
energy drinks.
Not when I was growing up, me either.
And I know there are people that are over 55 that have energy drinks now, but
like we're in their era.
Right.
We didn't have them. then.
relied on them like we do coffee.
Right. No, well, I guess that would be a quick Google. When did those big name brands really hit the market? But I don't. Now they'll turn down some coffee. Let me tell you, you better have that coffee.
That's the way my mom is.
Parents.
Oh,
Dad
good
doesn't.
night. My dad was the greatest coffee drinker ever.
When my parents come down to my
Traveled
house, they
with
bring
his own thermos.
Mine bring their own coffee pot. They're
Well,
like,
even
we're
better.
bringing our coffee pot with us.
So that's
Because
dedication.
That is
yeah,
dedicated.
yeah,
They don't
Wow.
like yours.
I don't really make fun of it. I actually admire it. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Well, they
you
know
know
you ain't
what?
gonna have
Yeah,
one.
you're real serious about it. We finally, because Reese started drinking coffee.
Well, he's a
bit,
working man. Working men drink
Nobody
coffee.
in
That's
our
what they do.
nobody in our family really has ever drank coffee, and so there was really no need for any. And then we realized, hey, when we have company, they might want some coffee, so we ended up getting a coffee pot. But whenever my parents come, they stay in one of the bedrooms upstairs, and we have one of those little fold-out tables that we kind of make a little workstation for them, and they bring their own coffee pot, and they set it up like it's a little kitchen counter, and they got it going on up there.
Oh, the coffee pot was a big deal to my parents.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember when I was little, they had the kind that percolate.
Yeah.
They had a little glass thing on top. And
Mm-hmm. You two really have brought me into the coffee world.
I remember when
I never really
the
drank
Mr.
coffee.
Coffees came out the instant. Everybody's like, wow.
When did you start drinking coffee? When you started working power company?
About that time, probably about 18, 19.
Mine was around 22, 23. I was a little older, but about 22 or 23. And then about 24, 25 is when I really started drinking a lot of coffee.
Yeah. I mean, I would drink
dabble in
some
it in
every
late
now
20s.
and then when I was, like
Yeah.
a teenager. But straight up, hey, I need a cup of coffee. I own my own coffee pot. I was probably 18, 19.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now I love it. I mean, hey, when I get up in the morning, that's the first thing I do.
Do you? So you drink it on the way to work, right? Okay. I thought so.
yeah.
Do you wait till you get here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually
I
wait.
do both. I get here and drink it here too.
We're right, but I mean, you got an hour and a half drive.
But
so
I drink a big one on the way in. Like right now, I've arrived and I made coffee, but I haven't drank any. And then after this hour, I'll go get one.
Yeah. Yes, y'all will.
And then probably get another one before
Yeah.
the day's up.
Yeah.
And maybe
have.
another one.
Who knows?
Now, when I'm at home, like over the last few days, I will, from the time I get up till probably 9ish, I'm constantly sipping on coffee and go through a couple of cups. Here, I have this energy drink, my generation, then I'll go at 6 o'clock and have a cup of coffee, which that can't be good for you, but double dose there. But that'll be good for me till about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then I'll hit something else.
Yeah.
Whether it's
Yeah.
energy drink or another cup of coffee or whatever. Normally don't do coffee in the afternoon.
It would be kind of funny if I walked in and my dad was opening up a 5 hour and turned it back.
Sure.
That'd be
I
kind of
know.
funny.
Yeah. See,
I
There's
can't
no
picture
way.
that.
Got a long day, son.
there's no way my dad would ever. But I like I said, and I've told this story 1,000 times, but he would take his own thermos if we were going on a trip.
Yeah.
And hunting. If you're going hunting, he'd have 2 thermoses. I mean, and of course, like I told you, he'd wait till you get on a dirt road and he'd tell you to pour him one. And you're like,
he's bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, slow down, Dad, and I will.
And look, I can remember when I was a kid, they didn't have mugs like with the tops and all that. They had just coffee cups.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he had a Bronco that he drove, and it had 3 on the column. And he'd take us to school, and he'd get in there with his coffee cup with it sloshing everywhere. but he pulled it off. I don't know how. And there wasn't even a cup holder in that old Bronco.
Yeah, really.
It's fun.
But he pulled it off. I mean, they didn't have the fancy mugs like we have with the cap on it, and the little spout, which I don't use anyway. Burns my mouth. I don't like the caps.
I don't do the caps either, but I've got to where I do those Yeti type cups or mugs because it just keeps it hotter.
Oh, I do that, but I keep the top off.
That's me. That's what I do.
One, it's so hot you can't drink it, and two,
I agree.
When the little bitty crack there, and you
it jumps on at you. You know,
Of course, I've been known to drink through a straw.
Which I've never understood.
Really?
You're the
If I'm
only
driving.
person. You're the only person that I know that drinks coffee out of a straw.
It's rare, but I will.
What would your dad say about that? If you knew?
He said it before.
What do you have to
We used
say?
to go. We would stop on the way home from hunting. I'd do it then because it really made him mad. He hated it. What are you doing? I was taking a little coffee because I'm driving. I said I don't like drinking. And like I say, first of all, them caps ain't no telling who been palming them in there in the store.
Right.
And then
Talking about Skinner's?
Yeah, they're all over it.
Yeah, and that's why I do
And-
get a straw. It's because of your mom.
But then
Do you get the little bitty stir straw? Or do
yeah,
you get, okay.
I prefer the stir straw.
Yeah.
Because it's really small.
It makes sense because it
And
won't
then
burn
you
as
that
much.
way, you know, or like I do now with my big mug, because I can leave enough gap that it don't spill. I keep it capped till I get in there. I take the cap off and let it cool a little bit, and then
Hey, look, because
I
because of Miss Ganelle Burgess,
Yeah.
I have asked for a straw at the restaurants because if you pay attention to the servers when they set the cup down, it's
she don't like that.
Okay, you have a straw, please.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer's calling your name, and this year you can actually have the time to enjoy it with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner? Not at the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to the door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to doing, well, whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh ingredients are picked at peak ripeness, and they travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout. And HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. From a finger food snack board to a kid-friendly s'mores bundle, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market are a hit at parties and a cinch to serve. So why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com and find them right there under sponsors.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
25 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour live. Thank you so much for being with us. Speedy, Greg, Helms, the Good Time Gang, Rick, Bubba, Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. And we are internless today, so be patient. If you're hollering at us, we'll be screening phones throughout the show through the Good Time Gang. All right, so we had some questions from the audience, and we really only got through one, and it was, have you ever seen your parents have an energy drink? And we got off into coffee because our parents are older, and
That's their energy
drink, and so
that's what they consider.
That we started reminiscing on coffee and stories and parents and all that.
I remember
so we
when
only
Mr.
got through
Coffee
one.
came out.
Yeah,
Joe DiMaggio was the spokesman.
Was he
Don't
really?
know why, but he was.
Well, he liked a cup of coffee.
Yeah, Mr. Coffee.
Is that how you?
Mm-hmm.
Joe DiMaggio.
Yep.
You want to do another one?
Sure. Go ahead.
The answer for
I
me
like that.
is no on this, and I wished I had one, but I didn't. Did you ever own a car with pop-up, pop-down headlights?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Honda Prelude.
Okay.
A Honda Prelude, and
So
one
they
of-
would do this?
What? Yeah.
Well, I inherited it when I married Lisa. It was a Nissan Pulsar.
Okay.
Yeah.
My Honda Prelude, one of the flip up side,
Yeah.
one of was kind of flimsy. It would break, and so I'd be winking at everybody.
Yeah,
all the
yeah. A
time.
lot of them would be one flip, one down.
Yeah, so I'd have to go out and pull it up.
One
and
would
then
go
it
down,
fall
the other
back
would
down.
stay up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was me. You turn your lights on to go.
I'd always see them in the movies
Then
and
only
shows.
one would come up and be like, "Gosh,
Oh yeah.
And I wanted one, but I never had one.
Yeah, when we got married, Lisa had a Pulsar, so I kind of inherited it.
had a little.
Forgot about the Pulsar.
I love my little Honda Prelude.
I didn't know the Prelude did it.
I didn't know the Prelude was.
Well, I don't know what year mine was. I'm sorry, I just don't remember. I don't know when they stopped doing that, but the one I had, it had the little flip ups.
All right, speaking of cars, which do you prefer? Not which do you have, but which do you prefer? Cloth or leather car seats?
You know,
Wow, that was a long pause. Y'all really had to think about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, leather's
I mean, you
hot,
should
but
say
I'll go
leather. It's
I'll
more
say leather.
expensive and it's sharp. But
They got
it's
this
hot in the summer.
They got this in between now, where it's not really.
Yeah.
It's kind of got more of a.
I really don't give it much thought, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll go leather though. I'll just say leather.
But I mean, it's not a deal breaker if it doesn't have leather.
That's right. That's right.
You know.
Yeah.
I like the way cloth feels better for some reason, but and that's what I have. But I'm also sweaty a lot, and so you get in the car and you sweat's all in the cloth.
The leather seems to be pretty
Please clean it. Yeah.
What about that pleather?
Mm-hmm.
That plastic leather that they make. It looks like leather, but it ain't.
Yeah.
That's normally what I end up.
Speedy
I
may
used to
actually.
I used to have a couch like that.
Oh,
Have you ever had your shirt off and you sit back, you get stuck to it?
Those are horrible.
You're like peeling yourself off of it. Thought I was something with that little thing. Yeah.
Speedy,
love seat in the couch.
Found it out by the road.
Right.
Somebody was throwing it away.
Don't sit there on shirtless. Don't do it. You're going to get stuck.
Don't do it.
I would be shocked if you have never had to do this.
Me?
Yes. Just because, and you'll know why when I ask the question, because of your history with saving lives and saving people. Have you ever had to or tried to kick in a door?
Yeah, I kicked mine. In fact, I have to get it. It's got to be replaced. One corner.
Time out. Why?
Because I locked myself out of the house.
So your plan was I'm gonna kick
I just got mad. And you guys seen Lisa look at me.
Is that why the garage door won't work?
It's just it ain't the up and down garage door.
Oh,
It's
okay.
the go in the garage.
Yeah.
I was locked out, and I just went bam.
Did you think you were in a movie?
Kicked it open. Yeah, I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I got to get it fixed. Because it busted.
When did this happen?
Oh, I did it like a year or two ago. But
that's funny.
Yeah. Did you put a
within the last 3 years? Probably.
What broke on it?
Were you successful
inside? Oh yeah.
Okay.
One kick.
The framing part of the door.
Okay. The frame part.
You just kind of
busted
shredded
out.
it.
Yeah. It's not good. I hear about it.
Did you feel like a man after you did that and walked in?
No, I thought, Rick, you could have tried maybe something else.
What did you think was going to happen when you threw your foot through it?
I thought it would come open.
Okay.
But I didn't think about the damage.
What part did you kick of the door?
Right there below
by the knob handle.
Okay. Yeah, just want to see where you kick.
It works just like on TV.
Was it the first attempt or did you?
Oh no, first one. Knocked it right out of the park.
Did you bring a lot of energy into it?
I could have, like I said, maybe thought and tried something different.
What about a credit card?
Yeah. I don't know if that door would have worked good, but
or a locksmith.
Well, no, I'd have kicked it in before I'd done that. But
who would call a locksmith?
I know.
Like
3 years later, still not fixed.
Well, he need to get in the house,
and it's going to cost you more.
Well,
than
the
a
reason it
locksmith
didn't because that's the door I leave cracked so the dogs can get in and out. Well, right now it's closed because the puppies are in there.
Right.
But when they're not here,
that's
the one that I leave because Buddy likes to go in and out.
Do you remember life before puppies? Do you ever?
Barely.
Yeah. What do you think it's going to be like once they're gone?
Stress free.
What are you going to do with all the little blow up pools that you bought?
I don't know. I could have
kiddie park.
I can have a little kiddie park at the house. I set it up for the grandkids. Got a few.
Speedy, you ever had to kick
different
down a door?
sizes.
I felt like this was right up your alley, probably saving somebody.
Yeah.
From a fire or something.
I remember I did. I just immediately did it. I should have waited.
Yeah. You went there quick.
I could have. I think I even had a spatula outside or something in my truck because I can wedge a door with that pretty good.
I've never kicked a door, but I've shouldered a door.
I've punched a door before.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mad.
Oh, I've
Y'all making fun of me.
I've had to replace doors, back in college, but I've shouldered a door where I've kind of pushed into it and it come open, but not kick.
Yeah, I got to replace my frame and all. The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, you had to get in.
Yeah, I think I should have tried maybe a few other things before I went to that.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of off the cuff.
Yeah.
A little frustrated.
Sure.
Felt good.
You want another one?
Sure.
This one's kind of a weird question, but I thought it would be good. Do you smell your care products, your self-care products, your soaps and all that. Do you
smell them?
Just listen, Greg.
What do you mean
Wait,
smell?
Well, I'm
self-care
let me finish.
Everybody smell your armpits real quick.
Do you
That's
smell
your
your,
Jockey spray.
your care products in the store before you buy them?
No, I do not.
I don't either.
I know what they
probably
smell
should.
like. I know what they smell like.
Well, they're all different.
Not if I'm going with what I normally get.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
Now, if I was looking for a change,
I'm talking
maybe.
about your soaps and shampoos
No,
and
I
deodorants.
do not smell them because I see the zest and I get it.
Smell yourself real quick. What do you smell like?
Pretty good.
Pretty.
That's a lot of things, but I don't bump. I really don't.
Yeah, no,
I don't even
like
sweat
to
that
bump.
much.
Well, you've talked about it. People that bump make you mad.
Yeah, it makes me mad because ain't no sense in it.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. It's inexcusable.
You know,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous. Especially with that baked on bump that they've been
Baked on
stinking for
bump.
like a week. Lay down, leave a big spot on the sheet. God.
Let's move on. This is a really good question, and I have never done this. Okay, want to know if you have. Something tells me Speedy has done this.
Oh wow, really?
Have you ever called the "How's my driving" number on the back of a truck?
No.
You know how you got the
Oh
"How's my driving"?
no, I've wanted to.
It's got the number.
Yeah.
Have you ever called one of those?
No, have not.
No.
I've always wondered if anybody does.
I know, or if anybody.
You ain't
answers.
gonna believe what this guy did. His driving sucks. That's how it is. It sucks.
Why is he trying to pass this other 18-wheeler? We're going uphill. Did he not know what was going to
Yeah, what are we doing? I'm glad I didn't. When I worked at the power company, we didn't have that sticker on our trucks.
Ooh, it'd been bad. Do you wish that everybody had something on the back of the car where you could communicate with them? Like on the back of a car that's going slow in the left lane, and you call them going, "What are you doing?"
So now you got communication.
There was a way. Yeah.
Instead of "How's my driving," everybody had.
What if the cars could talk to one another, and the cars
Well, they probably will,
would
yeah.
talk to
that's-
one,
yeah,
and then send a message to the other to go that pops up and goes, "Car behind you is really wanting you to get in that right lane."
Oh, there you go.
Move over.
And then
I like
leaves
that.
you out of it.
I
Move
like
over,
that.
Rover.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Let Jimmy take over.
Yeah.
You've been in this lane for 3 miles. Get over, jerk.
Right.
Yeah.
You're holding up 20 cars. Do you
You're
not
about
know
to cause
that?
an A whipping.
All right.
All right, then.
That was fun. I love
I
QFTAs.
do too. I love it.
I'm
know
gonna
you
start
kicked the door
smelling my
down.
products.
Well,
Before you buy them.
Yeah.
I don't really buy. Amanda buys all that for me, so I don't really have to deal with that.
I guess if you were changing deodorants, you might want to see what the new
Yeah.
one smelled like.
there was a panic at the house yesterday. We thought we were out of deodorant, but we found some.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Hey, did you know nacho fries are back at Taco Bell? But they're not going to hang around forever. So don't wait, or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life, from carpooling kids to work to friends and everything in between. You have to get sleep and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number. And now during our Memorial Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save. Right now, get the new and exclusive Little Giant A-frame 6-foot stepladder for an everyday low price of $129.98. Plus, at Lowe's, count on getting the quantities you need when you need them. From drywall to lumber, roofing to concrete, wires to connectors, find it all in one stop. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, see sales associate for details, excluding Alaska and Hawaii.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for quality gifts and personalized services. Gifts range from durable suede jackets to premium exotic cowboy boots, iconic Western shirts, heavy-duty jeans, and work boots. We provide local same-day gift delivery with gift wrapping and a card included. You can enjoy in-store pickup with $20 off your next order, and our team of experts can help guide you as you shop when you visit your local Boot Barn.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Welcome in. Oh, lucky, lucky, lucky. Here comes Cookie. It is this time of year again, everybody. And this hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, sponsored by our friends at Cook's Pest Control and Centricon.
Lucky, lucky, lucky.
The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Folks, look, with the warmer weather, don't mess around with ants and spiders and fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps,
Not nesting
roaches.
wasps.
Other bugs and critters, just give them a call.
Nesting
Cooks.
wasps.
Huh?
Nesting wasp. I just like saying
Okay.
that.
Just
Had
call.
one get after me yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, watch them.
Easy.
Give Cooks Pest Control a call. Cooks.com. I should say cookspest.com. Cookspest.com. Give them a call today or go online for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. There's no obligation either. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction. So if that's your line of work, be thinking about Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. So just say goodbye to the pest give cookspest.com a go. That's cookspest.com for a free, thorough inspection and evaluation for your home or business with no obligation. Do what we do and give cookspest.com a try. We love Cooks. Matter of fact, got a text just the other day. They were heading out to do the mosquito.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Got the mosquito treatment.
Yep.
And they come out and sprayed.
Oh, yeah.
Do all kinds.
I'm gonna tell you, the mosquito, and y'all know where I live, right there, it's like a log, not a log cabin, but it's in the woods. Our house is in the woods. There's trees everywhere.
Big money though.
And let me tell you something, the mosquito deal works.
Yeah.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
ne- for sure.
When we first showed
Yeah,
up
absolutely it
5 or
works.
6 years ago, we had mosquitoes everywhere. And we started this little treatment and none.
What about when they get in your ear?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what, Greg? I don't have to worry about it. You know why?
I don't either.
Cooks comes out and
Lucky,
knocks them.
lucky.
They knock
Here
them
comes
out.
Cookie.
They knock them out and lock them out.
That's
Then
right.
you slam them out.
Yeah, they slam them out, and they
First they knock them out.
just something about the truck being out front of the house. Kind of,
Yeah,
I walk out and see if any of the neighbors are looking over because we got cooks.
Matter of fact, when I go other places, like Friday, went to my parents' house, and there's just mosquitoes everywhere. And I'm like, I don't have to deal with this because I got
Mosquitoes
cooks.
are a loser.
How about Cook's Pest Control and Centricon takes care of my parents' house in Huntsville,
Look at
and
you.
they do a great job. Great job. All right, so we got all kinds of stuff. We've taken questions from the audience. We've given some updates. Greg's informed everybody that he kicked his garage door in.
Probably a
years
little premature
ago.
on that.
You're right. Yeah,
Just
probably
sit
could
down, maybe. You know what they tell you? It counts to 10 before you do something.
Yeah.
I should have done that.
Right. Probably should have.
I probably could have found another way in.
I've got to where on stuff like that, like let's say I get an email I don't like. It's frustrating. I get it like at 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'll sit on that till the morning, and my answer to that email is so much different.
Oh, yeah.
It's 7 o'clock with some coffee in my hand, then a long day, 5:30, and I'm frustrated that you even sent that email kind of thing.
It's very wise to handle it
But I used not to be that way. I used to jump all over the email and fire something back real
Like
quick.
Speedy.
And now it's amazing what 12, 16 hours will do.
Oh, yeah. 10 minutes.
Well, that's why I started the 24-hour rule when it came to.
Is that what you
It
needed?
took me
Not
10
to
minutes.
kick 10 minutes?
Yeah.
I started the 24-hour rule with the Little League parents. You know, if they were upset after
yeah,
the game,
that's a good one.
Just give it 24 hours,
Yeah.
and then most of the
Move
time
on.
they were like, I was just caught up in it. You're
What
right.
about that game we saw yesterday? Reckon how many hours it took them to get over
Woo! That was a
Good
minute.
night.
Greg, this one here, I heard Clay and Buck doing this story yesterday, and
Clay
You
and
like
Buck's pretty
Clay and
tight.
Buck.
well, you know what I've noticed is it's all about timing, and sometimes I'm in the car as they're wrapping up, so I'll
You
catch,
wish your name was Buck. Call it.
You wish you were their third guy.
You do.
Huh?
Clay, Buck, and Chuck.
Chuck.
I don't know.
Is it because I got red, kind of red in me? Is that what it is? Huh? You looking at me? It's
It
Chucky over here.
rhymes. It just rhymes.
Just
But you'll give us a quote from them, which is fine. I mean, if that's your thing.
Sorry.
Well, let me marry them. I don't know.
I have not heard that in forever.
All right, just let me sit back and let you finish.
That's good. Look, you like them. That's fine.
Well, no, I just heard him doing the story,
said-
and I thought of you.
Why don't you marry him? So elementary, but I loved it.
That's so
I have not
childish.
heard that in
Won't
I
you
don't know
marry
how
him?
long. Man, if you love him so much, won't you marry him?
No, they were actually talking about a hole they met, and I thought about you. And I was like, that reminds me of Greg. You know? Yeah, he is
Now
kind of
I
a
think about
hole.
it. Yeah. I know one just like him. I'm sorry, Speed.
Greg, we love this story.
Look,
What an
I like
hole.
Buck and Chuck or whatever the name is. I like them too.
So,
I ain't married them.
a New York City jury, okay, has awarded a woman that showed up late 47 times $11 million for race discrimination.
So let's go. So she was late 47 times, and again, the fact that they gave her 47 before they fired her, right?
Yeah.
You were
so-
given 47 chances to get it right.
Yeah, you can't be late a 48th time.
Yeah,
my
okay. I'll tell you what.
You just can't.
We're gonna give you 47. 48. That's
How many do you give her?
I give her 8.
Really?
Yeah.
That's generous.
That's very generous.
That's very generous.
But
Greg.
so then she turns around and sues them.
Yeah,
and
'cause
says that she got fired because of her race.
Well, here's what happened. All right, so you got a New York
So
City
she said
jury.
race discrimination.
They awarded a former, I think it's Equinox is the company, an
Uh-huh.
employee, $11 million in a racial discrimination case, according to New York Times, reporting the luxury fitness company denied the allegations and said, no, we fired her for showing up 47 times throughout her 10-month hire here
10
working
months?
here. Yes.
And she was out 47. I mean,
Yes.
late 47
Yeah.
times in 10 months.
Yeah, you do the math on that one. All right.
If that would be a lot if it was over like 10 years.
Yeah. So Equinox terminated her employment in less than a year because the company said of her 47 tardies or just, I mean, either she would call in or I'm late in the course of the 10 months. She held a different view of her hiring, believed that her lateness was merely a pretext for discrimination as soon as she filed a lawsuit in Manhattan federal court arguing that she had been subject to a hostile work environment and eventually was let go because of her race and gender.
And within the gender.
And then we actually had a jury that said, "You're right. I'm gonna give you." How did we get to $11 million?
Did she dispute the 47 times late, or did she acknowledge that she was late 47
Hey, the
times?
reason I'm 47 minutes late is because of the environment I work in.
Okay, so she's saying that caused me the trauma, I guess, that I could, which I'm still trying to tie that together. Why you can't get in your car and get to work on time.
She, however, alleged a white employee who was under her. All right, so in other words, she's the boss. Made vulgar remarks about black people and called black employees lazy and autistic at times. And
I don't know if
she's claiming because of that, she's filing a suit.
See, what does that? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Here's the point. So you got a jerk that works in there, but how does that affect? How did that person affect you?
Well,
especially if you're over them, won't you fire them?
Yeah. Well, good night if that's the case. Yeah. But
Again,
she's
ma'am,
late 47 times, and the
about-
company's like, no, we're firing you because you're late. You don't get to work.
Yeah,
47
in
times,
10 months.
and she got $11 million.
In 10 months, she was late 47 times.
Clay and
And
Buck. You
claims
should have heard
that's
Clay and
not
Buck
why she
talking
lost
about
her
it.
job. Oh, no, we didn't. Clay and Buck were all over it, according to Speedy. Wow. That's the world we live in. Juries, you know what they did? They just had that bleeding heart. It doesn't matter. What the evidence shows doesn't mean anything. Let me tell you, jury trials are scary. If you see people and how they make decisions.
Her last name, I think, is Europe. Miss Europe did not deny that she was late. And Equinox did not deny the comments by the white employee took place. And again, the employee that she claims said this is she works underneath her,
But
so
let me ask
she
you
could
this.
have fired
Did she
him.
go complain about that employee to somebody? Go,
That
look,
doesn't
this
say
person's
it. It
harassing
doesn't say
me.
in the story. I don't know.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I'm hoping there's more to this. Than
well,
what we're
if you
seeing.
could have heard Buck talking about it,
Well,
you would
see,
know.
Buck got mad, so that made Speedy mad.
Yeah.
Do you place show?
That too.
Do you have their podcast subscribed to their podcast?
No.
Yes, you do.
No,
and
I
that's
don't.
fine. I may do it today.
No, I don't.
You
I actually
may do
normally
it
hear them
today.
about 8 minutes a day from here to the gym.
I like the Dale Jr. download, but I can add something else.
Right. Dale Jr. stopped.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Toby Mac, Diverse City. A lot of you raving over Toby's new stuff that seems to be doing quite well. You've heard us playing some of that here. It's interesting. I saw the...
you mean Elements?
Elements. Well, it was interesting because I saw, just like with Lauren Daigle, some of these artists that are really finding their way into just being accepted, meaning, hey, there's music. I saw there was a billboard in Nashville that had that Toby Mac on iTunes, his album was number 3 of all music. And so you knew that Lauren Daigle had hers also debuted in the top 100 at like the top 5. So pretty cool. The bottom line is, if you're, and we've talked about it for years. I've never understood. I do know because the Bible also tells us, and Jesus said that the gospel's offensive to those that reject it. But there's other things that are offensive that artists write about all the time, and nobody tells them to go over and say, over here is the genre of music that talks about sex and drugs. And you have, on the sex and drugs countdown today, the number 1 song, Bootylicious. You know what I mean? So, why not just let all music be out there and these artists write about what inspires them and you decide whether you like it or you don't?
Yeah, I'm an old funketeer, Rick. So, Toby Mac's right in my sweet spot, that's for sure.
Well,
and really, the quality of what he turns out.
Oh, it's great.
It's as good as anything out there. I mean, it's Black Eyed Peas, all that, level, and he just brings it and got a good message with it too. So it's a win-win.
Yep, a lot to talk about today. I heard everybody discussing up and down the hall. It looks like the Saudis are ready to come forward and maybe say that
hey, killing the journalists, that's on us. Our bad.
Well, Rick, what we're seeing.
Hey, it got away from us. We didn't mean to, but
what we're seeing right now is the classic, and some people don't realize that people do this, governments do this, politicians. It's called the test balloon. And they will leak something out a few days ahead of time while not saying that it's true, but not denying it, just to get the public opinion of it.
Right.
And then they can, work on that message a little bit as time goes on. Or it kind of blunts the sharpness of the news when they finally go, granted, Rick, they're in a corner, okay? They got they got video of a guy going in. He never came out.
Right.
We can't just deny that that something didn't happen to him.
Especially when your posse goes in and comes out and he doesn't.
Yeah. You sent a posse in right after him, and he drops by to get a marriage license or whatever the documentation was for that, and so the Saudis are saying now, because they're getting hammered on the international stage.
No pun intended.
Okay. Now, I don't mean by President Trump. I don't mean by holding up a military sale. Our Congress is hammering them. Private business is hammering them. All kind of people are canceling business deals with them right now. They're in a free fall. So they've got to come out and do something to try to stop that, find a bottom, and head back up.
Well, sometimes there's the obvious things that President Trump says that are always interesting or funny that you can laugh at, and it's almost like he said. I was laughing at him. This 60 Minutes interview that he did. There's more and more clips of different topics they talked about, and when he was talking to somebody about this, and he'll just say anything. He goes, "Now look, I know this sounds strange coming from me, but I really think it's awful that this journalist has been murdered." You know what I mean? And I saw that. I was kind of like, well, you probably didn't drop that in there, but anyway, I'm afraid this is, and Greg, you will understand this. There's. I remember when we were all young and stupid, and sometimes you find yourself in places and situations that you shouldn't be in. And I can remember one that happened when we were all very young, and those wonderful people in law enforcement had arrived on the scene, and nobody wanted to get into trouble, and everybody was hiding. And then there came the moment where you realized there's nowhere to go. And I remember that a great friend of mine finally, hiding under the pier, walked out into the spotlights of law enforcement. He said, "Come on out, guys, they got us."
Yep.
It's just time for us to now start talking to them. Let's see how we can lessen the blow here.
Yep.
I think Saudi Arabia has finally come out from under the pier in the spotlight and said, "Everybody out, they got us."
So
come on out, guys.
Guys,
y'all come on out, they got us.
The test balloon they're floating out is, we killed him, but it was an accident.
Right, didn't mean to.
We were in there. We were getting him his paperwork, and he slipped on a banana peel.
Yeah.
That kind of
right.
So I accidentally tortured him.
Yeah. I was trying to get an answer. I hit him with a mallet. I didn't know that would kill him. So it is 16 minutes past, so it looks like we're getting closer to the answer on this concerning the journalists, and it is what all have feared. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Bum, bum, bum. A brand new hour, and we'll start this baby with our national anthem.
It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And here we go. It is a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They've done another kickoff hour. That is behind you. Rick, what is the kickoff hour? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's when Speedy, Helms, and Gregory have their own hour to kind of get everything warmed up. You can get that hour almost all Rick and Bubba platforms, either live or archived. Find those at rickandbubba.com. Speaking of different ways to get the show, one of them is the YouTube channel with now over 100,000 subscribers. We welcome you via YouTube. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got that handled for you today, both live and archived, including a best of hour, which you also can find with our brethren on Blaze TV. Also, you get Rick and Bubba audio archives every day on our podcast channel, our TuneIn app. You can hear us live and archived. And, of course, you can hear us live on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. We have no interns today, so we have one having surgery and one that is sick. So it will be the fellas handling the phones today. Here on Team Rick and Bubba at 866-WE-BE-BIG, but we will still get in phone calls today. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the Kang's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome into the little party called Rick and Bubba. Won't you come in and stay a while? Oh, yeah.
Morning sun, and in a dream out there. Good morning, glory, on about the 75. Earth, wind, and fire.
Did I see where another member died last week?
Did they really?
I don't know.
I think guitarist, maybe.
Really?
Because the drummer just died, but not this year, I think.
It's one group I never saw live in concert that I hate I missed.
I know.
Did I see them?
Hey, a bunch of them up there.
Mm-hmm.
There's several people that that have been alive in our lifetime that I never got to meet. That I kind of hate that I never got to meet. One was Ronald Reagan. One was Rush Limbaugh, of course. And I never got to I never got to see Earth, Wind, and Fire in concert. And I hate that.
And of those three,
me neither.
the closest we got was Rush Limbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
We were nowhere near Earth, Wind, and Fire, nowhere near Ronald Reagan.
We were one step.
One step. We were so close. We were in his studio. We literally spoke into the golden microphone.
We just didn't have what it took.
Doggone it.
And that sits hard with me today.
And now you think about, if everything that Rush was saying at the end of his life is true, and I certainly hope it is, only he and the Lord know that. If he is in glory, now when I get to glory, I hate to say it, so many people outrank him now. That I'm wanting to meet. But I do look for I'll be working with a lot of folks before I get to him now.
But Rick, here's the good news. You ain't got to worry about time.
No,
you got plenty of that.
That's true.
And but it does make you think now, who are some people living now I would like to meet before they or us leave the planet physically?
I honestly can't think of any.
Oh, you got somebody.
I know, but I'm
You just
sorry.
have to thought about
There's
it.
nobody that jumps into my mind. See, back when Rush was
Right.
alive, I would have immediately said him.
Clay Aiken.
I would like to.
Perfect.
I would like to meet
Pee-wee
Elon
Herman.
Musk. I think to sit down and have dinner with him would be interesting. I would like to sit down with Joe Montana.
Okay.
Went to Joe.
Okay.
Did you see one of his shoe commercials?
yeah.
Make you think of it.
No, I mean he was just such a, such
Because
a
we did
star
this
when we were growing up.
We did this a few months ago, and you said Elon. You've been consistent on Elon.
Yeah.
But Joe's new.
Well, I was trying to think of someone in athletics that I'd like to sit down and talk to.
Yeah.
And
It's
I
all
think-
categories, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he would be definitely one of the people. Even if I was thinking to different sports, I don't know who it would all be.
Yeah. I would have loved to have met Billy Graham.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, for sure.
Well, you were telling me now. I'm not because he's gone, but so I'm thinking the spiritual realm would probably be more intriguing to me, and I'm trying to think. I've had the opportunity to meet most of these these great men, but there's still plenty that I would love to meet, though.
What about in sports?
Did you ever meet Michael Jordan?
No, we had a chance to one
that's a
time.
pretty good
I
one.
feel like
Yeah.
he'd be rude to me.
I know. I'm worried in sports. Really, I'm worried all the way around. Sadly, sometimes even in the spiritual realm, sometimes it's better not to meet people that you think you admire. And so I'm always a little bit leery about that.
Right.
That I'll have a bad experience. And sometimes that's not even fair. They may just been a bad moment for them or whatever. I just worry. I don't like those. I've had those happen. I don't like.
I feel like Nolan Ryan would be one.
Yeah.
We would all
After I watched
want
that
to.
special.
That's a real good
want to
one.
hang out with.
You was talking
That
about
is a
Michael
good
Jordan. We've told the story, but Barkley actually invited us to go with him
To gamble, wasn't it?
to Michael and Tiger to Las Vegas one night.
That'd have been a party.
That's when I realized my discernment had changed because I said no. That was one of those moments you realize I really have been redeemed.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. There've been a time when I say, Bussy, I'll be there before the first song.
That would have been trouble. Yeah.
They say don't meet your idols, and that for some people that applies. I think.
Yeah.
And some not as much, but
Yeah, and we're all uncomfortable with the term idol.
right.
Well,
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, people we admire. Let's leave it there.
That's a little
Sure.
Yeah,
little
yeah,
lie.
right, yeah, right,
That's just a saying.
Right.
Yeah. That, I wouldn't use that saying. But
right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So you're right though. Sometimes it's best to never meet them. It really is.
Yeah. I got a couple like that.
Yeah. But yeah.
What about music? Who would you like to meet, Adler?
Like I wouldn't want to meet David Lee Roth. I don't think.
No,
Not
probably
now.
not.
Not now.
Yeah, no, not now, especially, and I think especially not then either.
Right.
Yeah.
Would you have
Really
liked,
not
Would
now.
you have
That's
liked
right.
to have met Eddie Van Halen before he passed?
I would. I
Yes.
would. I've heard he
Yes.
was a cool guy.
Yeah.
Tom Petty, I would love to have chilled out with Tom
Yeah.
Petty,
Oh,
but
yeah.
just not talked politics.
As long as we didn't
No.
talk politics, we'd
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to talk politics with any of them.
Sure.
I don't
No,
want to.
no, keep it out.
No. Music.
Yeah.
Music only.
Yeah. So we'll see, Bubs. Maybe we'll get some opportunities.
I kind of want to hear who some of these other guys want to meet sometime. We can do it later in the show, but I'd like to hear who Speedy wants to meet.
Yeah. What about, there's a chance we might get to
Hell.
interview Mike Pence. Does that fire you up at all? On this show? It may-
I think he's a good guy. I don't think he'll win.
No, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you have to kind of openly admit something that you didn't know today, but you have discovered something that may be in the baseball world life-changing for you?
Rick, it's something that I knew, then I forgot. And then when I remembered that I had forgotten it, I was very excited.
Okay. So
The Brewers, their radio guy is Bob Uecker, and I had totally forgot about that.
You forgot about it?
Now the stretch. Hoover deals. Braun sends it to right and deep. Get up! Get out of here! Gone for Ryan Braun! He just hit a two-run shot out of here, and the Brewers have the lead at 4-2 on an opposite field home run by Ryan Braun. It's his 10th of the year, and they're back on top. How about that one, folks?
You love that?
Rick, I love Bob Uecker. I mean, to me, he's always going to be the major league guy that did that. But that is the major league guy doing that.
Yes.
I mean, it is the
same guy.
It's kind of like we're talking about with Charlie Sheen and Alec Baldwin. They are the people.
Right.
You know, they're supposed to be these great actors. It's really just kind of them in that role.
Right. Just be yourself.
Yeah, and as long as that's something great, then great.
Yeah.
What I don't want is when somebody is being themselves and it's annoying.
Yeah.
But the Uecker, don't forget the famous, where he thinks he's really well known.
It just hit me what his name is, Harry Dole on Major League. Harry Dole.
But you remember the great, was it light beer, Greg? Who was it? Miller Lite? Miller Lite.
Must be in the front row.
He kept thinking he was a big deal and that nobody knew who he was.
See if you find one. Those were hilarious.
Oh, sorry. Hey, these are not my seats. I must be down on the front row. And he sat down behind the pole.
Yeah, he was. It was a funnier version, really, of Rodney Dangerfield's I Don't Get Any Respect.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was just
baseball version.
Yeah, it was funny. God, he is so funny.
Y'all realize he's 84 years old?
What?
84. Bob Uecker is 84.
Wow.
Well, don't you ever quit, Bob.
That's right.
Don't you ever quit.
I'm seeing the highlights you're putting on CRTV.
That's Skype there. I've got the front row.
I heard that.
Dynamite drop-in money. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Harry Dole.
So good.
I don't know. Is there any language in this one?
Probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Easy.
Yes,
Easy.
I'd watch it.
Easy, Rick. This is the movie.
Enter with caution, guys.
Y'all want
easy.
Y'all want the front row commercial?
Yeah,
let's hear it.
Of course we do.
Yeah.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my light beer from Miller. Down it! I love them. These fans know I drink light because it's less filling and it tastes great. Good seats, huh? You're in the wrong seat, buddy. Come on. Oh, I must be in the front row.
Oh, wow, that owns me so much.
Then it shows him.
Down in front.
Yeah, I love him. Then it shows him way up front.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, looking at, we're talking about celebrities you might want to meet before they go on in or you go on in, and all these different aspects of life. Apparently, doing his impression of Thomas Edison, Al Pacino has now one-upped Robert De Niro.
Yeah, I saw those numbers. Amazing, isn't it?
So apparently, today's story, and I mean, does nobody do the math? Anybody? I know that celebrities,
the way they are worshipped, I guess they think they're going to live forever. But the story we have right now, we thought that Robert De Niro welcoming his 7th child at 79 was a big number, and it is.
Sure.
But Al Pacino says, not so fast, my friend. Now, if I'm correct, when we were studying the history of Thomas Edison, that he fathered children into his 80s. That's what history says, correct?
That is correct, and I'll tell you, I have an aunt, had an aunt who her dad was 80, I think, when she was born.
Straight up?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to say this, and I'll handle this delicately, and I'll cut Greg's mic off, and apparently lately Adler's. And that is that the ones who did it before medication was available, I find more impressive.
That is true, right? You're right about that.
Think about that. They didn't have.
That's a much better.
Hey,
deal.
they didn't have any help.
Nope. Science hadn't caught up with them at that point.
No, and it kind of.
They were an anomaly.
Okay, so here are the numbers that you're talking about.
I've even had some people say, I think we miss 2 miracles in the Abraham story with his barren wife giving birth when she was old with Sarah. They said, there's really 2 miracles taking place here, Abraham and Sarah.
Right.
You know what I mean? So anyway.
So Al Pacino is 83, and his 29-year-old girlfriend is 8 months pregnant.
29. I'm dating an 83-year-old.
Well, she loves an 80-year-old man.
Sure, things like that. I think Al Pacino should be arrested. I mean, he should be arrested. I mean that's so inappropriate. I mean, it's just so wrong. It's so gross. and because
Rick has nothing to do with him.
Now, keep in mind, Greg, because he can pretend to be things, somehow it's okay.
Well, he pretended to be something here, and he really was.
Well, I'll tell you, what an actor.
Yeah.
Because the results are in.
You're talking about knowing the role.
You know how when people say they take on the character and become the character?
Yes.
Well, I'll say, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, he did.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, he did. And he did this just so De Niro would stop talking about him about 79. 79, try 83. 83. Do y'all realize how many people are dead before they're 83? Do you realize how little life you have left?
Rick.
On best case scenario, you got 7 years.
Yeah.
Rick, the last time
Maybe
I
10.
looked at the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, in our state, a male, the average life expectancy is 72.
Yeah, I think you can't think you're right.
Good night.
Yeah.
Which is not good for me.
Yeah. Well,
But,
Bubba, what is that ticking sound I hear in the background?
I know.
What do they talk about? What could they possibly have to talk about?
Yeah, is he going to talk? Is he going to talk about how much?
Apparently, like Elvis sang, a little less conversation.
Sure.
No doubt about that, my friend.
That's just.
Do you like? Is he going to talk about? I bet she is sick and tired of hearing about classic movies.
Yeah, I know.
She's excited about Ferris Bueller's Day Off. She thinks that's a classic.
Classic, yeah, classic.
I heard about that old movie, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah,
I mean, how in the world? What did they possibly care?
They're in love, Joey. They love each other.
I love each other, Joey. Does anybody in this room? And it's okay. Like we said, we've seen these old men smile like a possum. Like Bubba said, he's got a beautiful smile, and he's smiling ear to ear. So we understand.
What kind of prenup did he get, you reckon?
We understand an 83-year-old that is Al Pacino. We understand that if you can pull off a 29-year-old, no matter how much I think it's criminal, then go right ahead. But she's not being forced to do anything. So we understand that kind of creepy old man thing.
Mm-hmm.
What we don't understand, but yet we do, is why a young woman would want to be with an 83-year-old man. Have they never heard the song "Lionized" by the Eagles?
Right.
Given to a man whose hands are cold as ice. But circulation is not good. But I have to go back to this. We know why, because he's wealthy and he's a celebrity.
Oh, yeah.
And if he wasn't, there's no way he would have a 29-year-old woman giving birth to his baby.
So what are the arrangements on that kind of deal? Because he's got kids. I assume by other marriages.
You realize that he's older than my parents.
Yeah, and
I'm 58. And I'm 58.
Rick, that drives it home.
That's like me marrying I'm 54. He was 54 when she was born. It's like me marrying someone who's just born.
Oh my goodness! Wow,
that is crazy.
Wow.
Many years later.
Right. No, I'm just throwing it by number.
Go with 74 and 20.
Greg.
That helps a little bit.
Greg Speedy showing up. Congratulations, Elson. The guy goes. You see that little baby girl there in that carrot in that little crib. One day she's gonna be your wife.
Yeah, one day, maybe 29 years from now.
Oh my gosh, how grotesque.
So like he would probably leave most of his inheritance to his kids. But what guarantee would she have? Just a good insurance policy?
Well, now she's also birthed a kid, so she's going to have higher standing now.
You're not running the numbers.
She's connected to one of the kids now. That's one of his kids.
How in the world do you draw all those things up? What a mess.
He does have 3 kids.
Yeah. And I bet you when we heard their ages, it would shock us. Because, he probably had kids when he was young. Yeah. So I bet some of his kids are in their 60s.
Yeah, probably.
He was born before the microwave oven was really widespread and color television, way before that. Like, he was born when the Slinky was invented.
He had to be born in the, let's see.
She didn't know what a Slinky is.
She doesn't know.
No. He had to be born close to 1930, right?
1940. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
So
my parents were born in 41.
Yeah.
So
isn't that crazy?
She said that her story with Al began, what? 27 years ago.
Wait, but that's not possible.
Right. You were only 2.
He used to babysit me.
What is he, Pete Rose?
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Remember we found out Pete had him the young date?
Don't like to remember that.
Hurt Bubba.
Let's just focus on the 4,000 hits he had.
That's true.
Yeah. Please.
On the field.
Okay, this is. I think this is another person commenting on the story that he once was married to.
Oh, okay.
Or had a relationship with, or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she referred to. She referred
Al's playing the role of a lifetime, isn't he?
Is he?
She referred to her relationship with Al. This is another woman that has his other children as unique. Yeah,
I bet.
Yeah, pretty unique.
I wonder if when the baby's born, he's gonna like walk in and be like, "Say hello to my little friend."
No,
he should do that.
I kind of want to hear Frank right now doing an impersonation of him.
By the way, if you'd like to know about
father and the child,
if you want to know how this young lady has her plan for her life, it's pretty obvious. She was previously linked to Mick Jagger and billionaire Nicholas Berggren.
I see a pattern.
Oh my goodness!
I see a pattern.
I see a pattern.
Big bank account. She'll fall right in love with you.
Oh my goodness! Wow! Wow!
Hey, it's a job.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
That's so good.
That's so good.
Classic.
Oh,
so you didn't know the Ute was still calling?
No, I'd forgotten about it, but I heard his call from the game last night. And I thought, man, I forgot. I mean, I'm gonna have to get on TuneIn and find that and listen to it. That will make me want to follow the playoffs.
Yeah. I have no idea what's going on in the playoffs.
They beat the Dodgers last night to take a 2-1 lead in the NLCS. They blanked a 4-0. So Brewers
they got a good squad.
They are.
They got a good squad.
Yeah, got a good squad.
Good squad.
A lot of yiggity yaks.
Speedy Euchre, he actually played in the majors for a little while.
Matter of fact, the last team he played for was the Atlanta Braves.
Really?
Yeah.
But he didn't have a big long
career.
Right? He didn't have a big long career, but I mean, he made it.
But
we got to give him props on that.
He was there 5-6 years.
As an announcer, though, did he not get his moment finally and got put in the Baseball Hall of Fame?
He has been, yes, you're right. Yeah. And he has been doing this since 1971.
Wow.
Think about that a minute.
How about he played?
I want you to think about how many bad Brewers teams that is, too.
Yeah.
Oh.
How weird is it that he started with the Milwaukee Braves and ended with the Atlanta Braves?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go. That must be down on the front row.
No wonder he was so good in Major League when they were bad, because he had done that with the Brewers.
Did y'all realize how few times the Brewers were good during that era?
Yeah, that's a long run.
They had one little run in the 80s where they were pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Was that 90s? I don't remember.
Win it?
I think they did win.
Yeah. Yeah, but think about it. You go through a lot of tough years.
You do.
They didn't have it wasn't a real good bell curve. It was more like a spike.
Yeah.
We had one good year, and then we're back bad again.
Right. So, I mean, this is them being good right now has brought Euchre back into our lives.
That is, and I was so excited when I heard him do that. I thought, he's still there. That's great.
To be 84 years old and still be doing that,
I know.
That's impressive. It really is.
What's wrong with your nose?
Oh, I hit it yesterday. I got
Did you?
something going on.
Got a little
here.
something on your nose, pal.
Is it noticeable?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Thanks, guys.
The ticket says asked about it.
Once again, Greg, you're something else.
Why-
You
what
too,
am I gonna
Helmsy.
do? No, I haven't
What,
seen
my
it.
gosh,
I didn't
might
see
have
it.
my ear hanging off.
Okay,
Y'all
if
can't tell
I'd
me.
have pointed it out, you would have done what?
known. Did it, was this bad?
No,
I still had no.
You would have
okay,
known
I
it.
didn't notice it.
Yeah, I could have gone and at least looked at it.
You brush your teeth this morning? Did you look in the mirror?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad.
but
It's not that bad, but it is different.
I
Than it
hope
was
you have a
yesterday.
booger hanging out your nose.
What I'm
That's
possible.
hanging
What
out.
I'm
I didn't notice it, Speedy.
Well, if that was a
I
bug,
did.
I would have
say
said
one
something.
word.
Rudolph, I noticed it
There's
immediately.
nothing I can do about a quarter.
And what I was going to say is, and now you're making it worse. I want you to know what you're doing is making it
It
worse.
is
Well,
making
that's
it
just
worse.
that's
Now you're
gonna-
making it redder and redder and
Oh
redder.
my God, it's growing.
But what I'm saying, is this: the location of it is there's just. I mean, you got nowhere to go but look right at it.
Thanks,
Did you? I
buddy.
mean, the only way I'm not going to see it in that
Yesterday.
location is to never look at you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
a
in
weird
one.
thing.
You know, sometimes things don't have to be big if their location is just so prominent. You know, I mean, when I look across at you, the way we sit here, I mean, that's all I see.
You're right.
I
mean,
noticed
buddy.
it. I couldn't say nothing. You were having too much fun in the kickoff hour this morning. I couldn't say nothing because I didn't want you to know that your nose looked funny.
Thanks, buddy. You know,
What did you hit it on?
Well, it was,
yesterday?
I say hit it. I was playing with one of our dogs yesterday.
There's a great
and,
joke here, and I'm passing on it, by the
and
way.
popped me.
Yeah,
That's fine though.
They put the old SWAT on you.
Yeah, you know, you got a little ow.
Do you want me to pull you out?
Yeah.
And talk more Bob Euchre.
Right.
I got a stat. I
fine.
got
Don't
something
even look
Bubba's
at me.
gonna love.
Look the other way.
I want you to know that I went 20 minutes without bringing it up.
Thanks, buddy.
Look, I went the whole kickoff hour.
I'm trying to see you.
Just when I thought your hip was going to get better.
You
Rick.
did see it, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
But I couldn't fix it, so there's no reason to bring it up.
Well, that's
But
not
I
like
thought,
you,
well,
but in
maybe-
all fairness, that's not like you.
I
though.
thought maybe he don't know.
I mean, if Greg has something on you and he doesn't mention it, that is kind of shocking.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Thanks, guys.
Look, I didn't
it's
wanna
out
kill
of the
his joy.
norm. I'll say that.
Appreciate y'all.
I didn't want to kill his joy.
It's a new, kinder, gentler Greg.
Because normally he would have come in and go, hey, check my nose out. And he didn't, so I
Well,
thought,
I
maybe
didn't
he doesn't
know
know.
it was that bad.
Look, it's not alarming. It's just the location. It's right
It's
there. in
not
the,
Elephant
It's
Man.
right on the
Right.
tip of your nose, looking right at me. I mean, I just.
So I've pulled the mic up like this, so now you can't see.
I mean, picture right now if you looked over and I had a big dot right in the middle of my forehead. Would you be able to
so
keep
you're
from
going
looking
dot
at-
in the middle of the forehead.
Well,
now.
it's right there.
Huh?
I mean, it's right here.
If you
Like
could
I
move it
said,
up, it'd be right
I
there.
wouldn't tell Greg seriously.
Buddy,
If you
I
had
could-
you
if you had
one
a
so
booger
big I
hanging
could name it.
Yeah, if it's something you could
Huh?
remove.
If you had a booger, I would say, buddy, you got one hanging.
I'm not going to tell
But
you.
you can't make that go
Now,
away.
why
I
Greg?
like when you breathe, it wiggles. I wouldn't even tell
Now I
you.
will say this: I don't know why Greg's not making fun of it. Now that I don't know.
Right.
Now
Well,
that
buckle up because that's about to happen.
Here's what's your stat you had?
Well, I didn't realize Euchre was a catcher.
Yeah.
And he only played 59 games, and he basically is in the top 10 of pass balls. But the part you'll like about it is because he had to catch Phil Necro all the time with a knuckleball.
No, that
and he
was
couldn't
that.
handle it.
That'd do it. That'd do it.
He did that big giant mitt.
See, he did he's very much like us. He made his living off how bad he was in professional
Yes,
baseball.
yes.
Yep. That's funny.
Congratulations.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. A Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so if you're driving an automobile right now and that automobile is no longer under warranty, well, if anything goes wrong with that baby, that's going to be on you. I don't think you want that. So if you'd like to be ready and prepared for the unexpected, go to carshield.com. carshield.com, and you can find also the link we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. carshield.com/Bubba will get you 10% off whatever protection plan. 20% off. I forgot. Yeah, we went up on that. 20% off on the protection plan that you select. Now, they've got them, for all sorts of situations, but we're talking about 24/7 roadside assistance. Love that. You've got courtesy towing. Love that. Got rental car options for while your automobile is being repaired. And if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic that you choose directly. So if you'd like to find out more and then you can be prepared for the unexpected, go to carshield.com/Bubba, or you can call them 1-800-451-7776. Either one of those, you need to mention Bubba, or if you go to the URL, you're already there. You'll get 20% off. Okay, so other things to discuss today, men. The Sweet Home, Alabama. Here's a Year America.
You know, the world that we live in, things that at one time seemed so elementary, no longer treated that way. One of the ongoing things that we've often just kind of tilted our heads over is some of the stuff that's going on involving society and the demands on society to adhere to people's desire to be recognized as the gender opposite of their biological gender. We're talking about follow the science. People who reject science. I've waited so long to get to say that. Those who are rejecting science, because we were told by the left to always follow the science, right? And get our nose out of that holy word of God kind of thing. So anyway, science also dictates gender, but we're now not going to follow the science there. And if people want to do that in their own lives, and at one time, we did know that some people struggle with gender dysphoria, and we certainly need to be sympathetic and to that struggle. But now you just have people that, for whatever reason, they want to live their life as the gender other than their scientific gender. And in their private lives, if they want to do that, that is their right. But that hasn't been enough. They have said, no. The society must adhere to our really personal demands as a group. And then we kind of left, level thinking, common sense, things like bathrooms and dressing rooms and showers, where we thought common sense would rule that even if this person feels that way, it's still appropriate to have them maybe have their own area to get dressed or go to bathrooms that are used for family bathrooms or unisex bathrooms, that all this could be handled without you, forcing your way you want to live against the way someone else wants to live. But that wasn't good enough. And then we got to sports, and we said, well, if a biological male wants to be an athlete and live their life as a female, they're not going to be allowed to compete because that choice would have some consequences, some things you wouldn't be able to do, to go out and compete against biological females, because that isn't fair to biological females. Well, we were told that we were backward, and we how dare us say something that makes so much sense. And women's sports are under attack and being dominated by biological males. But so what can you do? Where our home state of Alabama and other states are following suit, but they have officially done this. You can say, well, it's not going to happen here.
Yeah, the state had previously banned, Rick, transgender athletes from participating in female youth sports up through grade 12.
Right.
But now this new bill, signed by the governor, Kay Ivey, prohibits transgender women from participating on female sports teams in college.
Right.
And the statement that went along with it from the governor, look, if you're a biological male, you're not going to be competing in women's and girls' sports in Alabama. It's about fairness, plain and simple.
It's not that difficult to understand.
Absolutely. Yep. Support the governor 100% in that.
Well, because it's just level-headed logic. I mean, and so they said biological girls would not be allowed to participate in boys and men's sport either, which you don't see that much.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And Susan DeBose, who is the sponsor of the bill, said forcing women to compete against biological men would reverse decades of progress that women have made for equal opportunity in athletics. I agree 100% again. Again, this is so common sense, so elementary. I can't even believe we're discussing it.
I can't either.
Yeah. It's just bizarre. Sense. And from the go woke, go broke stack, I'm sure you've been following Target.
Oh yeah,
and their terrible marketing decisions. Their their losses have now had a swell of $12.4 billion. 12.4 billion. Their shares are now at the lowest since 2020.
Yeah, I don't. And
to show you it's across all of society. There's a rap anthem. You may have heard it.
I did hear it. Yeah, I heard it.
Boycott Target.
Yeah.
It surged to number 2 on iTunes after the retailer pushed gay transgender apparel for children.
Now, don't forget, too, that also in the display, which is now gone at Target.
Well, it's in the back of the store.
In the back of the store. Yeah. It's not out front anymore. You realize one of the designers that they had featured there is an open Satanist.
Yeah.
And they have pictures of that designer with Satan shirts on. And so,
Target, you've missed the target.
Well, it goes back to yesterday, and I felt better yesterday because I left the show yesterday completely understanding it, still thinking it's stupid.
Right.
But it really is this. These young, new marketing people, they think that the fake world is the real world. And so they put these marketing plans in front of people that they treat us being old and backward and not understanding what's going on out there, y'all. Mm-hmm. But it's not what's going on out there. It's what's going on in here, in that person's world. So they are making marketing plans for a fake world, and they're disastrous in the real world. Yeah. I left yesterday's show going, that's what's happening. Yeah. No. And I'm not saying it still frustrates me, but at least I understand it now, because at first I was like, how does this ever get out of the conference room?
I think that's a fair assessment of what's happening. They're living in some kind of social media-induced fake world, and they're marketing for that, but that's not the real world.
Well, and it kind of goes back. You and I had an opportunity to do this years ago when this was all relatively new, and it wasn't to the place it is now. You know, we've added lots of letters since then. but you and I at one time in this show, the guys on the show came under an attempted boycott of our show. You shouldn't advertise with us because we stand in Scripture what Scripture says about gender and marriage and intimacy between male and female, and two of the people that were considering this, their brands, it's kind of like what I'm seeing in the sports right now. Their brands really were supported overwhelmingly more so by people who love what we're saying versus those who were mad. And we kind of forced them to ask that question. If we go on the air and say you pulled your advertising from us because we stood on the standard of science and Scripture, one of y'all sells chicken, okay, and biscuits, and the other, sells sporting goods. Do you really think that the LGBTQ community is your bigger customer than our audience? Because we're just going to tell them that you stop supporting us because of us agreeing with the majority of our audience.
Right.
Which one of those is going to hurt your business more? And to their credit, they stayed with us for a time because that made logical sense. If you even understand, and these are general statements, there's always uniqueness. I've got baseball, I've got sports, I've got retail stores. I mean, do you really think that people in the LGBTQ community, the ones who say these are things I enjoy, I mean, I would never sit down and say, I've got a sports team, let's cater to gay people. I would just go, why don't we just not offend them and say they're welcome? But most gay people, are they big sports fans? I mean, not really. I mean, there's always uniqueness, and I'm just talking about. I'm just saying, if you're making general statements, which sometimes can be very unfair, but I'm just saying, if I was just marketing, somebody says, I tell you who loves to come out, to the old ballpark and have a hot dog and a beer is the gay community.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you would just say there's certainly some who do, but overwhelmingly it's probably the blue collar guys and people going out on dates and things like that with male and female. I don't understand the logic of this, the damage you're doing to your products, when really the LGBT community probably just shops. You know who started the slide yesterday? Chick-fil-A. We told you it was coming.
Oh, yeah.
Now they're starting the slide. Guys, of all people, gay people have proven they can't give up Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
They've proven that. How about this? People who are still out there rebel-rousing about racism, they can't give up Chick-fil-A. If there's one product that doesn't need to worry about equity and diversity, that's you. Because nobody can give up your chicken sandwich.
Yeah. No, you're all over that.
Yeah. So I don't understand the marketing on all this. And we got Major League Sports, baseball teams, the Dodgers, what they did. Wow. Now you're gonna have counter boycotts. Mm-hmm. Target, Bud Light, Kohl's. I don't get it. I don't know what y'all are thinking other than what we just said. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, Rick, a U.S. judge on Monday dismissed adult film actress Stormy Daniels' defamation lawsuit against President Donald Trump and ordered her to pay his attorney fees, saying a tweet that the president had written referring to her was protected by free speech laws. Now, what the case all came down to was, you remember when Stormy went on The View, and she had said that she had been threatened to drop her lawsuits and to hush up about everything going on with the president, and she unveiled on the show a drawing that an artist had done based on her description of what this assailant looked like.
I remember that. Yeah.
Now it was pretty odd because the drawing looked exactly like her old boyfriend.
Correct.
You remember that? I mean, it was a very good artist rendition of her old boyfriend.
It was, and people started making that point.
Mm-hmm. So Trump put on Twitter that this sketch was about a non-existent man, a total con job, playing the fake news media for fools. And Stormy said that defamed her, that it was calling her a liar, and she filed a lawsuit against Trump.
And anywhere in the ruling, and I'm certainly don't see it in the story, did the judge go any time, and I know we have children listening and watching, and it's probably one of the most ridiculous titles we've ever come up with for this type of entertainment, to call it adult entertainment, because it's anything but. It's usually being consumed by people who have not become an adult. But what I would say is the line of work that she was in, do you think that kind of person bringing the word "I've been defamed" before anybody, you got a long way to go to prove it?
You know, it just seems like that you would have been defamed a long time before that.
Right.
And I can list some examples.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Now, upon revealing the sketch on The View, which, again, The View, who's all supposed to be about women's rights, were so locked in to helping her bring these charges against Trump, it seems like they overlooked maybe the damage that she and her industry had done to women overall.
Right.
They just seem to skip over that.
That was conveniently overlooked because of this bizarre disdain that they all have for Trump. They were willing to make Stormy Daniels out to be a hero for women.
Now Stormy's lawyer, the slimy porn lawyer guy,
right?
He said that he would pay $100,000 reward for the identity of the man. They said, now he also said they narrowed it down. They think they're on the trail to it, but they asked for tips from the public to be sent to a special email address, idthetthug@gmail.com.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Now, very strangely, no one ever came forward to claim that.
Right.
But do you remember all the things online at the time that was showing that picture and who it resembled? I mean, it looked like Tom Brady in one. Right. It was just.
It may have been.
And what was the email again?
idthetthug@gmail.com.
Well, remember they also had a problem too because Rahm Emanuel was already using that email.
Right.
Right.
Yes. There was a little confusion there.
Right.
So anyway, the federal the judge in L.A. has thrown it out. Now her lawyer is saying that they will, of course, appeal this ridiculous ruling.
Of course they will.
Yeah.
Now, but didn't you say not only is it thrown out, they have to pay all of the money it's costing everybody to consider it?
The judge ruled that she was liable for Trump's legal fees.
Hey, an emailer has got a great point here. So the left and all of their fundraising and the GoFundMe accounts to help fight her legal defense. So now she has got to pay Trump's lawyers. So did all the left liberals that contributed to her GoFundMe account, are they paying for Trump's lawyer fees?
Boy, that would be funny if they were. What if you went up there and you gave the Stormy Daniels GoFundMe some money and your money's going to go to Trump?
That's a very real possibility in there.
Dang the luck.
I went out.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
Oh, gracious alive. You can't make that up.
You really can't. Well, Rick, I think anybody who had 8th grade civics class would say when he replies and calls what she's saying a con job, that's not something you can be liable for. I mean, she, in her own way of bringing this forward, put herself in the public domain. Right. And once you enter that public domain, there's no way you're ever going to be found for this.
Right there under sponsors. We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. So Rick and Bubba Show. Wednesday Bible study back today, Revelation chapter 12. If you're following through this study of the Revelation, if you've missed some or you're interested in going back to the beginning, you can go to themanchurch.com. You'll see the media button. It'll drop down. You can either watch the archives or listen to them. That's your decision. Or if you're rolling through chapter 12 today and you see it live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on our YouTube channel, and it'll be archived soon after to the YouTube and the podcast channel. So now you become, when you begin to market to people that protest, as opposed to making sound decisions for the real world, well, now you become a ping pong ball. So now the Dodgers, they overstep their bounds by going, all right, we will include the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence in our LGBTQ Pride Night, which I thought they were a little early. I mean, it didn't start till tomorrow, Pride Month. But anyway, so we're having a Pride Night because we're trying to cater,
June 16th.
To what I don't think is a large number of baseball fans. But, I mean, so that, and because I believe if I'm in that community and I'm a baseball fan, I was coming to the games anyway. There was no need to market to me.
Right.
Yeah, I just like baseball. But anyway, so when they did that, they're now allowing a group that blasphemes the Catholic Church and blasphemes Christ and Scripture and, and all kinds of really, really wicked things. Well, now you've got Catholics and Christians that are of other denominations saying, we think you've overstepped the bounds, including players. Well, now, Bubba, you're a ping pong ball.
Yep.
So
now you gotta play to them.
And so what you're going to find is you either become a ping pong ball or you pick winners and losers. Because I know the Dodgers are saying, wait a minute, we're going to have Christian night. Maybe the Major League Baseball should just get out of special nights.
Yeah.
Maybe they should just
stick with the bobbleheads.
Yeah. Right. Because
special nights should revolve around the team.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we have Clayton Kershaw, who's a Dodger. He disagreed with the decision to honor the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. You got Blake, and how you say his last name? Trennan.
I believe that's it.
Also on the Dodgers. He is upset about them being at a game that he plays for. Washington Nationals pitcher calling for a boycott of the entire Dodgers organization, Trevor Williams, all saying that they are Christians and they are highly offended by what the Dodgers did. So we have players on the Dodgers and just players in Major League Baseball that now are calling on a boycott of Dodgers stuff. You see what happens here?
Yeah.
Now you're just and what it really is we live in a time, if you're in leadership, I don't know how to break this to any of you that desire to be a leader one day, or you feel gifted as a leader, or you feel called to leadership. Leaders have to make difficult decisions. That's part of it.
Yeah.
And you are going to have to make decisions, and whether you like it or not, you're going to have to make decisions either to tell those of us of faith to get over it, and if you don't want to come to the game, don't come to the game, but this is where we're going. Or you're going to have to tell some of the see, they were okay. It's never enough. That's the part you're missing about these mobs. Mm-hmm. It's never enough. Mm-hmm. They were having Pride Night, and that was moving along relatively smoothly. But then the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence said, why'd you kick us out? And you should have said, because you're nasty.
Yeah.
Baseball is family entertainment, or it should be, or it once was. And what you guys do is inappropriate. If you want to believe what you want to believe, that's fine. But the things y'all do isn't appropriate for this setting, so y'all are not allowed. And then what you could have said is, but it's not like we are anti-Pride Night. We're still having it. So who's y'all?
Yeah.
But it's never enough. Well, you got to let us in, or you're not truly Pride. You're not
never enough.
By the way, has anybody picked up on the fact that we used the name Pride here, which was the original sin? But anyway, so
not proud enough.
Yeah. Hey, you weren't proud enough. You're not rainbow enough.
Yeah.
You left a group out. Well, we left them out because they're nasty. And they're actually they're going different. They're not doing a let's agree to disagree. They're actually blaspheming other people's beliefs.
And you should be offended by it just as well.
Right. And really, I think even people in the LGBT community would not be fans of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence.
Exactly.
Saying, well, no, I don't side with them. They don't represent me. Yeah. But that didn't happen. So the Dodgers caved, and now they got another problem. Now people are saying, well, I got to tell you, I don't like the cave. And I don't know that, having Chris Tomlin coming out and sing again is going to be enough. You know what I mean? Or I'm just using that as an example. I don't know that Chris Tomlin's going to be on Christian Night. You know what I mean? But, what's happening is you now become a business that sits up there and goes, here's your bone, here's your bone, here's your bone. What do y'all stand for? Nothing. Or worse, everything.
Yeah.
And what you end up doing is going, at the end of it all, don't you want to go back in the office? And look, we're people of conviction here, okay? But wouldn't you go back in the office and say, guys, we need to sell baseball tickets?
Yeah.
We go back into Target and say, we're a retail store.
Yeah.
Go back into, I tell you, Babylon B is having a field day with this. They'll even have fun the other way. They said Target protest ends when person actually has to shop at Walmart. But anyway, Bubba, they don't have a way out now. Do you,
it's kind of like you've painted the garage floor and you've painted yourself in a corner. You're going to have to walk through wet paint to get out of this somehow.
Yep.
And again, I'm sure they're under tremendous pressure from different groups to begin with to get involved. And then we've got all this, scoring on these government scales that, I'm sure they try to get government contracts for things too. So,
well, the government
and again, the government shouldn't be in that business.
No.
That's you're talking about not allowed in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Our federal government should do very few things when you really get down to it. And
that was the original plan.
So much of the other stuff that has to be done where the rubber really hits the road should be done at the state level.
Now, back on the no backbone, Blue Jays, Anthony Bass, because he has the unfortunate job of playing in Canada. Blue Jays, Anthony Bass has apologized for sharing hurtful video endorsing the boycotts of Target and Bud Light. He's now apologized to anybody he upset in the LGBTQ community.
Well, it may be illegal in Canada.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think they got the pronoun laws.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
y'all want to hear it?
I got 20 seconds.
Well, it should be.
I made a post that was hurtful to the Pride community, which includes friends of mine and close family members of mine, and I am truly sorry for that. I just spoke with my teammates and shared with them my actions yesterday. I apologized with them. And as of right now, I'm using the Blue Jays resources to better educate myself, to make better decisions moving forward.
Okay. He's going to be indoctrinated into the proper way
Toronto.
to speak.
Of course, he plays for Toronto.
Yeah, that's a Toronto.
That's a Canadian thing.
Bub, I got to go to Blue Jays class and be taught.
And let them tell me how I should think.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Mr. Blue Jay.
Thank you.
So you didn't mean it when you said it?
You've got a spine about like a Blue Jay. Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Except in very, very special circumstances where they had hatched a plan to destroy you and you can prove it.
Well, if you're willing to take money to do things publicly that most people do in private, you walking out into the public domain's never been an issue.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You may have pierced that veil a long time ago, so to speak.
Yeah, but the burden on this is so astronomical, even with people who might have a shot.
Right.
But when you're out there dealing with public figures, talking about other public figures, you got no hope. I mean, you can't make that case. We've seen it be attempted many times on cases that really might have had a little more chance of success than this would have.
I will predict this because of the current mode and current political environment of our country where they want to politicize the judicial branch.
Watch out now.
Okay. Watch how many stories today will refer to who appointed that judge. I didn't say when I told you that story, but watching the national media today, when this story is reported, how many of them will tell you who appointed that judge to his position? Mm-hmm. Just see. Yeah, I say as a test today to see how the national media handles that. And it's not in this story. I had to go look it up.
Let me go again with the wake-up calls again. I had a wake-up call a minute ago. If you've never cared about man-made global warming until they told you beer prices may go up and that worked with you, that's
hit home.
Here's another wake-up call. If you are a woman or a man who has a daughter,
and do you really want to be part of a worldview that says Condoleezza Rice is not a hero for you? Stormy Daniels is.
Yeah, think about your agenda. If that is your marching, if that's your marching orders, the way you look at things,
Right.
think about what you're saying.
Nikki Haley, you should never implement. Look at Stormy Daniels. I mean,
There's your hero.
Condoleezza Rice, no. Hillary Clinton, yes.
You know, some of these
I
stories
mean,
that we have today.
Would
in the
anybody
news-
tell their daughter they hope you turn out like Hillary or Stormy Daniels or Joey Behar? I mean, honestly, over somebody like Condoleezza Rice. I'm talking about just if you just compare side by
Rick,
side.
I don't think there's a club out there online anywhere that says I want to be like Joy. I just don't.
There's
see
certainly
it.
people that hope to experience joy, but not the person.
I don't want to be Joy,
but not the person. As a matter of fact, could there have been a person who was named more inappropriately? If her name was Annoying Behar, you go, well, they nailed that one.
Dead on.
They nailed that one.
And look, if that is not enough comedy, are you following this Elizabeth Warren I'm an Indian story?
Oh, yeah.
This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
We'll be back and update you on that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. No interns today. One getting surgery, the other out sick today. So we'll handle your phone calls old school. And we'll do that this hour. We'll chat with y'all at 866 We Be Big. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us here at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
You know, as much as this story with Tina Turner, I mean, I think it's good for all of us to learn from from other people's health journeys, but she lived to be 83.
Right.
It's hard for me to go, hey, guess what? Tina Turner might have made it to 88 if she'd take care of her kidneys better. Uh-huh. So they're coming out to tell us that she had regret that her kidneys were being damaged by her high blood pressure. And she said, my high blood pressure could have easily been addressed with common everyday drugs that are available. And she had hypertension and basically did not do anything with it. Said, I refused to face the reality that I needed daily lifelong therapy with medication. And I ignored that for far too long, and I believe that my body was, I thought it was untouchable and an indestructible bastion. And she said, ultimately, when she realized that she was nearing her death, this is going to take me out maybe sooner. If I had treated this differently, I might have lived longer.
Yeah, she wrote about it on showyourkidneyslove.com, a kidney awareness website.
But 83, I mean,
I actually thought you were kidding when
Bubba,
you did
that actually says that in the story.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Greg goes there daily just to get updated.
Yes.
But can this? I mean, let's face it. It doesn't rattle you. You know, if I was sitting here today going, "Hey, by the way, Tina Turner died at 45, and we know why." Yeah. You know, you'd be like, "Oh, well, what? Did she ignore something?" Yeah, she did. But 83,
she was performing in her 70s,
right?
I mean, at a high level.
She got a kidney transplant from her husband.
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, but she said that she just refused to believe, because sometimes, and we've said this on the air many times, sometimes you got problems and you can be in, great physical health and you can be all this, do everything right, but sometimes there's things that are genetic or there's things that are just in the hand that you've been dealt that you have to deal with. And somehow I think she thought, well, if I give in to taking meds for this, I'm giving in. Yeah. Look at the way I'm being healthy. Look at how I've taken care of myself. How can I still have high blood pressure? Well, sometimes you do.
Right. Yeah. It really has nothing to do with all that.
Yeah. It can play a role. Like for me, I thought that my cholesterol was something that I could manage with diet and whatever. And the first time that I really addressed my health and did better and tried to live clean, and I went back and my number didn't move, that's when the doctor said, this is just a genetic thing. You're never going to get this number down with that medication. And I finally said, okay, I'm in. And now it's down.
Yeah.
Because it's that's not some. There's a lot of people that have things available to them that help them with their health, but she said for some reason for her that was just something she had a hard time facing, and she said ultimately. But again, it took her out at the young age at the prime of her life of 83. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, Tina, you made it.
Yeah.
You made it. All right, so
I think 78's that number.
Is that it?
That's when you can go, I made it.
Right.
Really? Yeah. That's in my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like rounding it to 80 just for round figures.
Yeah. But that's that window right there.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, 78.
Yeah.
I used to say 75, but now I've pushed it 3 years for some reason because I think we've advanced medically.
Right. Well, as we get older, I notice I move that number.
Yeah.
Sure, right?
So, so anyway. All right, so we did not get to any of this yesterday. Adler, let's look at the Biden videos. Now, some of these, I tell you what I don't want to be.
They love each other, Joy.
I don't want to be somebody that is becoming where I nitpick the president. Mm-hmm. I will tell y'all, I watched video one. I mean, he does look confused, but he always looks confused. I don't think it didn't come across to me as bad as I thought it was going to be. With this other stuff is absolutely hilarious.
Well, I think 1A, Rick, is the yawn that gets me.
Right. Well,
timing is everything, and probably shouldn't be yawning as you step up there on Memorial Day.
I wish you hadn't said that word because now I want to.
Right. You're at a Memorial Day ceremony and you're yawning.
Yeah, you talking about when I'm the leader of the free world and I'm at the tomb of the unknown.
Right.
Soldier? Yeah, and
We don't. And I know he has this little cough too. So I'm like you, Rick. I don't want to be over.
Yeah.
I guess he just. We don't want to point everything out, but come on.
Well, a lot of people are saying that he looked confused about the salute and all that, but he does salute. I mean,
Right.
what
Yeah,
I'm
he's a
saying,
little early,
What
but,
I'm
I mean,
saying,
yeah.
he was,
Pointing where he had to
but
go
guys,
stand.
He was early.
Like he recognized
in his
it.
condition. I guess I've come to the point that my expectations are so low.
There you go.
Right.
Right.
He has to do something now that's really outrageous for me to go, wow, he's really falling apart.
True.
You know?
The other stuff you
So-
know.
Boy,
it was up there.
Yeah,
Look, here comes the marionette.
Yeah. Here, Greg, like you say, here he comes.
Oh, in more ways than one, he's a marionette.
Yeah, he looks so much. Now I'll tell you, the fellow on the far left, he's a big man.
Yeah, he is.
Kamala,
You mean the Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, so watch.
Lloyd Austin.
There's the yawn. Or a little, that's a cough. That's not a yawn. By the way.
I think he was covered. He acted like he was coughing.
That-
he
that
looks
was a
like
good-
Walter.
Give you a little,
doesn't he?
yeah, right there especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little early.
Now, does he look lost? And does he look like he is leading
He was
the
a
free?
lot early.
Yeah, he is.
All right, time out. Go back. Did everybody else put their hand here and he did the salute? Why was he doing something different?
President, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. Is
Yeah.
is this something that he did on his own,
his
or
face.
what? Nobody else is doing what he's doing, and then they
Well,
put
the
their
so-
hand on their
One soldier. The
soldier
there
does.
yeah.
And I think because Biden is technically head of the military, he would
He
salute.
There you
does
go.
that.
But Lloyd
Okay.
Austin is not. He's a civilian.
Okay,
Okay.
that's
In
good,
this.
Bubba. I think that's
Look at you,
exactly
Bubba.
right.
What
There
about
it is,
Kamala?
Bubba.
Come on.
She's not head of the military.
So she doesn't do anything either.
No.
Right.
Okay. So
Because
they got that right.
I
is what
think
you're
that
saying.
I think that would be proper protocol.
Okay.
I'm not 100%.
Let's go with that,
sure.
Bubba.
I like it too.
I would.
Well, I'm like Rick. Look, there's so much to make fun. We don't have to do straight.
Well, I like learning protocol
Yeah,
too.
I would just tell
Is
America.
that like a hobby?
I
It
would,
is.
I just want to tell
Spare
America.
time.
Yeah, I would just tell America on Memorial Day. On Memorial Day, if we can get these socialists to put their hand over their heart and sort of kind of salute, that's a
That's a
It's a
win.
small victory.
That's a win.
I'll take
That's
it.
a win.
That's a win. All right, next he's talking about a pilot with the call sign Swamp Thing, and he goes because he loves to try to be hip.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
watch
That's
him.
when he's at his best.
Here we go. Here we go.
Well, I tell you what, he was back in the cockpit the next week with a new call sign, Swamp Thing. New call sign. I asked him inside the Oval what it was like, but I'll tell you about that later. Well, I tell you what, he was back in the cockpit the next week with a new call sign, Swamp Thing. New call sign. I asked him inside the Oval what it was like, but I'll tell you about that later.
I'm sure we're missing something in the context of this, but that clip sure is funny. isn't it?
Yeah, so I guess this is a guy who had to parachute out and was in a swamp somewhere.
I guess so.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Swamp
But
thing.
what I'm talking about, he thought
New call sign.
in his mind he thought that was going to slay.
Right.
And when he threw it out and he didn't get much, he did the repeat of it again, like the swamp
We'll give you
thing.
another chance.
Yeah, the swamp thing.
Maybe you didn't hear me good.
New call sign.
his call sign.
All right, next, next he's trying to talk to Angel Reese, but calls her Angela. So here we go.
Yes,
Well, now I'll probably do
I know we would do this. This
Angela Reese, Angel, you named the most outstanding player. Angela Reese, Angel, you,
buddy.
yeah.
Who is that visiting the White House?
Call
What's he-
sign.
LSU, women's
Yeah.
basketball.
All right.
Oh, Angel. Okay.
And Biden
Call
wants,
sign.
next, Biden wants us all to know he wasn't too bad an athlete.
I've heard him go here before.
Yeah,
Not bragging, it's just the way it was.
That's just the way it is. Here we go.
We had some pretty good athletes. I wasn't a bad athlete. My brothers weren't, but all the real athletes in this family are women. You got it. You got it. Any rate.
Good night,
Well,
lie.
women in this family.
Greg,
Y'all, there is no.
does that sound familiar?
Oh, Rick.
Does that sound familiar?
Somebody help Daddy.
Yeah, listen when he trails off and he's just listen right here.
We had some pretty good athletes. I wasn't a bad athlete. My brothers weren't, but all the real athletes in this family are women. You got it. You got it. Any rate.
Oh wow!
At any rate.
Oh wow!
What is a woman?
Yeah. Can he say that? Yeah.
Did he mean in his family the best athletes
Yeah,
were
that's
women?
what he
Is that
meant.
what he meant?
That's what he meant.
It's hard for him to get that.
That's what he means.
Swamp thing.
Swamp thing.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. You got a lot to respond to if you've been with the show since it started. But you may have a topic on your own, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have a Elizabeth Warren update on her pursuit to let us know that she is part Indian. She is.
This has to be one of the more. Indian preference to get a job or get into something. I don't remember what it was. She said, well, I am Indian. And he says, no, you're not. And he's made fun of it, nicknamed her Pocahontas.
Right.
So he even had made a pledge at one time that if she was Indian, he'd donate $1 million to her favorite charity.
Right.
So she released a video that showed that she had a DNA test, and it came back, and she says it proves that she is Indian. Well, people have got to looking at the details of this test that she released, and Rick, it really depends on who you talk to, how much Indian she is, but it's a tiny, tiny amount. It varies anywhere, depending on reports, and I don't know who's right and who's wrong, 1/512th up to 1/1024. Okay,
Yeah.
So it's a very small amount.
That means that at some point one of your ancestors shook hands with an Indian.
Yeah.
That's all that means.
And I think I also saw reports yesterday, and they vary that the basic Western European has more Indian in them than Elizabeth Warren is claiming to have. So we've had this going on. She says, "Hey, I've proved I'm Indian. I have Indian heritage, so Trump, you pay up." Trump, it was funny to start with. He said, "I never said it." Well, they started showing video of him saying it.
Of course he
and
did.
he said, "No, I meant she has to prove it based on my test, not something she had done."
Right.
So now we move to as this continues to evolve, very funny, now we have the Cherokee Nation Secretary of State has issued a statement. And he says current DNA tests do not even distinguish whether a person's ancestors were indigenous to North or South America. And indeed, other experts have looked at this and said that most of the senator's DNA sample was compared against samples from Mexico, Peru, and Colombia. And they said one reason most Native American groups in the U.S. have declined to participate in recent genetic studies, according to the report. So they spin all this back to now that the Secretary of State of the Indian Nation for the Cherokee Nation is basically throwing water on all of this, saying it's making a mockery out of the legitimate people who are involved in tribal governments and their citizens, whose ancestors are well documented and whose heritage is proven. He said, and this is a quote, "Senator Warren is undermining tribal interest with her continued claims of tribal heritage," unquote.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Beat Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. The real Greg Burgess, every stray dog's friend. Taking your phone calls now as the interns are out today. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to an end unless you get one of the two timeouts that are available. Hemsley toting one, Bubba the other. There are no meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, or baby predictions in the troll. Let's begin with James. James is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. James, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
How's it going, fellas? I really appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all having a spine unlike these other companies. So I listen to y'all every morning. Thank y'all for what you do. But listen, what I was telling Greg earlier when I called in is the only logical explanation for these companies to continue down this path when they look at Budweiser, they look at Target, you'd be an absolute moron to say, yeah, that's a good model. Let's do that. What's happening is if you look it up, BlackRock and 2 or 3 other major companies own every one of these companies. They are telling them what they're going to do. They don't have a choice.
Yeah, BlackRock Investment, they're a big investment group, and there's another one, Vanguard. Was it Vanguard or I forgot the other group? Anyway,
Van Halen?
No, it's not them.
Okay, right.
But they're really big investment groups, and they own big pieces of a lot of companies. And when you're the major stockholder, you can do that. And a lot of these groups have tried to get control of them because they know they control that, and they've tried to get control of the banking industry, which is going to dictate terms on a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, James, we were talking in the break, and I know that we sometimes, and I'm the most offender on oversimplifying things because I'm a simple person, but all the benefits of checking all these boxes that the government demands for me to be, woke enough, if those boxes get me $15, I'm using small numbers, $15 a benefit, but my choice is costing me $50 to $100, have I really moved ahead?
Right.
I mean, isn't that still a loss? Is the benefit outweigh the loss for me to give in and say, hey, look, I'm in good standing with you? Let's go to Lynn in Montgomery, Alabama, I-92. Lynn, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey.
I was going to say, Biden, bless his heart, he sounds like Foster Brooks. Y'all need to just look him up. Y'all remember him.
Oh, we know
And that's
Foster.
who
He played it.
like.
He played a great drunk.
He did. He was hilarious. And when he was on the Dean Martin roast thing,
Oh, I know.
my goodness.
He also played a good pilot, remember?
Yes.
He would be like a pilot in the lounge before he went to fly.
Oh, funny. Dustin in Florida. Dustin, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
How about it?
Hey, Dustin.
Hey, I got a you can't have nothing thing that happened. I mean, first thing this morning. So I listen to the show in the afternoons, in the mornings for a minute before I get to work, and then I listen in the afternoons to the kickoff. And on the kickoff, I've heard multiple times this thing about the I and the O on small engines, and it's bugged me for years and years and years. And I'm thinking somebody's going to tell them. Well, yesterday I had enough, and so I emailed Helmsy and I told him. And so this morning I wake up and the first thing I hear is you know, it's probably maybe not be a good idea to meet somebody that you admire. And I was like, what are you doing to me? Because we're fixing to kick off the man church at my church after a year-long battle of trying to bring it. So now I've got to go all day long thinking, so meeting somebody that I admire, you follow me?
Yeah, well, let me tell you this.
You can't have nothing.
If you and I are about to meet, you need to set yourself up for major disappointment. You talk about a letdown.
And I will.
Hey,
But yeah, guys, that's just one of those things.
Tell everybody what it stands for, because I did not know this until you emailed, believe it or not. And many people emailed saying completely different things, but this actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, what do you? I don't even know.
You know when you have a piece of equipment that has it looks like an I and an O. It just doesn't have on and off.
Oh, I see.
We've had so many different responses to that.
I know that.
So, Dustin,
did we talk
this
about
is the true,
Or
the
was it just
true
you guys?
response is I for ignition, O for off.
There it is.
No, it actually goes back to it actually goes back to the 1 and 0.
Well, that's what I said, and people
Well,
corrected me and said,
but in the world in the world that they live in, talking about steel products, it's ignition and off.
Well,
I'm
I
a
could see
steel
where you could
certified
make it
guy,
stand
and
for
I'm
that.
telling you.
That's
Yeah.
fine. But I read a story on the guy who actually did the
I
initial.
said that the other day because somebody told me. So
Yeah.
it goes back to computers
Well, I
and
promise
ones
you
and
this:
zeros.
if you go by that particular thing, ignition off, you will never get it wrong.
Yeah,
That's a great way.
Even in my
That's a great way
Yeah.
to remember it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has a problem, but I think initially it was for 1 and 0, 1 being on, 0 being off, and then they combined the two. They put the 0 with the line through
Which
it
confuses
for
Greg every
for
time
the
he said.
power symbol.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go with the where you guys are from mentality. That's confusing. Ignition and off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
You know
simple.
what? I would suggest you stay with ignition and off.
Amen.
Yeah.
In this particular
There
case.
you go. There you go.
I'm just frustrated with myself. The whole discussion came up every time I crank my pressure washer. I can't remember the steps.
I know.
And it's like it's not
there you
hard.
go. Well, now, yeah, even in the company that I work for, that the people in parts and everybody else, they did not know that. I watched them flood machines and flood, and they come to me and they say, "Hey, this thing won't start." And I explained that to them, and we don't have that problem anymore, ever.
There we go.
Well, it is confusing, too, depending on where the switch is and how it's labeled. I mean, I have one that's up under something, and you have to look, and you go, okay,
Yeah.
well, there's a 1 and a 0.
And that power button thing, putting that.
There you go.
That could be real
Well, I tell
confusing.
you what, if you ever have any questions about that, I know Helmsy's got my email, and I know Rick does too, because I've blown him up over the years, and he may not even know. I'm the guy that brought my daughter to the man church. I was that guy that was like a bip in a way, but I'm gonna tell you what, my daughter came home and was totally transformed, and then if you could see what she's doing now,
God.
if you could see what she's doing now, it'd blow you away.
Thanks.
Have you noticed?
Look forward to meeting you,
All right, guys.
seeing you again, Dustin. Thanks, buddy.
I don't know if you've noticed, but on a lot of power buttons, they will have that symbol right there. It'll be which means it's the power button of the 1 and the 0, on and off, ignition or off, however you want to look at it.
Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds.
There she is.
Chris.
Hi. Remdesivir was for long on the treatment regimen for COVID, and I have yet to see any. Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
You're on. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. And Remdesivir, I've yet to see any FDA trials regarding safety or efficacy or any retrospective studies regarding morbidity and mortality. Just curious, since it was such a common drug given during COVID, what y'all think about that?
Well, it really ended up not living up to the hype, and it kind of faded away.
Yeah, it was actually developed right here at UAB, and there was a lot of hype around it. I know some people that worked on it.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it, has stood the test of time. And I may be wrong, but I don't hear of anybody being prescribed that now when they get COVID.
No, how about it, man?
Most of the time they're just sent home and told to rest.
It was like a one-hit wonder. It disappeared from the landscape really, really quick.
Well, they needed something to compete with ivermectin, remember?
Yeah. And if you remember also, it was only really effective if you got it, really soon after your symptoms. And once you didn't, it really didn't do much good. It vanished.
Rick and Bubba.
Donald Trump has been quick to tweet this out.
Of course he has.
And now even her Democrat buddies are mad at her, saying, you're distracting everybody. We've got Trump on the ropes for the big blue wave coming up in the midterm, and you're distracting people. You're hurting our cause here, Elizabeth. So pop down.
Right.
And I've just never, she is all tore up about this Indian thing.
Right, yeah. As you say, people who even probably would vote for her are all saying, why 22 days before this crucial election are you doing this? We've got it. We're trying to turn the Senate around and see if we can grab, get back and have a run of the House. And you're out there worrying about some argument between you and Donald Trump about how much Indian you are. and we've come up with the best one can give us at a whopping 1.5 something.
Yeah, I don't follow all that, but. I know we had my mom. It was either her grandmother, great grandmother was full-blooded Indian. So I think I got more than she does, even on paper.
No question. No question.
It would be about 132nd or 164th or something.
Yeah, it is, guys.
What would be your Indian name?
No, I don't know. Probably eat a lot. Or Chief Hungry Bear.
I like that.
That's funny.
about I have nothing to add that's funnier than that?
I mean, good
why,
night.
why do you ask? We remember that.
Well, how about this? It's silly. I mean, this is like something kids will be arguing about on the playground.
No,
Yeah.
I know, because we all claim we were Indians when we were kids.
Of course,
yeah. My grandfather was a Geronimo.
But here's the point. You look, and I've always said, remembering your history is fine, but don't let it limit your future. And it seems like we got bigger issues to argue about. Other
You say
than
that a lot.
who is. You know, it seems like I'm saying it a lot more.
Yeah. Well, you know why?
Bumper sticker.
Well, it goes back to this again. So, as you said, most any of us from parts of the country that had a high concentration of tribes have somewhere in your ancestry a degree or so of some tribe. Okay, maybe not. So what? I mean, what does it? Like today, I announced, hey, I got on pretty good authority, which just like you were talking about, that our great grandmother was either 100% or mostly Cherokee. Okay.
Did you grow up on the reservation?
I didn't grow up on the reservation. I didn't grow up in a teepee. I
don't own a casino.
Yeah, I never saw her, dressed in. I never saw her dressed in buckskin.
Right.
She had a trailer, and I usually saw her in a robe.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
She had a little Chihuahua named Speedy, by the way.
Right, she did. She had a Chihuahua named Speedy.
He was old too.
Well, here's the thing. Nations rise and fall throughout history. We have different races of people, and they certainly have all intermixed. And the main thing right now is that we're Americans. We all share the same spot on the planet. We drink the same water, look at the same TV stations, and listen to the same radio. So, what are we doing now? That's the key.
You better learn how to adapt what we're doing now. But I'll go back to this now.
No matter how we all got here.
Is this accusation true, though? Because I think it is crazy disrespectful to those who clearly have come from an ancestry that is a lot more legitimate than even what she's claiming on her own. Okay.
This is just breaking news here.
Look at that. Is Hatch really saying that?
But before you.
Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Okay, Greg, I have to ask you this before we move on.
By the way, can I tell you something while you're looking for that? And we actually have a little video of it, but I mentioned.
You got your breath back.
Do what?
You got your breath back.
Yeah, we were.
I wish I'd have videoed what took place in the hall. I'm so mad at myself.
Come on, man.
We're just having a little fun going to the bathroom.
Let's clear the room.
Me and Greg were practicing clearing the hall like we were Navy SEALs.
When you get behind it.
Hey, and I got to tell you, I was impressed with their skills. I thought I was watching a movie.
Clear. Way to go, guys.
I thought I was watching Zero Dark 30.
Way to go, guys.
It's the little things in life, folks. Rick, the rap song "Boycott Target," we mentioned it had gone to number 2. It is now the number 1
rap
song on Apple iTunes, knocking Taylor Swift to number 2.
Who's singing this? Kumo D.
I don't even know. I haven't heard it.
That's weird.
Once again, another
DJ
example.
Khaled's brother.
Once again, marketing to the fake world. And not understanding that it'll be a disaster in the real world.
Is it dirty? Can you even hear it?
It's got some stuff.
A couple of
he's got
bombs.
some language that gets bleeped out in it.
It's one, yeah, one.
And I think it was more than one.
I'm gonna wait
just
till
one.
the chorus and I'll turn it up.
Yeah,
It's
it's in the middle of the song.
Yeah, it was.
It's no more than Wallen.
But what I'm saying is everything that he's saying, you're supposed to not be able to say because the woke will get you, and it's the number 1 song now on iTunes.
You know what that means? Crazy.
A lot of people agree with it.
Yeah,
You know,
I got
that
it.
means a lot of people agree with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It takes a
Greg.
lot to get up there in that number 1 spot.
Yeah.
And take over Taylor Swift.
Right. Taylor Swift got a pretty big audience.
She does. It's
almost
a cult.
I don't know if you've seen her. I don't know if you've seen her tour.
Good night.
It's crazy.
Stadium. So what do you say, Adler?
So here it is, real quick.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they target. Yeah, they target kids. Target. Yeah, they targeting.
So he's basically saying Target
all
targets
we can
kids, and it's the number 1 most downloaded song.
Yeah,
past
pretty much.
Taylor Swift. Please don't miss that. All right, so Greg, the song from the Little River Band, "Look Around Me."
Oh yeah.
What's that
Look
song?
up here, take time to
Don't
Look
be
up
thinking
here.
that I don't love you,
'cause
lady.
I do.
Lady.
Yeah.
See if this isn't "Lady" right here. This is a song
Don't
I did to Baby. It's called "On the DL" by
Or is it
Caviar.
Maybe I Do?
It's called "On the DL" by Caviar, and I think it's called "Lady." So, "Lady."
Yeah. Let me
So anyway, see if this isn't the piano riff that they used to sample. Listen.
Yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
yes.
Oh yeah.
It is, isn't
1,000%.
Yeah. Look around me.
Now, here it is.
Look up here.
That's
I'd like to
cool
mix
how
that.
they do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I kind of like to hear people do
That's what that is. Isn't
That's, yeah, is it? No doubt about it.
All right.
I want to hear "Lady."
Yeah.
To hear all
Don't
that.
be
and put it-
thinking that I don't love you, 'cause lady, I do.
I kind of like Little River Band.
Hey, let me tell you what that is. Sunshine Skate Center, couples only.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can skate backwards. Come on. But anyway, so Mark Engel, big fan of the show. Maybe he's people try to give us the ultimate shout outs, and I love them. He is at the 2023 Isle of Man. This kind of stuff Adler likes.
Oh,
Hey, but it's
yeah.
going to hurt him a little bit because his motorcycle now is for sale.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he went to this motorcycle race, and he says, I gave you guys a huge shout out with his Rick and Bubba shirt, and here it is. Look at this.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Watch how fast.
Hey!
Just them flinch.
I don't know if I'd want to turn my back on that.
Right.
The guy filming gives
By the
him
way,
heads up. on the next
Greg
one.
Stewart, if you lost a little weight.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow, they're moving.
Yeah.
How fast is that?
Golly.
By
do
the
you
way,
think?
see, I like the simplicity of that shirt. See,
Yeah,
that's
I
your,
do
that's
too.
your
That's
studio
good shirt.
logo. It's right in your face.
Love it.
You don't. Well, hey, you have no doubt what he likes.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Could you
How
turn your
fast
back
is
to him
that,
like
Adam?
that?
No.
What do you think?
I mean, I know they reach up to 200 in those races all the
Yeah.
time.
Is it a bip too if you live in that neighborhood?
I was going to say, that's somebody's house. They're
That is.
sleeping there
How
tonight.
about that?
Yeah.
Once
crazy.
a year.
Yeah.
Look at Powell.
Between the first and the second one, the guy video and gives him a heads up on the next one. All right, here
From
it comes.
the time
Here
you
it
see
comes.
it till it's gone is
Look, look, look,
incredible.
Yeah.
Those guys are crazy.
Yeah.
What you wrote on the back of one?
Yeah, I did.
I like that
Got
shirt. That boy, Mark.
Yeah.
That
Thank you, Mark.
That boy, Mark.
Where was that at?
I don't know, Greg.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Isle
it was.
of Man.
Isle of Man.
It's the race.
I ain't going there.
No, it was. I don't know.
It's
not what it means, Greg.
Today's world, I'm
What's
scared.
wrong with
That's
you?
not what it means.
Well, this
buddy.
month, I'm not going there.
Right. Yeah. So Bubba, back to the rap
Just
song
saying.
that we played, and we can't play too much of it, or y'all won't have your archive today. When you look at this, is this not another example that the marketing? It's all wrong.
Yeah, your information is incorrect.
It's all wrong, and it's not based on reality. So there you go.
You are marketing, or in this case, targeting a small vocal group at the expense of a large passive group that at some point will decide they're not going to be passive anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You're right.
We've all seen the story where there was a little gentle giant that everybody said, "Oh, he's a pushover," and he just sits over and minds his own business. And then you pick on him, and you pick on him, and you pick on him, and finally he's had enough.
Yeah.
And he stands up, and he knocks the table over, and grabs you, and slams you. You know, and that's what's happening. You know it. I mean,
right.
Yeah. And what?
That's enough.
And how about this?
That's it.
Greg, here's the thing. Gives me just stay out of it.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
Go Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, they tried to get Michael Jordan to have every political or social commentary, and he was like, I like everybody to wear Jordans.
Yeah, I don't want anybody.
Gay,
And I've heard,
straight,
I think it's
whatever.
Kevin Hart. I
Yeah.
believe it's him. He did the same thing. He said, I don't do jokes either way because, part of your audience represents both.
Right.
Yeah. Don't.
But I just I don't understand the logic of it all. I understand the pressure. I got that. And I understand even the federal government, like you said, Bubba, which they shouldn't be in at all. I understand their pressure.
Their pressure, again, these companies who are these big holding companies or these big firms that buy large blocks of stock, they can dictate terms. I mean, if they're the number one stockholder, and their GM says, "Hey, we want to do this," you have to look at it.
Yeah.
Yep.
3B and C, Rick.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Now 3B maybe not, but 3C is getting a lot of attention.
All right. So 3C.
This is
this is an employee of Disney.
Yeah. It's an employee at Disney, a man in dress.
I saw
a
that.
fairy godmother.
Yes.
Apprentice.
Fairy's right.
All right, so we now believe that family entertainment. Look at this guy.
I'm one of Fairy Godmother's apprentices. I'm here to shop you around and make all your selections for the day.
Oh my God.
That's a fairy godmother apprentice, but you're not. Yeah, and now keep in mind, the last time it was a long time ago that I checked on this. Disney's whole marketing plan at one time was family entertainment and bring your children to this wonderful land of imagination. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
And so how does anybody, with that being your company, your marketing plan, somebody says, what do you think about a guy with a mustache being a fairy godmother apprentice and showing kids around our little shop? You know what I'd say? No, I don't think that's what we do. That's not really our thing.
No.
If this man wants to do this in his private life, that's certainly his own business. He's not going to do it here.
Yeah.
And because there's no need for that. That doesn't infringe on his freedoms at all, right? I mean, it'd be like somebody saying, I'm going to work for a company and they have shirts that are buttoned down with your name tag on it and you refuse to wear it. Yeah. You go, well, if you don't want to wear those in your private life, you certainly don't have to. But if you're going to work here and you're going to be over here at the Express Lube, then you're going to wear one of our shirts and that's how you're going to dress every day. And somebody says, I'd like to go and work at Disney and I want to be a fairy godmother. You have a mustache, and you're a man. We think that'd be creepy to kids. No.
Yeah, we can find you something else.
Are you saying that I'm creepy? No. I'm just saying that that's not what we mark.
Yeah,
in your own private life, you can do whatever you want. But here, we don't really want kids to see drag queens pretending to be fairy godmothers. That's not who we really market to. That feels a little adult to me.
And no.
And no.
I haven't seen very many fairy godmothers with a stash. I just haven't.
You haven't. And now, Greg, I will.
Good one.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good stash.
Greg, I will.
Not a little peach fuzz.
I will say this once again, quoting the Babylon Bee. I probably, when they remake Cinderella, you probably will.
True.
But it goes.
That's right.
It goes back to no original ideas, and I love Babylon Bee. They said Disney releases a movie exactly like the legendary Mermaid, only one different. It's bad. It's not any good, and I don't know anything about it. But there's no reason for this. I mean, at least ask the guy to shave his mustache. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to be a fairy godmother, I mean, right?
Kind of goes with the character, Rick.
Right. Yeah, just
If you say you had a long beard, like ZZ Top, would you get to play Mickey?
No.
And have that hanging out on the mask?
No.
You're right.
Probably not.
I might get to be a pirate with Captain Hook.
They'll hook you up over at the pirate, babe.
Yeah, I can be
With
the
the
pirate.
Lost Boys.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Senator Warren Hatch.
Orrin Hatch.
What did I say? Warren Hatch.
Yeah. The word Warren seems so much more.
I was so focused in on T-Rex.
And
I couldn't
she's
even read.
Elizabeth Warren. So
Yeah.
that
Well,
by the way.
Yeah.
has he just put out that statement?
Guys, timing is
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Well, we just had a crawler up here that said that Orrin Hatch had just put out a statement that his DNA test showed he was part T-Rex.
Yeah.
So
he said a percentage she says she is of a native tribe. He said, I'm about that same percentage of a T-Rex.
Yeah.
I'm part T-Rex. So, but I'm going to say this back to what I was saying before that came in, which was unbelievable. If she took somebody's scholarship or got somebody's
got a preference.
If there was a preference that we provided for minorities and she went in as what we all know is nothing but just another white woman, if she went in and took somebody's preference spot, now that's what's been alleged. Even with what she claims to show right now, she ought to be ashamed of herself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's shameful. I mean, it truly is. If you were at Ripley's Aquarium, you have a great story to tell your little group next time you all get together for lunch when you say, you're not going to believe what I saw. We have a naked man who decided to, first of all, be naked. While we're all at it, and decided to jump into the shark tank at Ripley's Aquarium.
How you like that?
Wow. Not wise.
No, not wise. And the shark said he had a bit of a gamey taste, but they said a British Columbia man who jumped into a shark-filled tank at Ripley's Aquarium on Friday is also believed to be a suspect in their investigation of a serious assault that occurred near Toronto, another tourist destination there. Toronto police, Constable Alison Douglas Cook, don't you love when they still use the old British constable?
Yes.
Said investigators looked at the suspects in the two cases, which all happened on the same evening, and they saw similarities. Looks like Naked Shark Guy is the same guy we're trying to figure out. Please look at Naked Shark Guy. Now be careful with that blot there.
Watch out, Naked Shark Guy.
But anyway, he's
keep the blur active.
Please imagine if you're at Ripley's Aquarium and all of a sudden a naked man jumps in the shark tank. Look, now he got in there and
dive back.
Oh my goodness!
I thought he was getting out. He decided to do a back dive.
Guys, he's swimming around in a shark-filled tank. The sharks are not paying any attention to him because they're well fed, thankfully. But
Rick, this is one of those cases where I've tried to make this point before. You know, there's a point where idiots remove themselves from the gene pool, and this probably looks like one of those cases that should go if you follow the whole concept of selective breeding.
Well, Speedy, I hate to bring you into this, and I apologize for that.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
But he did the standard move that we used to have you do back in the day. They're there telling him to get out of the shark tank, and he said, I'm going to jump one more time, then I'm coming out.
Right.
You know, he did that back.
So now he's in a party, Rick. Who are all these people?
Well, they're the people that had paid to go in, and now they got quite a show.
Yes, they did. Somebody said, I've heard of a bull shark, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
but anyway,
gracious alive. I love how
somebody also made an off-color hammerhead comment.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the
but you're right, Rick. He just kind of gets out.
Yeah, I mean, I like when the police there. He swims up like to get out, and then he jumps one more time.
I got one more.
All right, look, guys. Now here's another shot of it, which I hope they have the blur going here.
They do.
We're about to get a.
Yeah.
So they think
when I love how he'll just hike over that rail when he's leaving too.
Yeah. So when police see him, they're like, "Wait a minute, we got to complain to some guy on an assault charge at another tourist destination. We think it may be the same guy. How about you don't want to be on vacation in this guy's show?
No. And if you're working security, you can tell they're each talking to each other.
Look, all right, guys, I'm coming out. Look right here. All right, guys, I'm gonna come out. Just one more. There we go.
Hey, one more. I'm back in.
All right, who's grabbing him? You grabbing him?
But
I ain't grabbing him.
Does he not
you
carry
grabbing
the
him.
sharks all under him?
I'm like you, Bubba, though, and I know this doesn't speak very highly of me, and I get that. Are you kind of disappointed they didn't attack him? The sharks
at
didn't
least
get him?
bite him.
I mean, just a little bit disappointed.
Rick,
what does that say about me?
Well, you think there's a cause and effect, and there should be repercussions for bad behavior, and most of us do, and that's kind of why you're digging it. You just said what we were thinking.
How about he's just walking around naked like he's got clothes on?
Right.
Ain't no big deal.
Well, they say later that night, about 10:30, they got a call about an indecent exposure at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. That's when they got called to come out there about him jumping into the tank.
Mm-hmm.
And when everybody watched this same thing,
guys, he's not even
that we're watching. They said if you hear the audio, a woman can be heard saying, "Oh my gosh."
Listen, he's not even.
Yeah,
he's just walking around like it's no big deal.
They said, but they're going back saying that there's something else that happened at another tourist spot there in Toronto. They think he's the same guy.
Didn't he get in a fight?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show. We have teamed up for years. Peggy likes it, Greg, out of Tennessee. The old Peg. Peggy in Tennessee said had lower back issues, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Stop it.
A lot of them do.
Greg,
hey, stop.
Come on, man.
Good night.
Over 10 years ago, I've done yoga.
Picture it.
Greg, this is a real person.
Right.
And it's a,
And they make this up.
and it's an ad.
And work with a chiropractor, which has been
I
helpful.
was just kidding.
But my pain never really went away. I can honestly say I'm now pain-free. Never thought I could imagine that. Relief Factor is amazing. I want to thank you and Bubba, and especially Greg.
Probably done with yoga.
Right. So anyway.
Don't send him this one, Ad.
Yeah, Adler, probably don't want to send this one to him this week. Relief Factor is all natural. This is the cool thing. I take it every day. Once when I get up, once before I go to bed, and I'll throw one there in the middle of the day if I have something like a partially torn hip labrum. So anyway, $19.95 gets you 3 weeks, and you'll find out within those 3 weeks whether it's working for you or not. For the majority of people, it does, and it's all natural, so you don't have the side effects of the over-the-counter stuff, which we can tend to abuse, and then, of course, the addictive properties of the opioids. I think that stands on its own. So go to ReliefFactor.com today. That's ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can join the rest of us and hopefully get the benefits of Relief Factor all natural. Nick Saban, one of our favorite topics on the Rick and Bubba Show. I love Nick Saban. I find him to be very entertaining. The legend, and I love one of the things I love about him when he's in duress or he's annoyed, and so we have we have the current phone going off, and then we have a flashback to a past one.
Yes.
This is the SEC meetings that are going on right now, and Coach Saban's up addressing everyone pre-meeting.
Okay, here we go.
But when it turns into pay for play,
phone, no, his phone's face. I wonder who it is.
When it turns into pay for
figure it
play,
out.
I don't even know how to turn this thing on.
Say it better not be Miss
When
Terry.
it turns into pay for play,
Miss.
Oh, somebody tried to be sharp. What is Miss Terry? Well, you and I are kind of connected. We're
on a human level.
I'm gonna bring up Miss Terry.
I broke a barrier.
I broke a barrier.
Now we're pals.
All right, so now 2022, we go back to Regions
tradition.
He
is
the celebrity program. I missed him this year not being there.
I know.
We connected the year before, and I may be the reason he didn't come.
That probably is, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
I've done it again.
Here we go.
So here
so
Same ring.
sorry about this.
That's all right. That's all we got. Appreciate it.
But you all probably guess who's calling.
Who?
Terry.
No.
Oh.
There's one person that calls a lot in my family. She is a female, but
It's
not
his daughter.
Terry.
It's his daughter. If it's his daughter, you know how you answer? How much?
How much you need?
I wish it would have been Lane Kiffin.
How about the people
That's funny.
that keep the ringer on all the time? You know, the phone vibrates if it's in your pocket. You can hear it. Terry gets calls a lot for work, and so she'll have the ringer on, and she'll forget to turn it off, and it'll be
It's loud.
Oh boy!
I love the fact that he's got the standard that came with the phone.
Oh yeah,
And it has not changed now apparently in 2 years. Yeah, same ring.
Do y'all change your ringtone depending on who's calling, so you know before ever
That's
looking?
You're trying to be too sharp.
I have in the past, but when you update it, sometimes it goes back, and I just never go back and fix it.
I have a special one for Aaron.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm so romantic.
What you got?
It's
What
like
is it?
wow, 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 wow. I'm just kidding. No, it's just like a different sound. It's just like a beep beep instead of a boo 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 boo.
Would you mind? Could I have my own ring?
Yeah, sure. What do you want?
Something hip.
I'll do the guitar sound.
Well, I was going to ask if y'all were to set each member here of the
Oh, my
staff.
goodness.
If y'all were to set a song to your ringtone for when they call, what would it be?
Oh, that's man,
Gosh,
you're
baby.
on the spot. I try to think of the.
I'd rather just ask them what they want it to
For
be.
my-
It'd be
What
Karma
would your
Chameleon.
song
It'd
be?
be Karma Chameleon with Speedy.
Like-
called.
Yes, definitely that for Speedy.
Yeah. How about this? For my wife, it would be When a Man Loves a Woman.
Okay.
Because I promise you, whatever she's calling about, I'm going to do. Okay.
Right.
All right. So that would be one. And I think for you,
Karma
Speedy.
Chameleon, Speedy.
No. Something from the Culture Club.
No.
It's a running thing. No, for you it would be Thompson Twins.
Oh, okay. Twins.
I have a picture.
For Lisa, it would be Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah.
September. It has no meaning. She just.
Well, she was born in September.
That's right.
That's what it's about, Greg. Did
No,
you not know
no,
that?
that's
why she
not
likes
what
it.
it's about.
We do it on her birthday.
True.
Okay.
Take a sip.
You know, when your wife's name is Betty, you're really limited on what songs you can pick.
but you got two good ones.
What's the guy? Now, if Bubba calls, Rick, if Bubba calls,
and Betty Lou's getting out tonight. You got two.
go. If Bubba calls, it'll be Jelly Roll.
By the way, finally saw him. I finally saw him. Wow.
Hey, Jelly Roll's a big guy.
He is. Got some pretty good songs.
Not bad.
Lyrically, he's a little too open about being. He's being honest.
Yeah.
I only talk to God when I need something.
That's a pretty good song.
And now I need you.
You know, far as a ringtone, a sharp-dressed man is a good ringtone. I don't know that it would necessarily tie to anybody.
It wouldn't tie to you or me.
But it's a good ringtone.
It's a good ringtone, yeah. So, yeah. Let's see. For
I know,
you,
when
for
I
you,
call
Bubba,
my
I would probably do something tied to money, one of the money songs, because that means it's probably about business. So,
Hell's would be Morgan Wallen, I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't that some?
Yeah.
That's on. Probably.
Really?
Yeah.
What
I
if
like
my
Morgan
kids are
Wallen a
around?
lot.
Yeah, right.
There's a edited version. You don't have to have
there
the
you go.
word in
When
there.
I call my dad, his phone barks.
I like that.
Greg,
People that do the ducks.
It's like a dog barks. So when he answers, he goes, "Hey, son."
Hey,
Can I tell you
the
one
dog's
of
barking.
my favorite alarms is Code Red from Star Trek. You know, when it's all alarms, everybody at the battle station's always like that.
Of course, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Well, you know,
I'd know if I heard it.
Greg, you need to have Lisa's be the dogs just for right now, because that's probably what she's calling about.
Who let the dogs out?
It's puppy love.
Who let the dogs out?
Bubba, you are intelligent.
But
thank you, Captain.
For Greg, of course, I'd have He Ain't Heavy. He's my brother. He ain't heavy. And so
Rick, I'd have turned the page just because they always loved Bob.
yeah, I had a huge Bob Seger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that'd on my list of people I'd like to hang with.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course, I tried to approach him one time at Shoney's, and he shot me down.
That's so real.
That's so crazy.
Oh, that's so good.
For Speedy, when Speedy's calling me, I would do, because you're my workplace best friend, so I would do You've Got a Friend in Me.
Yeah,
that's
thank
good.
you, Adler.
Yeah, or Pinball Wizard.
Oh, wow. For his head?
It's a good, no, because it's a good song.
Okay. Good.
You know what yours would be?
Pinball
You know what
Wizard,
yours would be? Hey, little person.
Hey, little person.
That's your workplace friend that said that.
Yeah, we're like that. That's how we are.
That's how we roll.
That's how we are.
Greg's would be Tom Sawyer.
You like that riff?
That is
don't
a
you?
good
It's a
one.
good riff. Do you know what I wish on
Every
that?
time I
And it's
play
going
it,
to sound
he's like,
odd.
"Ooh."
This
I
is
like
strictly
that.
from radio, strictly from being a radio guy. I'd like for him to give me 2 rounds. I don't like that the singing comes so quick because that's
It
so
does.
cool.
You're right.
Because it's so cool, I want to use
You
it
could
more
use
than
it
I
as
use
an
it.
intro and the singing.
Yeah,
You're right. That
Would it
should've
kill
won.
him to give me 2 rounds on that?
You may have to remix that just for yourself.
Well, you know what?
Where do you set the ringtone in contacts?
Settings.
Yes,
isn't it?
for each contact or settings across the board, audio, whatever.
But I guess you had
Sound.
to specify them. You'd have to go to contacts.
Yeah,
you're right.
I guess.
Yes.
Bubba, yours would be Safety Dance for me.
It's a safety dance.
And we can dance if you want to.
That's a
Leave
classic.
your friends behind.
And if the friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, then no friends of mine.
Hello? Hey, man, it's Bubba.
Hey, have you got the Bubba box? Drop it out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or something.
Yeah, and they said he hurt somebody.
Those crazy Canadians.
Well, you know what happened? Somebody might have said, I don't really want to watch you take your clothes off here in front of my family.
Right.
Because I'll tell you one thing, if he shows up, he will disrobe.
Y'all want to see
Yeah,
what
well,
the shark...
somebody will light him up eventually.
Here's the shark's angle. Look, we got underwater.
Oh, no.
Look, they're just swimming around underneath.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Well, even they're looking at that going, I mean, come on, man. It's not feeding time.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thank goodness they're fed.
Yeah, if he's that dumb, he'll do himself in on some stunt.
Well, you know what we're kind of pulling for now is that he'll find his way to a crocodile farm, you know, and
yeah, they seem to move on things even if they've had feeding time.
Yeah. So obviously he's not right.
No.
Or what was the phrase we heard, Greg, growing up? His mind would not be like it's supposed to be.
Mine's bad. Would not be like it's supposed to.
Things I don't think I told you this, Bubba, but over the weekend, I experienced something that there's certain things that I just think are just part of being a dude and being a man that we're just kind of drawn to. Now, y'all may remember this. We had a meeting, a few months ago, and it was a company that was saying, we send you these boxes, speaking of subscribing, of like preppers and people that need to get stuff, and they gave us some samples of some stuff they sent. And I don't know what the status of that company is now. I'm just talking about we were given a box of some samples. Well, in the box that I got, and you guys may have gotten it too, was a machete.
Yeah. A machete?
A machete. So
everybody needs a good machete.
I'd forgotten that I had a machete. I'd forgotten I'd been given a machete.
Right.
And so and I remember thinking all this stuff needs to go to the farm. We have a little family farm and some land, and we hunt and fish and ride four-wheelers and, have fun down there and do some gardening sometimes and all that kind of stuff. And, it's one of my favorite places on the planet to go.
Right.
So, we had incredibly beautiful weather and where we live this past weekend. I know not all of you had great weather. We had fantastic weather. And for us, it was a break from the just blistering heat. So so I decided, one of those things, how you do the little check, you're checking around, Certainly now my kids are of the age, only one of them is at home now, and the one who'd come home from college had already headed back to college. The one who is a senior in high school, of course, as this is that point where the time they spend with you is a bare minimum, especially now that he has a girlfriend. And so I found myself just at the house Sunday afternoon, and Sherry, I noticed, she said, I've got to get this done, this done, this done, this done. And I didn't really have any interest in any of the ball games or anything like that. And I said, well, I think I'm just going to head down to the farm and start kind of getting ready for deer hunting season. And she said, well, first things in there you need to do, then great. And so I got there, and I went into, what we've belovedly called here on the program, Camp House. And I look back there where, and I'm getting all the clothes ready, and I'd wash, getting all the scent-free stuff and setting up. And I look, and over on one of my little shelves is the machete. And I had forgotten that I had a machete. I've never owned a machete.
You're like, hey.
I've never had a machete.
You got to go out and whack something.
So I get into the little ATV, and I say, I'm taking my machete with me, and I'm going to go out and just see what I run into. And so I'm checking cameras, and so I didn't understand the power of a machete. I had no idea. So first of all, it didn't
whack a limb off in a minute.
It didn't take me long to get to a little road that had a tree that had fallen across it, or one that the winds had bent it across the road. And I get out with that machete. And I could not believe how quick I cut that down. I was just like, then panic hit me. How long till I'm bleeding profusely out here in the woods?
Yeah,
Rick, you know what I mean.
I was going to say, I was going to say, be very careful how you chop, because you will end up with that machete on your shin if you're not careful.
No.
Now here's the other question: is this one that has the little band in it? You put your wrist through and hold it.
No.
Be very careful; it will fly away from you.
I know.
It'll just.
Oh, I could sense. I immediately sensed its power because it felt so good.
Yeah.
You know what it was like, and I hate to use this example. I truly do. Is, certainly we don't want to make light of people addicted to drugs. But you have seen people talk about, especially heroin, that they said the first time I took it, I knew I was in trouble because of the euphoria, of this feeling. And I thought, oh, my gosh, I want to feel this way for the rest of my life. And then they become addicted. When I cut that limb down so fast with a machete, it's one thing to cut it down with a chainsaw or something. Certainly there's some thrill to that, but it felt so primitive just to whack it down with a machete.
Yeah.
And I wanted to machete everything. I thought, what else can I machete?
You're gonna cut grass.
Did you want to go to the thickest part of the property and just make your own trail?
Yes, I did. I thought
trail making is fun.
Guys, I was shocked how big a tree you can chop down with a machete. With really just
until you get it dull, which is dull now.
I know.
That's gonna happen.
But see, this was the day it was still sharp.
Oh yeah.
And here's when I knew how sharp it was, because I was trying to figure out where I stood. And I would even say to myself, Bubba, thank you, because you would be proud of me, because I can be a little reckless.
Yes. And I was thinking about your shin, right?
And I said to myself,
to
myself, you're 54 now. Don't make a 24-year-old mistake.
Right.
And I said, be careful with the machete. Watch what you're doing. Calm down. Settle. I would even say that to myself. Easy now. Be sure where you chop. Watch out. You're about to put that tree back on top of you. You're not looking where you're chopping.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was talking to myself a lot. But let me tell you when I knew that I had some idea what I was in for. And I talked to Moultrie about this, and he says they now offer, you can just get straps for your camera. Because what I've noticed.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Two conservative, heterosexual, gun-toting, football-loving, evangelical Christian white men. In other words, the two most dangerous men in America. Rick and Bubba.
We're going to get you 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Wednesday Bible study back today on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Now over 100,000 subscribers.
Hey, where's our button?
I know, it's coming. And so look for that. Hopefully, Bubba, I don't know what address it'll go to, but Adler's on that. Wednesday Bible study today, live at noon, 1 o'clock Central, Revelation chapter 12 today. You'll get the archive later in the day. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here.
Bubba Bussey.
All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Don't think that's too much, and we appreciate you being here.
All right, so we mentioned that this rap song saying that Target targets kids has moved to the number one slot on downloads on Apple?
Yeah, on Apple downloads.
Yeah, Apple downloads, which is a big accomplishment because it knocked off Taylor Swift. This Taylor Swift phenomenon,
wow.
It's there are people that are going to these concerts, I think, just because they think they should. They're not even fans. They're just like, well, this thing seems like a phenomenon.
Yeah, it's hard to get
it is the fear of missing out. It is FOMO.
I think she probably, and again, don't care for her politics at all, but I think she puts on a very good show. Yeah. There's a lot of changing of costumes and some skits and all this kind of stuff. So it's an event.
Yeah, if you go to any show with any artist, I don't know that I can name 3 that you wouldn't disagree with their politics. I don't think I can name any. I'm just saying there might be 3 that I don't know about.
Yeah. Well, I just felt like I need to give that
you need to.
today.
You do need
Even
that.
Jelly Roll.
Well, and also you give the disclaimer that we're grown men and going to Taylor Swift would be creepy.
That'd be a little
But anyway, if you're taking your daughter or something like that, or you have a young wife and you're taking her, that's fine.
Yeah, Al Pacino may take
Aaron Rodgers.
Al Pacino's taking his wife, because she's only 29.
Yeah.
He's 83. He's gonna have a rough time getting up and down those steps, but apparently he's in good shape.
But he gets good parking
because she is pregnant. But anyway, this is weird. They're saying that people who are obsessed with Taylor Swift are going to her concerts. Tickets are hard to get. They're crazy expensive. And they're getting there, and then they have something called this Taylor Swift amnesia. They can't remember the concert because the wave of emotions is so overwhelming, it causes them, the body protects them from even remembering, almost like trauma.
I know people that have been in the golden ticket seats that have this reaction when they meet Greg.
Oh, well,
correct.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring
correct.
That up.
Well, I remember as a kid or younger going to a concert, and it's you are fired up about it, so you do have this emotion going. A lot of times you're going to a bigger city, a bigger venue, so there's a lot of visual stimulation with it. You're tired because you expend a lot of emotion. It's late. And then the next day you be talking about the concert and somebody say, well, what was your favorite part? And I go, well, it was this. And somebody else will say, well, it's this part. And I go, I just forgot all about it.
Is that when you went and saw the Spice Girls?
Yeah. Well, I mean, with any concert.
So beer will do that too.
I think this, and some
donuts.
of that's been included. So I think there's probably more of this that goes on, or they're making something out of this that's not.
Yeah, I mean, I went to
really a medical condition.
I went to, like I say, concerts in the mid '80s all the way to the early '90s, and I don't remember some of them, but I do know why. But yeah, this is something where they're saying they're creating, like you said, some phenomenon. Yeah. That they're suffering complete amnesia, like they don't even remember they were even there.
Rick Speedy claims somebody told him he got up on stage with Kiss one time. He don't remember it.
I don't remember that at all.
But you did. I was there. I saw that. But is some of this also just like you said, Bubba? Everything now turns into this big I mean, hey, it's pretty common if you go to some event like you're talking about. Can't remember all the details of it because of all the things you mentioned. And but now
she puts on a good show. You have a lot of fun.
But now they're trying to act like this is something like unique. We've got doctors weighing in on it, professors weighing in psychology. I mean, does it call for all that?
Yeah, I think that's.
You're so good when I say you. When it's over, I don't even remember it.
Yeah, but Bubba, really, you touched on it. One of the experts, and I use that term loosely, said it really is no more complicated than the brain's just exhausted.
Yeah,
from everything it's had to go through.
Yeah. The recorder's not working full speed.
Well, that's a lot.
Yep.
And so there we go.
She's definitely filling up stadiums.
Oh, buddy.
This is not like a concert specific thing like you guys are talking about. This can happen in any emotionally charged state or whatever. And your brain releases a neurotransmitter called a norepinephrine, and this helps categorize memories, and it can make it very, very vivid too. But if you have too much of it, then it kind of overrides it, and your brain can't form memories as well. So that's why sometimes it's very vivid when we go through something crazy, and then sometimes when you can't remember it, that it's kind of like it got overjuiced or something.
So you're saying it's basically like a hard drive, and if you have a lot of input to the brain, which with the flashing lights, the loud music, stage show, you're taking up a lot of bandwidth, and you may start recording over the front of the tape.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the trauma side of it, where sometimes it's protecting you from that memory.
Right. Yes.
You know, I've talked to people even recently that have gone through traumatic experiences, and they would literally say the last thing I remember is going into the hospital, and then I don't remember anything till they were telling me, hey, you're okay or whatever. I don't have any recollection, and they told me I was awake during 90% of it, but I have no recollection.
The guy
of it.
who got his arm bit off.
Yeah.
And we did the story last week. He said the same thing. He said, I have no memory. I'm falling in. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital.
Right.
And they said he was conscious during it.
But that you're kind of thankful for that protection.
Yes.
Yeah, that works. That's definitely a plus.
Give me some of that.
Now, when I pay $3,000 for a concert ticket, I'd like to remember it.
That's going to be a tough marketing plan. Come see Taylor Swift. You're not going to remember it, but in the moment, trust us, you loved it.
Enjoy it while you're here.
Right.
Yeah.
Trust us, you enjoyed it. Okay, thanks. Yeah, but you're right. Now, this is just the way the sheeple are. There's people who have no interest in Taylor Swift whatsoever. They're like, well, I got to go to this concert.
Oh, yeah, because it's just a challenge.
It's just such a big event.
Yeah, I got to be there.
But
y'all know my friend Elliot. She's
here we go.
In her band.
Here we go. You talking about the time you went all the way to Atlanta and didn't have tickets?
Yeah, that
worked out. Y'all must be close friends.
Wish you'd had your van then.
Yeah, you're right about that. But no, she's sings and does some background dancing and stuff. So.
Still?
I'm not trying to. But yeah, still not
Are
trying
you
to
going?
brag. Not trying to brag. That's just who my friend group is.
Has she seen your van yet?
No, she has.
Well, which concert are y'all going to?
Hasn't seen the new van. Aaron went already.
Okay,
I had a way to go.
She go Atlanta or Nashville?
She went to Atlanta, which was a
Atlanta
mistake.
GA.
Which was a mistake. It was
Really?
just a madhouse. Yes.
Yes.
She said she thought it was going to be worse in Nashville, but it was actually worse in Atlanta.
Yeah. I don't know that she experienced this, but I talked to a friend of mine that went to the last Eagles thing. They're I guess they're going to be on the road forever.
Yeah. Sure.
And I can't imagine what this would be like. But they went to Atlanta, and the way they were handling the doors because of, it was still that post-COVID, but some cities were still acting like it was still in full swing.
Yep.
That it took them so long because they had so few entrances to get people to their seats. They missed the entire front end of the concert in line trying to get in. And they didn't even get there.
See, I just went 15 minutes earlier to my next appointment.
Yeah, right
there got me.
Yeah.
I can't stand that idea.
But can you imagine sitting down and I'm
you can hear it happening.
Well, here's what I think, because they said because of their age, they're not going to delay. They start on the dot.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they only have so many good hours in
They only got so many good hours in them. And this was that Hotel California tour where the first set is Hotel California, and then the next is they come out and do the hits. He missed almost the entire Hotel California part.
Really? And he paid good money to be there, I'm sure.
Can you imagine?
I mean, that's unacceptable.
And he said it was just because of just complete awful on the part of the venue of getting people in and out. It was just incompetence. He's had nothing to do with being late and everything, but they were just completely incompetent
handle the crowd
on getting people in. He said people were getting in fights about it, going nuts, cutting line.
Oh yeah.
See, that doesn't. that doesn't seem enjoyable to me.
No, nothing enjoyable.
That sounds like something I would try to avoid.
Like I say, I used to love concerts. I really have no desire to go to any concert. First of all, tickets are a hassle now. You got to have a code. You got to have this. You can't just buy a ticket.
Right.
There's an app for that.
Yeah. We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Straps rot long before your camera breaks.
Oh, yeah.
And it gets a little frustrating that you go to move one and then the strap breaks.
Yeah.
So I have things that are not straps like made for cameras, but they're straps I can use as straps. But sometimes they'll have like a loop on it that makes it too thick to whatever. And I just picked up one of those straps on the blade and just laid it across and just did like that move, and it just
fell away.
And it fell away like butter. And I was like, I will now mark this day as one of the greatest days I've ever lived.
But Rick,
you know what I mean?
I hate to tell you this.
I now mark this day as a great day. Look at the
on
weather.
Those straps,
look where I am. And I've got a machete.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's
awesome.
On those straps, they'll free us with you after you cut them.
Understood.
And if you have a little pocket lighter, and you can just burn the end of it to keep it from.
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you for that. You're absolutely right. I didn't think of that, but you're right. I've done that before.
Yeah.
But guys, then what happened? Now I'm just looking for things to chop. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
At one point, and you know this, Greg, this is not like me. At one point, I said, you know what? I'm going to the tree stands and chop away anything that obstructs our view.
I'm gonna go up there and sit.
Chopping mode.
My most dangerous move, and it was dangerous. At one time, I was hanging off a ladder, chopping limbs away with a machete, and that was stupid. And I caught myself in the middle of that. And
So
I said,
now I'm getting
and I
carried
said,
away.
you need to get your big A down.
Right.
Okay.
Pile up. You're gonna pile up.
Because the worst thing would be to drop the machete and fall on it.
Right. Well, you know what? I'd already planned how I would throw the machete away as I went to the
Throw
ground.
it from your body.
Sling it. That's right.
Well, then
That's
what I
right.
also thought was I'm going to swing the wrong way, cut through a limb that I think needs more force than it did, and then come right back on me. I was very concerned about hurting myself with a machete. I want everybody to know that. And I was as careful as I'm capable of. You know what I mean?
So are you saying if we go down the farm, you're gonna be wearing it on your belt now?
Oh, yes. until like Greg
I like
said.
the way you pulled it out of his case.
Oh, yeah. But here's what Greg's all over this. I had a couple of Indiana Jones moments, even though he had a whip. I felt like but I really dared. Then I started wanting like a poacher to come and I'd kill him with a machete. You know, I mean, I loved having that machete. It was fantastic. Let's say it with me, machete. I mean, I like to even. Hey, what do you got there? That's my machete, and don't mess with me. But Greg, the thing you're all over this. Listen, Greg knows me, and Bubba, all you that've been spending years with me. This will be fun for me until it dulls and requires being sharpened. Then I'll be done with it.
Right.
After you hack some
Now all
barbed
I have to do is go sharpen it, but I won't do that. You know what I mean? I'll be like, well, I guess that's the life.
Oh,
of
it'll
that
never
machete.
be like it was the other day.
Oh, Greg,
Where you just
I was shocked how sharp that was. I was slicing.
You just need your little sharpener
I was
down there.
cutting trees this big around.
Oh yeah.
Like I had an axe or something.
Machete man.
And limbs are nothing. It was fantastic. It was a great day. with us today. All right, so let's talk a little politics. Little politics. Oh, those politicians. Public servants, every one of them. Leaving incredibly wealthy. Such a calamity. I've got. Well, debt ceiling. Trying to understand our debt it's mind-boggling. So you now have the Republicans saying they have cut a deal with the Biden administration. We have some Republicans telling us, y'all can say thank you, because we have cut into the debt more than ever in the history of the whole wide world. And then other Republicans saying this deal should not be voted on by one of us in this party if we truly represent our constituents. So
yeah, you got it all over the road. Some of the demos are unhappy. They think they got beat in the negotiations. Some of the Republicans think they got beat in the negotiations. So no one's happy. The Congress, the House is set to vote on it, I think, tonight.
I think you're right.
And it did make it out of committee, barely, yesterday. And we'll see how it goes. Now, several folks have lined up already, said they will oppose it. The Freedom Caucus group on the right have said they're out. We'll see. We'll see if it gets through.
Well, do you think since
we got one more day?
Do y'all think there's a need to have Chip Roy and Byron Donalds? Does Byron pretty much cover?
Well, let's listen to one of them. We'll see what he says.
I've got one of them's 3.5 minutes. That is speaking.
Yeah,
of
his
that.
is better, but this is
start
good
with
too.
it and let's see how. It goes.
All right, let's go to 2B first then. Let's go to 2B first.
I don't know. I like his delivery. He's very angry.
Okay.
And we can come out of it though. You don't have to.
This would be on the side of the Republicans should not have cut this deal.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So here is Byron Donalds, Republican, Free State of Florida.
So first things first, to the American people, Washington is doing it again. While you were celebrating Memorial Day, all of our men and women who gave their lives for this great nation, and you were spending time with your family and your friends, this town was cutting another crap deal that's going to put you more in debt with no real changes whatsoever. So the American people need to understand full and well, do not listen to the talking points. Do not listen to the cool phrases that are being thrown out in commercials on CNN or Fox or MSNBC, because Washington is lying again. This bill has no cap in raising the debt, just a date in the future. We have no idea what that number is going to look like. Some people are saying $4 trillion, some people are saying $3.5 trillion. This bill in year one might cut $12 billion if you just want to be generous. So who here thinks it's cool to cut $12 billion in exchange for $4 trillion? I don't think that's cool at all. This bill actually keeps the Biden baseline intact for the federal agencies. The Republicans in Congress have been saying for months that we need to get back to pre-COVID spending levels. This bill canonizes post-COVID spending levels brought to us by Joe Biden and the Democrats. This bill keeps all of Joe Biden's policy, all of Joe Biden's spending intact. This bill does nothing for the Green New Deal subsidies that are going to cripple our electric grid. So when Americans are trying to figure out that they went and bought this electric car that they were subsidized to buy, but when they plug it in, there's not enough electricity on the grid, that is because Washington subsidized all these Green New Deal projects and nobody stood up to it except for people standing behind me right now. To my Republican colleagues, do not vote for this bill. I'm telling you right now, your voters back home are going to look at you and say, why did you vote for a bill that keeps all of Joe Biden's policy in place and all you did was raise the debt ceiling? They're going to tell you, why did you not stand up and demand that they go back to the table and renegotiate this deal? These negotiations happened. Listen, in negotiations, you go through it, you figure out what comes out the other side. But now it's time for the Republican members of Congress to weigh in on these negotiations. That is why I am a no. That is why the men and women behind me are no's. That is why more and more Republicans, as they read this bill, they are no's. And I will add this last thing. It's funny that the White House's talking points are very cheery. That the White House is telling Democrats, have crocodile tears, but vote for the bill. It's funny that you have 100 Democrats who are now greenlighting they will vote for this bill. You know why they're going to do that? Because none of their policy is changed and they get to keep all of their spending.
I think what he's referring to, too, initially, the Republicans wanted to freeze spending at the 22 level, but in the negotiation, they got it moved to the 23 level. So it would stay with the current year's spending. Compromise, nobody gets everything they want. And default is not an option, I don't think. So I don't know how some of the folks, I think, are being a little unrealistic in that they're trying to fix 100 years of bad management with one vote, and that's hard to do.
I do see why people keep saying, I wish he was the speaker and not McCarthy. He's good. Chip Roy, it's only 46 seconds. We'll hear from Chip, too.
He's
out of
angry
Texas.
too, Rick.
He's not happy either. So
No.
here's Chip Roy out of Texas.
Not one Republican should vote for this deal. It is a bad deal. No one sent us here to borrow an additional $4 trillion to get absolutely nothing in return. But at best, if I'm being really generous, a spending freeze for a couple of years. That's it. That's about what you get. And frankly, you're going to make things worse, and my Democratic colleagues know it. That's why they're supporting it. At the end of the day, the only person that would default in this town is Joe Biden, unless Republicans default on the American dream by voting for this bad bill.
Thank you, Speedy.
Yeah,
you're right, Speedy.
Speedy, well said.
I love the congressman in the shades back there.
I'm cool. Yeah. I do understand the point that both of them made is
Some Rick and Bubba shit.
the only thing you need to know about how we don't why they don't think it's a good deal. They listed their reasons very clearly, but also the fact, look, the Democrats are all about it. And they feel like they got what they wanted.
This goes back to another basic thing of our civics class in 8th grade, which I'm really shocked so many people apparently slept through. All spending bills have to start in the House of Representatives.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in charge of the House? The Republicans.
Right.
They could change all of this through the budget process, and I don't know why they don't do that. Why do they wait till they have this, 12th hour showdown when you're sitting on default?
Well, we're trying to get one of those representatives, Gary Palmer, on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week, to discuss this and try to educate ourselves on it going forward. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We come back. Speaking of, sadly, chopping, we had a story that it happened back in June. But the only reason why we know about it now is it's come to trial, and it involves a father-son dispute.
Well, charges have
have been made. Okay, so we have a father-son dispute that involves lawnmowers and chainsaws, and it's not pretty.
Well, Rick, a lot of families may have family feuds or falling out. Some people don't speak to each other anymore, but I really feel like this one is at a whole new level.
Yeah.
A Tennessee man has lost one of his legs after his son, trying to fend off the 76-year-old chainsaw attack, or the 76-year-old's chainsaw attack, drove over the older man with a lawnmower, according to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
I'll see your chainsaw with a lawnmower.
Yeah.
The incident happened June 28th, but because of the severity of the injuries, authorities were not able to serve the arrest warrant until this week. They say that the son was mowing the front lawn when his father went after him with a chainsaw.
Do we know how that happened?
The son defended himself against the attack by running over the suspect with a lawnmower, according to the press release obtained by the Kingsport Times-News. The man, this is not funny, it's sad, the man was found bleeding from his leg and head and was taken to a hospital where doctors had to amputate his leg.
So your daddy,
that his son ran over him with.
well, and he's 76. Because at first I thought, couldn't you get away from a riding lawnmower? Some of them are pretty quick. And if you're 76, well, obviously, Rick, his son was able to run him down.
And if you have your hands full with a chainsaw. Now, the man was jailed on the attempted murder charge and, Rick, and I think this is the key to the whole story, for violating parole related to a previous aggravated assault.
Yeah. Yeah, we always see that, don't we? More times than not. Does it mention in the story how we got to the point that Dad's trying to attack me with a chainsaw?
It says that the two have had a long-running feud.
You think?
And I think that probably was understood.
But today was the day that Chainsaw Dad met his match named Riding Lawnmower.
If your son's out there cutting grass, he ought to be happy he's cutting his grass, would you'd think. Maybe it was a little early. I don't know.
Well, you never know. Maybe he wasn't cutting it right,
you
or
don't,
you know, there was some. You know, I'm not trying to tell the dad what to do, and I'm thankful he wasn't able to. But if somebody's on a riding lawnmower, because you'd have to be able to keep up, so I guess that was his problem. They got the noise. They're usually got their headphones on.
Sneak up from behind.
Get them from behind with a chainsaw. But
Where's the machete when you need it, Rick?
Right. Could have been a different game.
Yeah, could have been.
But
well, I think the question here, we don't know how big the lawnmower was. I think that it must have been pretty big if he could run over it and mess his leg.
Yeah.
up.
No,
you talking about one of those you can?
Oh, zero
I
turn.
don't know. It doesn't say.
How bad?
A zero turn's hard to get out of the way of.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
Because
got a lot of area.
they can
They
really
can get
cover.
you quick.
Boy, they
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
It's almost like a flying saucer after you.
But even a lawnmower that size, if it was trying to run you down, you would think your foot or your leg might go up on top of the deck more than it would go underneath.
Wait a minute. It might have been one of those zero turns because you can pick it up like a wheelie.
How you do it?
Do you think?
You just got to pull back.
But see, this dad, might have been just one of them old cusses, from that era. I'm picturing my dad. I think my dad would have come after the lawnmower if I was coming after him, tried to climb over it, step on it, and cut me with that chainsaw. He would almost just bulled right into it, just slinging chainsaw left and right.
So nothing ever sparked in their mind.
We shouldn't do this.
I'm trying to kill Dad. I'm trying to kill Son.
Right.
Yeah.
It never. Because you're saying it was been in a feud,
where's the wake up call?
They weren't big on it.
Because keep in mind, premeditated, you have to go get the chainsaw.
Yeah,
you got to get it cranked.
You got to mix the oil and gas. Got to fill it up.
If you got to have
you got to have the chainsaw sharp. I mean, there's a lot of work before you go to cutting up somebody with that thing.
You see your son cutting the grass. No wake up call there. Still moving forward.
It's just, I don't know. It's just strange, Rick. But is it any stranger than anything else we've heard the last few days,
No,
few
it's
weeks,
not.
few
It's
years?
not. You realize that you've really got to be a son who's really upset your dad for him to try to kill you with a chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Back when
Can't you just move?
Yeah, it's
Before it gets that bad, just move to another town.
You realize how many steps you have to go past to get to today's the day I kill you with the chainsaw? Don't come around here anymore.
Even if your chainsaw's ready to go and you're going to get him, you got to go get it out of a case. You got to crank it. None of them crank on the first pull.
Never.
Those things are tough to get started usually.
Never.
Yeah. When you were younger and you went through a haunted house, were you ever chased by a chainsaw? Even if you knew the chain wasn't on it, just something that's terrifying about that.
Yeah, I was once chased by a chainsaw and it wasn't a horror house.
Have you ever had one that would just
Let's go to the people. Calvin Speedy Wilburn on the phones at 866 We Be Big. We're going phone trolling. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. 30 seconds is the winner. And we'll move through the calls quickly. From Babylon B, Democrat pilot and Republican co-pilot argue over how fast they should fly the plane into the ground.
That's good.
That is a dandy right there, my friend.
That may be more real than not right there.
Conservative man finds himself alone in a cave with a MyPillow and Goya beans.
I appreciate that. That's funny.
Speaking of MyPillow.
If you know the players, that's funny.
MyPillow.com/Bubba. And you talk about a great product. Man, what a good product. And all their products are fantastic. But, man, when they introduced that perfect pillow to us, we thought, well, this can't get better. Of course, we were right for a lot of years. But now the new temperature-regulating technology caused Mike Lindell to say, I think we can take it to another level. And he's done that with MyPillow 2.0. And you can still get them buy one, get one free, and keeps that surface cool throughout the night. Thus, you sleep more soundly, and we love ours, you'll love yours. And at buy one, get one free, that's a Speedy special. Also, don't forget right now, if you're getting ready for summertime, you can get some great deals. You get some of the MyPillow sandals, $19.50. 6-piece towel sets on clearance at $25. They've got their beach blankets and their beach towels, 60% off. So make the move now. And also their bed sheets, the Giza Dream Sheets, the lowest $29.98. So move to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. Or you can go to RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We will start with Lynette, Georgia, and Mike is standing by. Mike, 30 seconds. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Morning, Biggins, Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy, for the call. Go ahead.
So my theory is that with all of the inclusion going on in the world, do you think it's because of the participation trophy group has grown up?
No, I don't. I think we are becoming depraved as a society as we turn further and further away from the one and only living God. And the result is total depravity. That's what I think it is. 866 We Be Big. Chase is standing by. Chase out of Aniana, Alabama. Chase, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Hey! What's on your mind, buddy?
I just like to say I know what Greg's ringtone would be. It'd be one of those adoption clips off the TV. You'll see.
That wouldn't make you point.
Oh, buddy, that was. Oh boy, that was bad.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I
never locked in on that.
Can
one.
It was really. It was going to be a good line if he had just executed it, and if he would have known one of the actual singers.
Sarah
There's
McLachlan.
one- yeah, that's it.
Sarah McLachlan.
He would have known that.
If he had just, this is just us coaching.
That may be the most unprepared caller I've
Right.
ever heard.
It's, you go on your side. I tell you what, Greg's ringtone would have been that song by Sarah McLachlan, Since He Got on Them Puppies. That's how it should have been.
Yes.
Now, if you could have remembered the song, that would have been even better.
If you could have sang it to us,
Right.
that'd be better.
Isn't it the thing about the what's Sarah McLachlan's song? Is it
In the eyes of the wreckage or something? I don't know.
Angel.
Whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't wreckage.
Is it the eyes of the wreckage?
No, that's not. That's the wreckage of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Does she sing the song "I Will Remember You"?
Yes.
And I've seen that on some pet. Some
that would have been a good one
some
too.
commercials for adopting pets or something. Yeah.
The Arms of the Angel one is I've seen
And
that
then
one.
building a mystery too.
I'm talking about for the
Talking about just for the dog thing.
I thought we were just talking about Sarah McLachlan.
No, we're not going through the catalog. It's not, this
We're
is
not
not
talking about ringtones again.
We haven't prompted the Sarah McLachlan catalog.
Oh, okay.
Dave in Birmingham. Dave, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Greg,
yes,
I need your opinion on something. The big giant butterfly fake eyelashes that you see women wearing like your grandma's straw broom on the back porch. What do you think about that?
Well, yesterday I actually saw that yesterday. And the whole time I was thinking that's a little much.
I think that looks ridiculous.
I know it does. I mean, I tell you what, it isn't, and that's natural looking. That's for sure.
It's creepy.
Yeah, and they do that.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like that at all.
Well, it helps to fan gnats away.
Yeah,
There
it does
you go.
that.
Look
It
at
does
that.
that. Yeah.
Y'all don't like that?
No.
Yeah, I shouldn't feel the wind when you blink.
No. Remember, I don't know what's wrong with our society now. Have we just lost the trend? Less is more.
I know.
We have
cat
the
people. I mean, eyelash people. I mean, cat
and eyelash people.
If all that's left is your face, I mean, come on.
I know. It's, you're out of hand.
We continue. Let's go to Earl. Out of Butler. Earl, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, do you think that this Taylor Swift phenomenon was just made up by people that didn't go to the concert, but they can just tell everybody they went? They don't remember it. It's such a good time.
You know what? Nowadays, Earl,
That is
I
funny.
think that's plausible.
It may be a social trend.
Well, they identify as someone who went.
I went, but I can't remember it.
Let's go to Coleman. I don't even know what to say to what's written above this rant. Go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing this morning?
Fantastic.
Well, let me first off say green monkeys. And that phenomenon y'all talk about Taylor Swift. I follow a group that at one venue with 2 concerts, they made over $9 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's knocking it down, no doubt. All right, then. Did that same guy call twice? What's going on with calls? Yeah, he changed his voice.
She's got a lot of people to support.
I tell you, Greg, that song with his, yeah.
Yeah, that was probably just
man.
That was probably just an email.
Yeah, we got it.
You know, they're not
completely locked up.
Yeah, we continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Tim in Illinois. Tim, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I was wanting to know, did you guys hear about the girl that says she got pregnant in Paducah, Kentucky, with Sasquatch's baby?
I saw somebody
That's
saw
not
a
true.
headline.
That's got to be one of those like world news things.
Well, I've seen some people
Weekly
walking
World
around.
News.
Yeah, the black and white.
Bat boy.
That's
Well,
not nobody's
Well,
really saying that.
Well, she said her husband is sterile, so she was on a camping trip with her friends, and she said Sasquatch came into her tent and had.
Oh, I know what she's. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think somebody came in the tent, but it wasn't Sasquatch.
no,
I was about to
he
say.
that may be his nickname.
That's what I was
His old Friendly Henry.
It might have been Friendly Henry's nickname, but you know, when it's all said and done with the baby, she goes, "I didn't mean literal Sasquatch."
Look.
We continue. Let's go to.
Hey, it could happen.
Let's go to Emily in Alabaster. ZZK. Emily, go ahead.
Have you heard about the lady who's suing her parents for allowing her to be born?
That doesn't surprise me, but I have not. No.
Well, if you think
She
about
said
it,
that
though, do you want that lawsuit settled?
Right.
No.
They take you out
She
back
said
and whack
it's
you in the head.
inhumane for them to allow her to be born. She didn't know she was going to have to grow up and go to work. And you should consult a psychic medium to talk to your future child instead of just assuming that your child wants to be born and grow up and have responsibility.
You know what? That is so dumb. It makes me have a headache.
But you know, and that sounds like a joke. It really does. But compared to the headlines that we read every day, I am not surprised if it's true.
If that's true, the Sasquatch thing, if all that's true, at one time, I would have said, no way these things are true. But I went over to the gate where we used to have a gatekeeper, and there's nobody there, and the gate's just wide open. So right now, you know, with the things that we're accepting, I once again have to call out to the polygamists. Where are y'all? Yeah. I mean, this is your time. I don't know why. Are they just not wanting to bring attention to themselves?
Well, they
look like nothing.
Rick, they got some TV shows.
They look so normal now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So we continue. Let's go to Jake. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, are y'all still doing no good? Still doing good. I know everybody asks you, about every 2 minutes. Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Right.
Yeah, we're good. Y'all still doing good.
Yep.
We're good far as we know.
Here's
Define
here's
good.
a suggestion for Rick's. Here's a suggestion for Greg's ringtone. How about him just saying $30 over and over?
$30.
Yeah. Greg, can I tell you?
Well, if you're out in public, though.
Let me tell you what I think about, because Greg's taught us so many terms over the years, and there's a commercial that runs, and I think it's a local buy, but it's a national product. But I think it was a local buy. I'm not sure it runs on the whole network. And when I'm coming in listening to the kickoff hour, as all people should, and they refer to like a medical condition as RA. And every time I hear it, all I can hear is what you say RA stands for. And I was like, if you're RA, and I'm like, I laugh every day when I
suffer from it daily.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, it's contagious.
Oh yes,
we'll be
back. A lot
back.
of things causing it.
Yes, 866 We Be Big is our number. Continuing through the stories of the day, we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up later as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was a horrible experience. But
that you hadn't used in a while that just cranked easy? I mean, like you didn't use it in the morning.
No.
That after, and you it's been days since you used it. To me, they're probably the hardest thing to crank ever, even the good ones.
I will say there's nothing. I will say there's nothing on the planet that can frustrate you other than maybe possibly
Joey Behar.
Right.
But I'm talking about
Right. It's
as
close.
far as is there anything more frustrating than fill in the blank won't crank?
No.
Pull crank.
Because if you're
Pull
on
cranks and it
something,
won't crank.
if-
It infuriates
Pressure
me.
washer.
Oh my gosh!
If you're using something that cranks, it means that you need to do something.
Right.
You know, you're not just killing time.
Yeah. How about when you
get annoyed real quick?
and how about when you do
And
that
it's
and you
hard
realize
pulling,
you've
too.
just missed one step?
Yeah.
It's on you in the preparation. Golly, I didn't pull that one thing out.
Oh, wow.
Didn't
So I
have the choke.
I
on
got
it.
it all before it's on off.
Right. Yeah. And you're sitting there just
to
wearing
pull
it
it.
out.
Hey, what about that time?
Primed it
What about
too
that
much.
time your knuckle
It
scrapes on?
flooded it.
What about when your knuckle scrapes on something and knocks a person top?
That's the pressure washer for me.
Don't you have a story, Greg, where Lisa said she was looking from inside the house out at you,
I
beating up
stomped
a
the
lawn?
lawnmower flat. I stomped the top of it in. It really didn't crank then.
I could have seen that.
She wasn't happy with
It felt good though, didn't it?
Oh, it did. I didn't care that my lawnmower was done. I couldn't quit stomping. Once I started stomping, I couldn't quit.
I picked one up over my head, spilled gas and oil on myself, and slammed it on the concrete.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You remember the guy from California that said he found the show and he did like a 60-minute interview with us, from like 60 Minutes?
Right.
Mike Wallace.
Yeah, and we asked him to call back.
And we said call back in a week.
But then we said a week and a day because we were off.
So it should be today.
He should, yeah.
Today should be the day we hear from him to see if he still likes the show.
Or yesterday.
Well, we came back on Tuesday, and Monday would have been a week, so you're right.
Right.
Yesterday should have been his day.
But he hadn't called.
He has not called.
We may have lost it.
Yeah, so I don't know. David.
He's on to another show.
Yeah, so we'll see. We have a PETA update. PETA update. Once again, PETA kind of lost, way back did they lose all credibility. This will not help as they show how crazy they truly are. I was a butcher cutting a meat. My hands are bloody. I standing on my feet. I was a surgeon till I got the shakes.
Rick, out of Jackson, Mississippi.
This is sad.
PETA plans to plant a memorial near the site of a crash on I-20 in Jackson, Mississippi. The one vehicle wreck involved an 18-wheeler carrying chickens, which ran off I can't even read it, I'm laughing, which ran off the road and into the woods near Ellis Avenue exit last Wednesday. So this is a fairly new story here. It's not known how many chickens perished in the incident, Rick. In honor of the birds who died in agony on Wednesday morning after a truck carrying them ran off Interstate 20 and crashed in the woods, PETA plans to place a sky-high appeal near the crash site.
A what?
Sky-high appeal, it says. They're putting a billboard up.
Is it this billboard that's in the story?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
They said the imprisoned in tiny crates thrown into the side of the road. Many of the chickens must have been crushed or suffocated to death, according to the chairman there from PETA. PETA urges everyone to go vegan to help prevent birds from being crammed into trucks in the first place. Well, what about vegetables crammed in the truck?
I know, but where do we draw the
Rick,
line?
have you ever seen heads of lettuce? How they pack them in there?
I go back to when Bubba
bacon?
called Bruce from PETA an idiot. You're chasing a giant weenie on wheels, and people think you're an idiot because of things like this.
Now Frank on wheels.
Can I say to PETA, apparently we're going to have to be the marketing team for everybody now. Okay, so I don't see the world the way PETA sees it, but if I did see it their way, you're still doing a terrible job.
Yeah.
This kind of crap just turns people off. Now, I don't know what happened to the truck driver, the human. He may be fine. But, if he died, you would not be helping with a memorial. When people think you think there should be a memorial for dead chickens in a truck that we consume, and you're going to have a billboard that has "I'm me" with a stupid chicken, by the way, looking as brainless as it can into the camera. "I'm me, not meat. See the individual. Go vegan." Do you realize how stupid it is for you to call on a nation of human beings to see a chicken as an individual, to look into the eyes of a chicken and see them as an individual, and that should motivate me to go vegan. If my job was to say, I got to get people to see chickens as the same as a human, that's going to be an uphill climb.
I would stick with the puppy farm deals.
Yeah, stay there.
You can get some.
Stay there.
You can get
Go
some
out.
traction with that.
Go after animal abusers who abuse domesticated animals. All of us can say, you know what, I'm on board for that.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got a guy who has a stray dog that birthed a bunch of puppies in his garage.
Right.
And,
That kind of thing.
Go help that guy to find great homes for these beautiful little puppies and little kitty cats and all of this. I'll even let you go in there, and of course you're gonna have a hard time standing up for some of the pets that people choose, but I don't think you're gonna get Bubba on board for standing up for snakes. But
no.
But I think cats and dogs.
I'd put a flamethrower to every one.
I
of
think
them
domesticated cat and dogs. I don't even want to see anybody abuse a pot-bellied pig.
Right.
Something like that. We don't want
little
people to
hedgehog or
torture or
something?
whatever. But
No.
if you can't see that a chicken was put on this earth for you to live and consume them, I don't know where
It's a
you
plant
are.
with legs.
It's like I said, it's a plant with a chance. I mean, it might be able to scurry away from you. Okay, this thing, their ability to reason and consumption of these chickens, I just don't know. And I know why you're doing this. We outed you years ago. I understand what you're doing. You're laughing behind closed doors.
You
And
have to be.
And I know you are
At how gullible
because
people
we
are.
found a bunch of pets y'all thrown in dumpsters and things like that. You've been busted a lot of times, and unfortunately, with the best of intentions, you are taking money from people who have all the best intentions, and you're trying to win them over to a campaign you don't even believe in. Okay, you're trying to do it by being outrageous and a shock value, putting up a memorial for a bunch of dead chickens, okay, and calling on people to see them as individuals. What you're hoping is some well-meaning but not clear-thinking people will send y'all money for the cause, and you've run out of things to do. I still say your best play on money is still dogs and cats.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot better.
Yeah, getting people.
What you probably should have done in this case was hold a big cookout for the neighborhood.
Amen.
Wherever it went over.
What about
let them go to waste?
What about when those chickens hit the ground? We immediately started bringing them off, trying to save the meat for ruining, and we fed people who were hungry.
That's right.
You know, I mean, but people I know you don't care about. I got it. But I'm just sorry. Hey, honey, what did you do today? You know, I continued the plight of the chicken. Really? Was that your contribution to the world today? It was. I stood up for chickens. I mean, it doesn't really.
No.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any traction.
Tell us about your boy, Billy. Well, you know, he's an advocate for chickens. Oh, you're talking about for chicken sales around the world? To get
He's
America.
an advocate for chickens.
You mean chicken farmers in America? He's an advocate for them. No, the actual chicken. You mean the chicken?
The meat, not the meat. Rick.
Yeah,
The meat.
The meat. Yeah, he wants everybody to see chickens as individuals. Has he said that to your buddy down the road that's a chicken farmer? He has not, and I hope he doesn't. But that's what he does. He tries to get people to stand up for chickens. No, you mean the chicken farmer. No, I mean the chicken. Okay. So not the human, the actual bird. Have you ever looked in the eyes of a chicken? There's nobody home. I mean, all they know is just get some eggs on the ground, and hopefully we'll
scratch around a little bit.
Yeah, and the rooster, he's got one thing on his mind. It's obvious.
Sure.
You know, and it really, you just kind of, if you're a chicken, your hope is, I hope I'm one of those that they want to lay eggs, not one of those they want to eat.
True.
That's really your whole thing.
Yeah.
That's when that wheel of life spins, you go, let it land on eggs, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
But
Scrambled.
But to stand up for the plight of a chicken, a memorial for dead chickens. See the me, not the meat. No, I can't even.
It's not even a good line.
No, it's really not.
No.
I'd give you points if it was clever. That's not even good.
I'm embarrassed on your behalf. You should be embarrassed of this campaign. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba, then we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, Chris Stapleton, millionaire. Well, Bubba, we do have Danny Moultrie coming in. You know, it throws me off. You know, I'm a routine guy, and when the routine gets messed up, it throws me. And so Dan's usually a Tuesday guy, and because of his schedule, he's become a Wednesday guy this week, and it completely threw me off. I didn't expect to encounter Moultrie, you know, on my Wednesday schedule.
Well, you know, there's a little nip in the air out there. Yeah. Well, it's really not a nip. It's just not hot as corn as it has been.
Right, yeah. Nips a stretch, but you're right.
Yeah, I've corrected myself
Sure.
there. But it's it certainly feels better than it did. You know, we've got deer season, bow season in our state is now up and going. And, it just seems like the right time for Dan to be here,
Yeah, it does. It's funny because I was talking, we were discussing, what do we have to do? We always discuss anytime we get around a bunch of outdoors guys this time of year. We're discussing what? Moultrie camera pictures.
Oh, yeah.
And so we were kicking our pictures around. And I will tell some people, I don't know, different people that live around me, some of y'all have put shock collars on your dogs because I see them in the pictures, but they're not working.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever shock collar you have on these animals, they either just don't mind it or the batteries need to be changed because they are running and chasing and having a blast running through the areas where,
where they shouldn't be,
where we really don't want them chasing and running things, all over the place. And certainly I love dogs and we all do, but if you got a shock collar on it, that looks like that's an attempt to keep them, where they need to be. But sure would appreciate you checking them batteries.
I've got an armadillo that is just tearing my backyard up, and I've got pictures of him.
No, I bet he's having a time.
Oh yeah, the problem is he's there right after I leave every morning.
Yeah, and any pictures.
If I could catch him out a little earlier, I believe I could get him.
They're great. They can dig.
Rick, they'll turn a lawn that you have worked, tirelessly on for years that looks like carpet. Yeah. They can turn it into just a mulchy mess in a very short amount of time.
Well, what the old possum on the half shell, he can get the job done. Did you ever look at any of the pictures and he has this very sharp claw, the middle one maybe pointed up in there at you in your camera?
No, he's too busy. He's nose to the ground. He's working hard.
Well, and the noise they make.
Oh, yeah.
Man, they're a noisy little creature.
They really are.
Just rooting around and looking for grubs. Look at him looking for a grub. Got to find one.
Oh, good. Got one.
There he goes.
Ooh, so good.
I've never attempted to remove an armadillo that was disturbing my yard with a bow or crossbow, but I assume that it will do the job on that.
If you can make the shot, it absolutely will.
Yep. That's a pretty tough shell. I just didn't know.
No, it will.
It ain't that tough.
Is it?
Not for that kind of power.
It can be had. Huh?
Yeah, I've killed them with 22 before.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an annoying little animal.
Boy, you talking about a living, breathing dinosaur.
My timing on this, I acknowledge, is way off, and it is not the time to say what I'm about to say. But it's another example of what we've talked about many times. They at one time they didn't live here,
right?
They and undoubtedly they didn't see the signs that said "Sweet Home Alabama." And
right,
they came on.
They migrated.
Yeah, they came from somewhere else. And I realize my timing on that is terrible. The fact we're about to talk to Moultrie and Chuck Sykes,
right?
So
yeah, don't bring that. Let's. I tried.
A no Panther zone.
I'm trying to let them have a day without multiple Black Panther reports.
Okay.
I understand. I mean, it's.
Do you want to declare a no Panther zone? I'm fine with it.
No, I don't want to declare it. I'm just not going to actively seek it.
Right. Okay.
I'm trying to get so Chuck will not just totally avoid being around us.
Right.
He did bring breakfast.
We're this close.
We did bring breakfast.
No, he did. That's a good sign. I almost looked at that like a no Panther offering.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to be kind.
And I would accept it as a no Panther offering.
If you want to win us over to your side, show it with 2 pans of sausage balls.
Yeah. You buy a lot of peace with that.
15 minutes pass, if Moultrie's coming, your chance to win something's coming up. So we'll start that process next with Dan Moultrie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go, everybody up. Come on. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right now. Trying to get whatever I could get, but Bubba, it ain't free. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right now. You know, everybody goes where the lights go. It's old as time, Bubba. Money and fame bring a man to his knees. All right, as we start a brand new hour from the No Name Studio, couple of things. Wednesday Bible study back today. Live on the YouTube channel. We'll be going through Revelation chapter 12 today. We'll make a little bit of a pivot, and we'll do that today. If you're doing that current Bible study, we will either talk to you live or on the archive later today, which also finds its way to the YouTube channel and then onto our podcast channel. And if you're looking for a signed copy for Dad for the new 31-day devotional Transformed, Embracing the Death of Self and the Power of God, signed copies cutoff is 7 days from today on June the 7th. Be sure you don't leave Dad out. That's in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. If you're following the Man Church on social media, you see the link for you there as well. And grab one of those for Dad. And thank you for all the feedback we're getting on that new resource. So, Bubba, as we start the hour, we got to go to our NASCAR expert, the real Greg Burgess. Hey,
Burge.
Chase Elliott. Of course, Bubba, you, of course, being a former Bill Elliott fan.
Yep.
This is the Elliott legacy.
Yep.
He has been suspended.
Yeah, he has been suspended through next week's Cup Series race at the Worldwide Technology Raceway in Madison.
Mm-hmm.
After he was ruled he purposely crashed into Denny Hamlin during the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte on Monday.
Okay, so they have looked at the video, and we're looking at it now. So Chase is where?
I don't see how that looks any worse than anything else you ever see.
Yeah, well, Greg, you were saying they had new ways to determine this, right?
Who's number what, Greg?
Where are they?
Right. I don't know.
Okay, I see. There he is. Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Here he goes, right here. I don't see it.
It looked like he kind of got bumped into the wall and kind of bounced back.
It looked like it was payback. He felt like Hamlin had put him in the wall, and he came off the wall and went into Hamlin.
Yeah, see if the announcer. I've got audio.
Can I go? Is it okay?
Yeah,
all right, here we go. All right,
That's the big one that everybody's talking about. You see the 11 and 9 door to door right here. Levitt comes up. You see the get out of the gas. He's in trouble. Squeeze the 9 on the wall. Now watch the 9 move down before the 6 hits him. A lot of people, a lot of buzz going on. I'm seeing that car move before the 6 hit him.
So the 9 did get contact from Keselowski, but not until after he came off the wall into Hamlin.
Yeah, he gets it gathered up right here. Turns left. Right there's the contact with Keselowski afterwards.
Yeah.
What do you think, Greg?
Here was Keselowski's radio explaining what happened from his point of view.
Can we hear this?
I got in the back of one of them, but they were bouncing off each other. I couldn't slow down. Oh, you're good, man. They were trying to wreck. They were wrecking each other.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, again, I don't know how they say they have technology now. They can tell when you turn the wheel, how far you turn it, and all that stuff.
I know little things. I know about some of the new technology.
I'm surprised they set him down, though.
Well,
Because a little side
is that
note,
how you say it? Is that the hip
a
way
little
that
side
set him
note,
down?
Yeah, he set him down. He broke his leg earlier in the year snowboarding, and he was out. I don't know, 4 or 5 races. I can't remember. And they said TV ratings actually were down with him not driving. And when he came back, they went back up.
Who's that?
Elliott.
Really? So Chase Elliott's got people getting fired up.
Yeah. He's extremely popular. But Hamlin come out of the race said he ought to be banned from ever driving.
Yeah, that's the story we had.
Which I think's a little
So
much.
he's mad.
I think that's a little much. But
So he got a week.
Yeah.
For now.
There we go.
Like I say,
Anybody else love the roar of those engines?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of
That's on
those
that bucket
things
list.
that TV does not do justice.
It
It's the
does.
same.
Yeah.
I remember going to my first race with some college buddies, and I was like, "What is the deal? What, we're gonna ride, go watch cars go round and round?" You know, I had that.
Oh yeah. Are you one of those?
And then I went, and I wasn't very outspoken about it. I was just there was no
You're a little
interest.
outspoken, but yeah.
And then I went, and they were like, "Okay, what we got to do is we all got to pick one car. All right, so and that's your guy." Of course, I was Dale Jarrett, if you'll remember.
That was in the heyday. That was in the 90s when it was huge.
Oh, 88.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, we were in the Lincoln Towers, right there at Turn 4. And all of a sudden, I felt the rumbling of those cars coming by.
Mm-hmm.
And it hit me, and I uncontrollably just was like, I was just screaming. I didn't sit down till it was over.
You in 88.
If you've never seen a green flag lap, that first green flag lap sitting in the
I was hooked.
Horsepower. Oh man, I would like to take some people with the green movement, just make them sit there and watch it.
Yeah,
smell them, fume, smell them.
So to y'all's point, Hamlin posted on Twitter Monday showing the data that Greg was talking about that he says proves Elliott turned left into his car on purpose. He said, removing all doubt, his steering came back to the exact same position it had previously after we came off the wall. The higher the line on the steering, the further left it's going. He basically said they adjusted right back to where he was. He didn't lose control of the car.
Yeah, they're saying nothing was broke or anything that would, say, hey, man, I couldn't help. I turned into him.
Yeah. They said the fact that he straightened the car right back up afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could see him just dive
you could
into
tell
it.
it was straightened up and then, a little bit to the left.
Got a little loose.
Boom.
Hey, that's just racing.
Rubbin's racing.
Hey, that's just
Everybody knows
racing. I mean, that's all that is.
Little rubbing. Little racing.
I mean, you can't even have a
guess
Chase
I don't
Elliott.
know. I mean, he turns into him. Look right there.
But like you said, is that worse than anything else we've seen?
I thought they're like
Look,
something new.
Well, he said that the same thing had happened the week before with somebody else.
The thing I
nothing
miss,
was done about
and Greg, you've talked about it many times, when we went in the 70s when our dad took us in the back of a pickup truck.
Oh, yeah.
And we'd build scaffolding and all that. And, in those, when you have brothers that are racing and one of them whose car is still doing fine sees there's trouble with you and another driver and they pull their car off and start fighting.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That was good old days.
That's the good old days right there.
The first one I went to, I think Marty Robbins was still racing.
Oh, yeah.
Purple
Yellow
Cowboy.
I used to love that.
Now you can just see it coming home from work on the interstate or on the
Sure.
highway. People just get out and fight now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's I tell you, it's frustrating out there.
It is. It is. We talked about in the kickoff hour. I almost saw something that was escalating at the red light. I mean, they were. I'm talking about. Please to understand, they weren't just like being, "Hey, man, watch it." They were like, "Hey, what?" I was like, I think we got us something here.
Yeah.
And they never got out of the car, but I thought they were.
Yeah, I guess it's got to have something to do with cell phones. I can't come up with any other thing, or just society has become a bunch of doofuses. But driving has clearly gotten worse. I mean, people driving.
We know the distractions.
They're just doing things now that boggle the mind. I mean, you're just like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's definitely the phone.
And you know what they say? I ain't thinking. No. I got a thinking problem.
Sure you do.
Yeah, we do. A lot of that.
Hey, look, when it hit me that a lot of these problems we got on that major interstate are just simply people not getting out of the left lane, I had a hard time with that.
Well, we passed a law. We passed a law to
pretty
fix some of
simple.
that, but I don't feel like they're.
Yeah, Rick got pulled over for
Not a whole lot of enforcement.
Of course, I was going about 80.
Rick?
If I'm in the left lane, I'm letting it eat.
Yeah, me too.
I was just told I can't stay out there no matter what. I have to get over.
And I didn't know
if
that
I-
rule.
Yeah.
Or
well, it's being violated.
What are y'all
like crazy.
Okay, let me ask y'all this: How do y'all approach it? If I can't pass anybody, I get over.
Same.
Yeah. But if I can see even like I'm talking a quarter of a mile out, if I see I'm gaining and nobody's, I'm keeping staying.
The thing that
I
hurts
don't
you
know if that's
Sometimes
right,
wish
but
you
I
had
do
a
that.
sidewinder missile that you could launch
Yes.
and clear the road.
I've said that before with Sherry. She's like, Rick, you shouldn't say that. I said,
I'll
right
even
now,
play like
if I
if-
could, I would take this car just in rid world.
I'll even play like if there's a bug on the windshield, that's my aiming dot.
Yeah.
Line it up.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, and what gets me is the
Missile away.
What about when you've got a car in the left lane that's causing unnecessary traffic and they would just simply get over? They've got room to
all
get
they
over.
gotta do.
Yeah. They've got room to get over.
All they gotta do.
And then people run up behind you and they don't realize that there's a car in the right lane and there's a car in front of you and they whip around you like they're going to do something and then they slam their brakes on because they realize, oh, this is why you're not moving. Yeah. I would be going too if I could.
Right.
You racing up beside me really doesn't accomplish
No.
anything. And I just went by you. Now, how stupid do you feel right now?
Yes. Right.
Yeah, just calm down. If I can get this idiot to go over, we're all going to go.
Just everybody calm down.
Also, just because I'm having a safe following distance doesn't mean I'm going slow. Please stop jutting in front. I'm going fast.
They get between you and the car in front of you.
Yes.
Oh, they'll cut in front of you.
And then I remember being a kid, and the very first time I experienced an onlooker's delay, I was like, what happened? What was in the road? And my dad was like, nothing. People were just looking. And I was like, people were just looking?
Oh, yeah.
That can happen?
Right.
What is the world?
Why are y'all not as anxious about me to get to where we're going?
Let's go.
Come on. Can we? Let's go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are talking with Dan Moultrie. We announced, if you missed it, joining the Pradco family is the Whitetail Institute. Steve Scott talked to us about everything that they do. Their information is in show notes. So that's just, I keep thinking, I know what Speedy's thinking.
Speedy's thinking free food plot mix.
Yes, yeah.
Let's just go ahead and clear it up. Free food plot mix.
That's all he think about. I saw him go out there and actually move stuff out of the back of his truck to make room for the bags.
I saw him down peeking in Ashley's car to see if there was any samples in there, but I don't know.
It was a sad little thing. You know what he looked like? That kid that was all just certain this was the Christmas he got the puppy. And he just sat there looking for it, So the next thing we want to talk about, Chuck Sykes is with us, an old friend of the show and director of wildlife and freshwater fisheries, here with us today. A big event coming up. Now, I guess this includes people like you all over the country all getting together at the conference, and it's called
SIFWA, Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies.
SIFWA.
Yep.
SIFWA.
That sounds like a left-wing protest group.
It really does.
Look out, SIFWA's coming to town.
Watch out. Why are we getting extra security? Well, SIFWA's marked us. There you go.
There are a lot of khaki, a lot of green.
So it's the Chuck Sykes of all the different states, but Alabama's hosting this time?
It is. We host about every 15 years.
Yep.
So we have all of my counterparts from the southeastern states, and we have a lot coming from out west and federal agencies, and really it'll be 600 to 700 people that work in game and fish agencies like ours. We meet once a year to discuss issues. A lot of the animals that we manage don't know what a state line is. So we have to work.
I've heard that.
Did you just say that out loud? We've been saying that.
Here we
go. So we have to work with each other to form some strategies. And for me, coming in from the outside and not knowing state governments, going to this conference every year helped me out because I knew I wasn't alone. You could substitute my issue for their issue, and we were dealing with the same thing. They had one legislator, I had one legislator, that you just swap last names, and we're going through the same thing. So it helps us greatly with me and my counterparts to be able to bounce ideas off each other to see what works and what don't.
Well, that's what I was saying, and Bubba and I were talking about this even in the break, and I wish that our fellow brothers and sisters here in Alabama would just hear this common sense point. If we're getting together as multiple states and say there's animals that we share, okay, and there's some that we don't, but there's animals that we share. First of all, I want you to talk to the Western folks about all the armadillos they sent us. But anyway,
can we send those and the coyotes back?
Good luck.
Yeah, well, it's a very simple concept. If I was, say, I'm talking to you and I'm Georgia and you're Alabama, and I said, well, Chuck, let me tell you over in Georgia what's worked for us to accomplish whatever goal y'all are talking about. Wouldn't it be one thing to consider if it worked on a bordering state that it might work in your own? And then you may say to them, well, let me tell you what we've done in Alabama that is da-da-da. Y'all are sharing ideas, and certainly we don't care about sharing the ones that haven't worked, but when you're sharing ideas that have worked, I think people need to realize this actually goes on, that some of these ideas we come up with, we don't just pull out of the air.
Well, and that's been a huge misconception, is that there's just a couple of guys behind closed doors in Montgomery that's just making decisions. They don't hunt, they don't fish. All they're doing is wanting to mess it up for the good old boy.
Right.
And that's not it. I mean, we hunt and fish. When you were talking about me looking in the back of your truck, I'm thinking now, I've been here 6 years. And when I'm on a dove field opening day and I see that green truck come and they get out to ask for my license, when they look at me, they run one way, and I'm wanting to run the other. You know, it's just, it's still habit. It's innate.
Right. Even if you're doing everything right.
It's just innate. Run, game warden, run.
It's like when it's time to go get a physical at the doctor. Nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right, you know?
So, we do hunt and fish. We do have common sense. And we are meeting with others that's in our same positions that's been through these situations. So it helps. We get to see the good and the bad and the ugly from other states. Every state's different, so we've got different politics here. We've got different regulations here. But we can still take the good and the bad and learn from it to adapt it to Alabama. And that's what we're
Wow, that was strange. Sorry about that. I couldn't find where that was coming from. It was on Adler's microphone channel. I mean, I was like, I thought it was part of the song, and then I started trying to pot it down and talk, and I was like, I can't control that.
I thought you were doing a live mix show.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world?
Like, go Rig.
How's that on your mic channel?
Oh, I had my music actually coming down the YouTube channel and the channel that feeds my mic channel.
Okay.
So I had it on the same channel.
That was a lot.
That's what the tubers were listening to, huh?
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty cool song.
I didn't even know that could do that.
It actually, I didn't either. It actually mixed well. You ought to see me trying to figure it out. I potted down everything there was, and I'm like, still going. Still
rocking.
Yeah, still right. Yeah, and then, of course, that spooks me. Because the big struggle I have in the one seat is I don't know when y'all going to comment when you're not. But if I leave mics open and then something happens, I'm like, I wish I had that mic down.
Yeah.
But then as soon as I put it down, y'all make a comment and your mic's not up. So it's a struggle. And especially when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 microphones. So anyway,
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So now look, now I don't trust it.
Right.
Now I'm potting it down.
I wouldn't trust it either.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right. So, do we do this creepy story? What? So we have hundreds of people have traveled to a monastery in rural Missouri to view a nun's body, which appears to show no signs of decay, approximately 4 years after her death, according to a Catholic news agency, and CNN has a package on it. Do we want to watch this?
Yeah, let's take a peek.
Okay, here we go.
Crowds are flocking to the small town of Gower, Missouri, to view a Catholic nun's body that appears to show no signs of decay, despite being buried for 4 years. The body of Sister Wilhelmina Lancaster, who died in 2019 at the age of 95, was exhumed from the monastery grounds so that she could be moved to her final resting place inside the chapel. But when her coffin was unearthed, this is what they found. Lancaster's body was apparently incorrupt, which in Catholic tradition means the body did not decay. CNN affiliate KMBC reports people have traveled from across the country to see for themselves.
Powerful experience, very powerful.
It's one of the most rare events in the whole of the United States.
Not that old, but I've never heard of that in my life.
And so you actually went as well, right? You went to see for yourself. And you and a whole lot of people can see for themselves because she is out in the open. And what did you experience?
I mean, it was remarkable, the level of detail. Even the branding of her sock was still visible. The veil of her habit was made of the same material as the interior lining of the coffin, and that had decayed while the veil had not. There was no smell of putrid or decay or anything of this. It was just simply looked as though she had been dead for a day. It was really remarkable.
And so help people understand, in the terms of Catholicism, what is incorruptible? What does it mean? Does she seem to demonstrate everything that it embodies?
There does need to be a thorough investigation to make sure that this is a case of an incorrupt body. But what it essentially means is that there's a lack of natural process of decay. And that points to a theological reality, which is that, at this at this at the end of this life, there is something more. And so people who demonstrate extraordinary levels of holiness within Catholicism often found to have these incorrupt bodies, which suggests that there's some level of closeness to the future resurrection that they might have.
And there you go. So,
that hand did not look incorrupted.
No.
I wish they would stop showing it.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm still
It was messed up.
confused if they were going.
I was fine without
if
that.
they were going to move her body. Why did they open the casket to begin with, and what's the plan now? I don't follow it exactly.
Yeah, I understand they wanted to move it to her final resting place,
Yeah.
but you could have just moved the coffin.
Yeah, why would you be looking inside and all that? I looked up too about natural decomposing of a body under current techniques of burial. It says a body buried within a typical coffin usually starts to break down within a year, but can take up to a decade to fully decompose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they were talking about you can still see the brand name on their sock. I mean, I've seen socks in the woods that have lasted long.
All right.
You know?
No, he's right.
Just like.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking 40 years. We're talking 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would throw that out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to jump into the fray on this. I'm not my my flavor. So I'll leave it to those folks. But far as denominational humor,
right,
which often is referred to that,
right.
Probably a bad call on that particular.
I was
one.
about to say, wow.
It's I don't know. Is that a miracle? I don't know. It looks like it would be within the realm of normality if you go by what.
Well, that
this
would be
says.
my question. Yeah, and especially when you see the hand.
Yeah, because
if I was going to make you incorruptible, I probably could do the whole body. I wouldn't be limited to I can't do anything about that hand.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking if you're going.
But I don't know. Again, from a biblical standpoint, that not being. I mean, we're told dust to dust, so I don't know that to me wouldn't be a real marker.
They're saying that.
But again,
this is a marker
not my deal.
of someone's holiness, meaning they're more close to their resurrected body than someone who wasn't as holy, which means this whole room's going to rot quickly. But
talking about dust,
right? But yeah, we're all going to be raised incorruptible. That's right out of Scripture. That are redeemed. So that's where that term is coming from. They're trying to suggest that she's not as far removed from that as the rest as people who weren't as holy.
And of course, a lot of it has to do with moisture and the ground content and all that too.
I tell you what I would do if I was the company that sold that particular coffin. It would be in my markening.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got that right.
We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Would that be a job you'd ever want to have?
Negative.
Selling coffee?
No. Negative.
No, nothing. I want nothing.
I mean,
to do
at
with
the
whole
wholesale level.
Negative.
No.
Negative.
I mean, people need them.
Of course they do.
How about this?
And
Everybody's
going to need them.
You never go out of business.
No, and I'm thankful for those who've answered that call.
Yeah,
sure. It's not my call. Phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there a state that you can come up with an example of that? Say, hey, they're having great luck with this there or whatever. Is there some? And even though you have to work different ways to get it implemented, like you said, you don't know how each state is set up, but or we don't. But it's still good to share that idea.
Well, I can tell you one thing.
And then you can work to the end.
Yeah, one of the biggest success stories that I think we've had is our special opportunity hunting areas. It's our public land that's a little bit smaller than a typical WMA where anybody can just go hunt at will. These are 4,000 to 7,000 acre tracts of land. It's in really good pieces of dirt. I mean, they're in the right location. We wanted to have a high-end public hunting opportunity. So we looked at what a lot of the western states were doing when you have to apply and you draw and you hunt certain units or certain areas. So we basically did that on some of our public land. We broke these 6,000 acre tracts down into 300 to 500 acre tracts. And Rick, if you apply and you get selected, you can carry Greg, and y'all basically have a 500 acre hunting club that nobody's on it but you for the duration of that hunt. Then we can rotate those units around where it's low pressure, so whoever hunts it this weekend during bow season, they've got a great opportunity at a good deer. Well, the person that hunts it the last week of the season still has the same opportunity because it's low pressure and it's been managed really, really well. So that's just one example of where we've looked at what other states have done and
That's a good idea.
kind of adapted it toward what we're doing.
So where do you go to be considered to be drawn to get that opportunity?
You go online to outdooralabama.com.
Yep.
Anything you want to know about our department is there, and it's special opportunity areas. And we've got 2 in Dallas County, 2 in Clark County, 1 in Russell, and 1 in Jackson. From squirrel hunting to turkey hunting, deer hunting, waterfowl hunting, we've got it all.
One of the
People just need
latest
to go
deals
there.
y'all doing, though, Chuck, the mentored hunting program. Why don't you talk about that?
I mean, it's no secret that hunting numbers are declining. People are aging out. There's so much time that it takes to get started. That kids have so much pressing on them for time.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been doing kids programs for years. If they turned the tide, we wouldn't be in that problem right now. I'm not saying we're going to quit them because it's good, but we're starting to look now at adults from 19 to really 45, people that are wanting to learn later in life. I mean, hunters have been eating cage-free, farm-fresh, 100% organic when it wasn't fashionable to do so.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of people now looking for that protein source. They want to get it for their family themselves. But it's hard for a 40-year-old guy to go up to somebody and say, man, I don't know what I'm doing. Will you please carry me and teach me?
Yeah.
Ego stop.
So we've got a program now where you can go online, you apply. If you get selected, we carry you hunting with one of our staff. We've got one-day hunts on some selected WMAs where we teach in rifle safety, firearm safety, tree stand safety, what we've grown up doing. And then we've got a couple of locations where we're doing 3-day weekends where you come and stay at the camp with us and you're hunting with like-minded people that are of your same skill set. We teach them how to trail deer. We teach them how to cook wild game, clean their deer, process it. It's a crash course in what we grew up doing. We're trying to give it to them in that 3-day weekend.
Yeah, it is.
Totally full.
But because you're right, I have met guys, and that's exactly their attitude. My dad didn't do it. I don't know anything about it, and I'm embarrassed that I don't know. They'll even try to get you to take, like their son will start talking about it, and they'd rather you take them than them take them.
Yep.
And you're like, well, look, you just need to learn it. You don't need to miss that opportunity.
We had 100 people sign up last year because it was new. It was our pilot program. In the first couple of weeks this year that we opened registration, we had over 250 apply. The average age was 42, and we had 7 states as far out as New Jersey apply to come down here on the hunt. So, y'all, that's somebody that's going to come in and buy an out-of-state hunting license. They're going to buy gas coming in.
Food.
This is stimulating the economy and teaching people how to hunt.
Great
It's a
idea.
win-win.
And same website, right?
Same website, outdooralabama.com.
Yes, sir.
$35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls. Helmsy takes the realm. We have no interns today. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will chat with you. If you're on hold, stay there. If you'd like to move now, plenty of lines available as we are stout with 10 lines ablazing. ClearBubba.com. I know. You see the whole debt ceiling thing, and you think about inflation, and it looks like our country is moving more and more and further away. A lot of other countries saying, I think we're done with your U.S. dollar. None of that's good. You got bank accounts, retirement monies at risk. and you're thinking, what do I need to do? Well, LearBubba.com might be the right thing to do. You can go and purchase precious metals. They have performed quite well throughout time. You never hear anybody saying, I'll tell you one thing, that gold you got's worthless. You don't see that, and that's one of the reasons it's a great hedge against inflation. If you'd like to find out more about this and learn more, the price of gold right now is still very reasonable, and we still have analysts saying they think that it could get up there and hit as high as $4,000 an ounce. Nobody can predict that, but at what you can buy it for right now and what we're seeing, if it gets anywhere close to that, you're going to do great. So go to rickandbubba.com, look under the links for learbubba.com, go directly to learbubba.com, or if you want to find out more, you can call them 1-800-707-4575 and get a free 1-ounce silver bar because of our show for every ounce of gold that you're purchasing. So do it right now at learbubba.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Brad is out of South Dakota. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We're good.
How about it?
We're good.
Man, so I wanted to comment on that about that nun that was exhumed. People are trying to call it a miracle, but if you look in the Bible, God will let you know that it is an absolute miracle because it could only be God.
Right.
Man was thrown on the bones of Elisha, and he came back, and the bones stood up, right? And then bones were carried out of Jacob's bones were carried out of Egypt, right?
Yep.
And he wasn't whole. And like you mentioned earlier in the show about Abraham, God waited till he was in triple digits until that was, nobody could say that wasn't a miracle.
And if you remember too, the devil was wanting the bones of Moses, not the body of Moses.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and it was Joseph's bones that were carried out of Egypt. But I know
Joseph's bones. Yeah,
I got you. But I knew what you meant. No, I knew what you meant. And apparently, when you look at the army that was made of bones laying everywhere just because God breathed on them, these things are not an issue for him.
No,
Let's go to Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, go ahead.
Yeah, just noticed Speedy's kind of trying to pick up his shoe game a little bit again. He last week he had a pair. Last week he had a pair like the ones that were darker, but they were a little bit lighter. But now he's rocking the Brookses again today. He's been rocking the Brookses all week now. But I have noticed that I think Bubba may have a real tree deal with the fishing shirts going on.
Oh yeah, let me tell you
my habits.
Bubba's
They're
got
a bad habit.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he has got the. How many of those you've got? Seriously?
Oh, that's about all I wear now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got every color, every style, even every brand, don't you? Or a couple of different brands.
I've kind of locked into the habit here for a while.
Really, you like that?
Yeah, it's a habit.
Columbia's out.
Well, this material doesn't wrinkle quite as bad.
Okay.
So,
those Columbia ones will wrinkle.
Yeah. They've moved to some of this too.
What made you settle on those? Just the comfort level?
Yeah, it was just quick and easy in the morning. I'm just trying to survive when that alarm goes off.
Paul is in Birmingham, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Paul, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you've heard this, that Target has launched a new line of kids' clothing with their partner, Ghislaine Maxwell. And the execs say, Miss Maxwell has a really keen eye for what looks good on kids.
That's terrible. That's got to be Babylon B. Is that a Babylon B?
It is.
Okay.
It is Babylon B. Sorry.
Oh, man. Todd in Augusta, Georgia. Todd, go ahead.
Good morning. First time caller. Love the show.
Thank you, buddy.
Long time.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say, y'all was talking about the body there that didn't decay, and y'all was wondering why they opened the casket anyway. Used to cut grass at graveyards, and when they exhumed the body, they used to tell me that it's mandatory that they opened it to let the gases that create in there once they exhumed the body, they had to open it up. But
really?
That's why.
Oh, really? I did not know that. How about you learn something every day?
I know. How about that? It's educational, isn't it?
Of course, the first thing I thought about was probably the thing that was keeping that body in that state. Now you've let air get to it.
Right. Was that airtight situation?
Yeah, she's about to go downhill. Let's go to JJ in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. JJ, go ahead.
So I was with some friends this past Memorial Day weekend doing the big house tour on Lake Martin with the football coaches, Malzahn and Chiswick, and then Pearl was in there too, and of course the Scroochie house, right? But my favorite one was we turn the corner and we see Rick and Bubba's house. And I said, Rick and Bubba?
Yeah.
And so I just want to call and tell Rick congratulations. I didn't know you had a lake place. But,
Yeah. Whatever Bubba has, I have. Whatever I have, he has.
Right.
You know. Well, no. That has been a running theme, as I've said many times. Our wives would rather not be told that they're married to Rick and Bubba, but that has happened. That has, and then you'll have kids just call one of us, "Hey, Rick and Bubba," and I've told Joel that there's a very, very funny story, and I've told it before, but it's been a while, so I can tell it again. So when I first got the farm, it was 80 acres, and I had an opportunity to add 280 something to it that became available that butted up right next to me. So when I ended up getting that land, of course, I'm out there trying to get familiar with it, and the guy was out there hunting, and he was driving his car, and he drives up, and I said, "Hey, man, just want to let you know that I just bought this land, and, you know, if you got stuff out here you've been hunting." And he said, "Well, hey, somebody gave me permission to hunt out here." I said, "Well, I don't know about that, but, you know, the bank had it, now I've got it, so my family's going to use it. We're going to ride four-wheelers on it. We're not just going to let people that we don't know hunt on it anymore. So whatever deal you had before, you need to kind of get your stuff and, you know, and all that." And he looks at me, he said, "Really? So this is yours?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "That's my farm right there." He said, "That one right there?" And I said, "Yeah, the one that butts up against this land." And Joel, you know what he said? He said, "I got on pretty good authority. That farm belongs to Rick and Bubba." And I said, "I am Rick." And I had to like get out identification and everything. So it belongs to Rick and Bubba. So, you know, I'm glad that the marketing has worked. You know, let's go to Joel in Laurel, Mississippi. Joel, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I heard you guys talking about Bubba and the shirts. Hey, buddy, I get it. I went through cancer treatment. I'm in remission now, and gained 60 pounds, though, with immunotherapy. So you just keep rocking those big shirts, dude.
Look, hey, we're all thankful for big shirts.
That's right. And congratulations on being in remission.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations to you too, buddy. I've been praying for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joel. Let's go to Mark in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, Marky.
Hey, I'm the one that sent the video this morning.
So you're the one that stood by the motorcycles in the Rick and Bubba shirt?
Yeah, that was awesome.
That looked like it got a little intense for you.
Yeah, we're at the Isle of Man. It's a road race on public roads.
Oh,
they were probably going about 160 when they went by us there.
Yeah, now where is that at? Where's that located?
It's an island. It's in between Ireland and England. It's in the Irish Sea.
How about that? I bet it's beautiful down there.
How about that?
It's awesome. Y'all check out the videos from it.
Well, we watched your video today, so yeah.
Yeah, we showed it on the air. Thank you very much for doing that. That's
Mark,
awesome.
we played the video for everybody to see it today. Motorcycles were swifty. Yeah.
I tell you.
I tell you, Mark. Thanks for the video.
There you are again.
Yeah, you're on right now. Look, there, Mark. You're there again. Yeah. You look good in that shirt, Mark.
All right, guys.
See you, buddy. Thanks.
You know, that is a good-looking shirt. I
love
think some
it.
of them just really pop. That's a good one.
You know what? Now that I've lost some weight, I may put mine back on. Yeah. You know, I tried to wear it when I was a little large for it. It didn't. It wasn't flattering.
I tell you.
I think I might could put it back on now. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll hit any stories that we may have missed, and we'll wrap up another hour when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we've got a lot to unpack. Let's start with the Connors. The Connors last night. This is the whole. You know, during this era of social media, I had a friend turn 50 over this past weekend, and the card that I got him was, "Welcome to 50. One thing to be thankful for: there's no videos of you all over social media when you were young and stupid." You know what I mean?
That's a great point. That is so true.
But anyway, so social media is always a blast. So what we have is the real Roseanne Barr defending the fake Roseanne from the movie Roseanne. The Connors came back last night. Greg, you saw it, and they killed Roseanne.
They did. I mean, it comes right out of the gate. They're mourning that she's gone, and they think that she had a heart attack, and then come to find out she actually had an opioid overdose, which leads to, well, I didn't think she was taking those anymore because she had been hiding it, and they find the bottle, and it's got one of her neighbors' name on it. They get mad at her. But basically, the narrative there is that we can't afford medicine because of health care, so we're all just giving each other medicine.
So they
try to help each other out.
So they went political with it.
Yeah.
And now the real Roseanne.
I would say that was probably the worst way they could respond to
But
all
I will
that,
say
don't you?
this, again, then they've added this thing with the grandson that's really weird. Well, it was in last year's, but anyway. But I will say this, they were cracking jokes. I mean, from the get-go. They would be mourning, and all of a sudden somebody would cry. I mean, that was kind of clever the way.
What do you mean?
They would just throw a joke into to a family mourning. I mean,
yeah,
because Roseanne was a good one. I mean, they're talking about like that, not cleaning and stuff like that. It was. They had some funny lines in it.
But overall,
considering the show was about her dying, okay,
overall,
I guess the point I'm saying, they still found a way to make it funny.
Overall, do you think just the show, The Connors, delivered it to hold the audience?
I don't know. See, because we were talking earlier, I'd seen some Roseanne, the original. No, I wasn't like I didn't see. I never sat and watched a lot of it, and then I watched some of this last year, just curious. So for me, without her on there, it's not as good. I don't know about the purist. To me, I don't think it's as good.
Well, I think just looking at it logically, a lot of people would tune in last night to see how it was going to go.
That's what I did.
How it will be 6 episodes from now is really how it's going to
end up.
And
it was political anyway, representing both sides, but it's starting to get, yeah.
Well, now the voice that might be able to, and I don't know where John Goodman stands politically, but I don't think it's with us.
And he looked bad. He's
lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, he didn't look. He didn't look good.
Yeah,
we all like him fat better.
No, there's some people we prefer fat, and he's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
he does look rough.
He looks gaunt.
Yeah.
It's one thing to lose weight. It's another thing for people to think you're on chemo.
Wow.
I mean,
you're right.
But so anyway,
they may have to kill him off.
But it had some funny lines in it and stuff. I'll give them that. But they're going.
Greg,
they're going
let me
down
ask you this: you said they hit on this topic that we can't afford our medicine, so we're sharing it.
Right.
Yeah.
But did they ever hit on the fact that you shouldn't be taking medicine that's not prescribed for you, and that
no, they left that out. They were so desperate, Bubba, they had to do it.
Can I tell you
that was the way it was presented
with my dealing?
And again, I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
With my dealings with drug addicts on these kinds of opioids, it had nothing to do with them not having access to health care. It had to do with when health care told them they could no longer take these drugs, they still wanted to keep taking them because they were getting high off of them and they were addicted to them. Mm-hmm. Now, if we want to talk about the addiction problem of opioids, then let's talk about that. Yeah. But I don't think you draw the line to people are addicted to opioids because we don't give people health care.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a strange.
Just me observing it in real life, that line has never been drawn in any case I've been to.
The lady's defending herself. She used to, we gave so-and-so Lipitor when her husband's cholesterol, blah, blah, blah. They were just basically portraying it that way, that they couldn't. And she was like, I didn't know that she had a problem. She said she had knee pain and she needed to work so she could pay the bills. So, what I'm saying? They're going, and again, whatever. Yeah. But if we were wondering how they killed her off, that's how they did it. So, but to say Roseanne wasn't happy about it?
No.
What the real Roseanne say?
Well, she took to Twitter and she used a term that rhymes with witches.
Yeah.
That we refer to a female dog.
Okay.
And her text was, "I ain't dead, blank."
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne.
The story says she fires off.
Thank you for learning your lesson about social media.
Yeah, she says she fires off angry tweet about her character being killed off in the Connors and releases a statement claiming her character's opioid overdose was unnecessarily grim and morbid.
Okay. Well, but
Yeah, but again, you're not really proving your point. You've got a handle on your social media problem.
Right.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Some things to throw your way. Pensacola, Florida, the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame tonight. They are inducting the latest class into the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame. And Greg and I are honored to be traveling with a couple of Dad's assistant coaches, Coach Houston and Maniscalco, and Greg's son Taylor, traveling to Pensacola to be there to accept that honor on behalf of Dad tonight. And so if you're there, we'll see all you guys there. And I just got an email early in the show from Bruce Harmon, who played for Dad. And he's like, I'm in Pensacola. I think I'm going to go down
right,
there.
he does live
We'll get to see Bruce tonight. 35, come show up. So anyway.
Now, is it open to the public?
Oh, yeah, it is open to the public. Yeah, so I found that out. I found that out. Till they fill it up, then you can't get in. So that's tonight, and looking forward to being there. And then also, the Wednesday Bible study continues today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the YouTube channel live, and then archived soon after to the YouTube channel and the podcast channel today, the Revelation chapter 12. All right, so this Cameron Robbins story, we still haven't covered that. So footage is going to show, and we've got this, he's 18 years old, and he jumped off a cruise ship in the Bahamas as a dare.
Not very wise.
Not
Rick.
wise.
Not very wise.
And this was on Wednesday of last week. Is that correct? And he has not been found, and the search now has been suspended. So
no audio on the first clip because there's a lot of language in it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well,
All
they're
right.
they're partying, and they're like,
All
"Hey,
right.
man, jump! Oh my gosh!"
All right,
and blah, blah,
so
blah.
is this, and this is a cruise ship, right?
Yeah.
And they dared him to jump off.
See, he
jump
jumped
off.
into the water.
Yeah, he jumped into the water, which and now he's out there.
And I don't understand why he swam away from
Yeah,
the little float thing.
Yeah,
that is weird.
Jumped throughout.
Yeah,
the
and
little ring.
like you were asking, Greg, did some current have him or something? But it looks like he's physically swimming away from it.
Well, you can't really tell it in this video, but this video has been analyzed, and they think they see a shark in the water.
Yeah, that's in the other one. We have a slowed down version.
Yeah, we'll show you that in the next video. But so you think he might be moving away from that creature as opposed to away from the life thing?
Maybe so. We just don't know.
Couldn't he? Because they can hear each other. Wouldn't he scream shark?
And plus, I mean, swim to the boat.
Yeah, And, well, they've thrown the life thing out
and the
there
boat's
too.
moving, right? I mean, it's not sitting still.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, cruise, it's moving on. I mean, you bobbing in the water, you're going to be left behind.
So here's the footage you were talking about, Bubba, to see if we can see, is there something in the water? Is there a shark? Now, show me where I'm supposed to see a shark.
You'll see this
Well,
little
I haven't
figure coming up right there.
That, oh, yeah.
It's definitely a big fish.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if it's a shark.
I couldn't
Now-
tell if that's the wake of the boat or if that was.
Is that a fish or the wake?
Bring it up and freeze
Yeah,
it.
it could be. Who knows?
That looks like a fish.
It does
It
look like
does.
a fish. Yeah,
It does.
look like
A
fish.
dark-colored one.
But I got to tell you, it looks a little more like a dolphin.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Can dolphins
like
move
right
their
there,
body
you're
like
like,
that, though?
can you
No, good point.
You see what I'm saying? How it kind of shifts?
Can you freeze it, Adler, when it first comes up?
We're trying to
I think
freeze
he's
it
a
to
Loch
look
Ness
at.
monster.
I mean, look, he don't like he's in distress or nothing.
And not at all.
Well, he don't see it probably.
No,
Right
I'm talking
there.
about him, being out in the water.
Right.
Why
But he
just go
realized
to
he's
the-
being saved, so he's
Why didn't he just
not-
go get the ring?
Yeah, why not get
why
the
does he
ring?
not swim to that ring? Can he not see it? Does he think it's
Hey,
the other
there's a
direction?
good
That's a
possibility of
possibility.
that,
Yeah, I mean,
The
it's
first
dark
question
down
is,
there.
why do you dive off of a cruise ship out in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, well, if we could
At
play
night,
the
of all
audio,
things.
I don't know. But yeah,
Yeah, you'd see
There's-
why.
we're having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know why we're jumping, but
Somebody dared him.
Right. Well,
good night.
it's you're not in your right mind when you
No,
get in that
no.
state, and you're easily talked into things you wouldn't normally do. So anyway, the perplexing part is, but he's in the dark, and if he saw that fish though, he is swimming away from what we're seeing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, which is also the life preserver. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the life preserver is on the other side of what it looks like a fish. And so he starts going the other way. Maybe he's trying to get away from, like, what is that? I don't know what he's doing, but
Yeah, the whole thing. You don't know what his mind was thinking when he hit the water. Did he panic? Did he Is that why he didn't scream? Did he just totally panic?
It looks like he's just hanging out at this point.
And then how fast is the boat going? Like, did he not think about that? My goodness.
I'm going to say no to that one. He did not think about that.
This is the second person in the water, right? We also have this guy that they said failed.
Yeah, they got a guy who friends and family are calling the life of the party. He fell from a cruise ship. Now, we know he didn't jump. He fell. 35 years old. Carnival Cruise. He fell overboard Monday off the Florida coast. The Coast Guard said they're searching for a passenger that went overboard. The Carnival Magic vessel about 186 miles east of Jacksonville. And as of yesterday, they said they searched 4,044 square miles over 19 hours, and they will continue with air assist, but they can't find him.
Wow. Greg, don't say anything about his wife beater tan. Please.
Yeah,
okay, just leave it alone.
Yeah, he was.
Can I tell you though?
Leave it
the
alone.
picture that all of his friends are putting up
Life
of
of
him.
the party.
You can look at him and say, "I bet he's alive for the party."
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so question: if you're too close to the boat, does it pull you under the boat?
I don't know.
That was he scared about that? The guy that jumped off,
Right? Yeah. That, and then with this one, this gentleman here, they can't find him. I wonder if he was sucked up under the boat.
You know, we was
I
a
don't
few
know.
months ago
I'm
we had a
asking.
story of a person that fell over they actually found, which is rare. Remember, they got the guy. He was on his last effort. Remember, he floated out there for hours.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's a loser right there.
You know that is that's on that list of.
I just don't
want it to happen to me.
No. Also, video 7 that we had this yesterday, but we didn't get to it. Have you seen the person who got claustrophobic on a plane landing in South Korea and opened the door?
Yeah.
I mean,
that guy?
hey, thumbs down.
He wanted off.
Thumbs down on this person.
Rick, I know you like to sit next to the door so you can help others.
Yeah, I like to be there. Let me
So
tell you
it-
one thing.
so
He
it
wouldn't
de-
open that door if I was sitting there.
It decompresses.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's real bad.
How did he get it
real
open?
bad.
How did he get it open? That's. I mean,
he just did it, I think.
Yeah. So
if we have child safety locks on back doors, shouldn't we have them on airplane doors?
can I tell you, I have to give some of the passengers props here. They're remaining
They're not panicking
strangely
at all.
calm.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear anything anybody was saying because I'd be screaming.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
Yeah.
kill him.
They said several of the passengers had to be taken to the hospital with breathing problems. Of course,
I
they,
bet.
decompressed at a high altitude.
Old lady with the scarf.
Well,
I mean,
I,
you
thought,
talking about-
I thought the thing's supposed to come down.
Maybe they were low
Where's my
enough.
mask?
Maybe they were low enough it didn't do that, but they were high enough that it still
Right.
wasn't good.
I think you're right. I think because they were coming in for a landing.
Oh no, it hit that terrible.
So he just hits the handle. What an idiot.
Is this our idiot section?
And
Did he
it-
get
yes,
sucked? Did he fall out?
No, nobody fell out.
Not even him. Is that him? Is that him right there? Is that his hair?
He's got to be close.
Well,
He's
you would
gotta be
think.
close.
I would thought it would have pulled him out.
I don't think so.
Immediately.
I guess he leaned
We
forward.
see that in the movies for sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
it'll
Maybe
suck you
again,
out in
it'll
a
slap.
second.
That lady with the scarf is getting a
Maybe because again they're at a low altitude. It was.
Can I tell you what though?
Still probably cold.
Yeah, messed her hair up. She
If,
ain't happy.
if you're picking up a loved one when you ask them the question, "How was the flight?" They've got a great story.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it was great right till we landed. Yeah. Started landing, and then somebody got claustrophobic. But you almost made it.
Some dandy.
Y'all, it happens to me every time, and there's no offense to the lady, but I went and flew to Dallas this last week to go get the van, and people see me. I see the large people. They spot me, and they're like, I'm sitting next to that guy.
Absolutely.
There's nothing worse than being two larges right next to each other.
You know
lady,
what? You're in demand on an airplane now.
Yes,
You're
yeah.
in demand.
You could be an airline cuddler.
And the lady's sitting down. I'm like, hey, how's it going? And she goes, oh, getting cozy. I was like, yeah, we're getting cozy.
Yes,
all
we
right,
are.
lady.
I'm getting a van.
Your body's touching me.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other waking on their blubber.